The river was not a place of beauty, not for them. It was not the gentle stream where poets imagined lovers carving initials into the bark of trees, or shepherds playing flutes while sheep grazed lazily nearby. For the women who bent their backs over those icy waters, the river was an enemy, an endless punishment disguised as livelihood. Dawn had barely painted the horizon when the first footsteps crunched on the frosted grass, baskets on shoulders heavier than most people could bear. Knees sank into the mud, skirts soaked through before the first shirt was even slapped against the stone. And there it began, the monotonous symphony of suffering, the wet thud of cloth meeting rock over and over, until hands no longer knew if they belonged to flesh or stone themselves. Imagine your fingers dipped into a bucket of ice water for just 2 minutes. The sting becomes unbearable, the nails turn blue, and the joints stiffen as if rusting. Now picture doing that for hours, for entire seasons, for years without pause. This was not a fleeting discomfort, it was a lifestyle imposed by poverty. Some tried to ease the pain by singing, though their voices often trembled more than the current, while others bit their lips until blood mixed with the icy water that lapped at their wrists. And yet they continued, because what choice was there? Bread did not appear on tables by prayer alone. It is almost absurd when you think about it. People today complain if the laundry cycle in the washing machine takes longer than expected. The spin button jams, and suddenly it feels like the universe has conspired against us. Back then, these women would have given their last coin to a demon if it promised to wash even half a tunic for them. But no demon appeared, only the relentless river, cold and impartial. Their bodies shook, not just from the chill, but from the sheer weight of survival pressing down on them. The posture itself was torture. Kneeling in mud that clung like chains, backs bent at angles no physician would ever recommend, they hammered cloth against rock until shoulders burned and spines begged for mercy. Some lavenders tied strips of cloth around their knees to protect them, but the fabric wore thin quickly, and the flesh beneath grew raw. The ground became part of their bodies, etching scars as permanent as the wrinkles that appeared long before their time. A girl of 15 could look like a woman of 30 after just a few years by the water, and at 30, she already resembled someone twice that age. Curiously, medieval society often romanticized the image of the washerwoman. In songs and jokes told at taverns, she was portrayed as hardy, humorous, perhaps a little bawdy, laughing while scrubbing shirts. The reality was far less cheerful. If humor existed, it was often bitter, the kind born of desperation. A washer might laugh at the absurdity of a noble's fine linens dragging through sewage-streaked rivers, or at the irony of cleaning garments more carefully than she could ever clean her own skin. Because, let's be honest, who had time or energy to wash herself when the laundry of others consumed every ounce of strength? And yet, there was something strangely communal about the riverside. Dozens of women crouched side by side, voices mingling with the slap of cloth, gossip flowing as freely as the water itself. They shared stories of cheating husbands, of daughters too frail to help, of dreams that stretched no further than surviving the winter. There was comfort in that, in not suffering alone. Sometimes, a joke cracked between two women would echo louder than the crows overhead. For a brief moment, pain gave way to laughter, though laughter only reminded them of how cracked their lips had become. Then came the biting winds. Winters were cruel, and the rivers did not care for calendars or saints' days. Ice formed along the edges, and women smashed through it with fists and rocks just to reach the current. The water numbed them quickly, and that was the only blessing. Once numbness set in, they could almost forget the ache until blood returned in painful waves. Fingers swelled, skin split, and yet the shirts of wealthy merchants still had to be pounded clean. If they were not spotless, the insults came, or worse, the withholding of wages. A noble could complain that his tunic still smelled of mildew, while the woman who washed it could barely breathe through lungs already corroded by damp air. One might think such brutal conditions would shorten working hours, but no. They began before dawn and often finished after dark, guided only by aching arms and the urgency of hunger. Payment was pitiful, barely enough to buy a crust of bread and perhaps a splash of ale to warm their bellies. And if anyone dared to fall behind or complain, they risked being replaced by another desperate soul waiting for the chance to kneel at the riverbank. In a twisted way, poverty was its own quality control system, ensuring no woman dared demand more. There was a strange irony in all this. These women, who kept the fabrics of the wealthy clean and crisp, lived surrounded by filth. Their bodies carried the stench of river water mixed with mold and sweat. Their homes smelled of damp cloth hung to dry in cramped corners. If a passerby caught the scent, they turned up their noses as if poverty itself was contagious. Washerwomen became invisible yet unavoidable, despised yet indispensable. A paradox only the Middle Ages could perfect with such cruelty. And beneath all of this, there was a hidden fear that hovered constantly above their bent shoulders. The river, as much as it provided work, also threatened life. Women slipped on mossy rocks, currents pulled at skirts, and some never returned home. Children who played too close to the banks were swallowed whole by waters that carried away both laughter and hope. Yet, The very next day, the work continued. Death itself did not stop the cycle. It only handed the basket to another woman in the family. The rhythm of their lives was written in bruises and scars and coughs that rattled deep into the chest. Some developed chronic lung diseases from the damp air, coughing so violently that ribs ached with every breath. Others lost teeth from malnutrition, leaving them with hollow smiles that revealed more pain than mirth. And still, when they saw their reflections in the water, they pressed on, because reflections did not feed children. Work did, or at least it pretended to. Every strike of cloth against stone was more than laundry. It was a confession, a cry, sometimes even a prayer. And when the sun dipped below the horizon and they dragged their soaked bodies back home, the river kept whispering in the background. Not of peace, but of another dawn waiting, another day ready to repeat itself with merciless precision. And that whisper would soon lead into another torment, another weight to carry that went beyond the cold waters and heavy cloth, something even more insidious hiding within the daily struggle. The weight of wet cloth was not measured in pounds, but in suffering. Once the shirts, tunics, and gowns were beaten against the rocks, they became waterlogged sponges, each garment growing heavy as if mocking the thin arms that carried them. Imagine hoisting a sack of flour after it has been soaked in a rainstorm. Now imagine doing that not once, not twice, but dozens of times a day. Your back curved like a bow, your shoulders screaming for rest. This was the daily choreography of washerwomen, each movement a battle against fabric that seemed determined to drown them on land. The baskets themselves became instruments of torture. Woven from wicker, they cut into skin when loaded with dripping linens, the straps biting into collarbones and leaving deep red grooves that would not fade until the next load created new ones. Some women attempted to pad their shoulders with scraps of cloth, but the dampness seeped through, making everything heavier. It is almost comic to think that today gyms charge people money to simulate similar suffering with weighted vests and sandbags. Back then, no one needed motivation or memberships. Survival was the only personal trainer, and it was relentless. Each step back from the riverbank turned into a balancing act. The ground was uneven, slippery with mud and algae, and women often stumbled under their loads. Sometimes a garment would slip out and fall into the dirt, which meant starting over. The frustration was immense, though it rarely escaped their lips. After all, what good was shouting at a shirt? And yet, in moments of exhaustion, some did curse at the laundry as if it were a living enemy. It sounds absurd, but perhaps not. Haven't we all argued with a machine, a phone, or a stubborn jar that refused to open as though it had malicious intent? Imagine that same helpless rage, but tied to the difference between eating or starving. The soaked garments didn't just weigh heavily on shoulders. They pressed down on lungs, constricting breathing under the crushing load. Some women walked bent so far forward that their faces nearly touched the dripping cloth on their backs, inhaling the sour odor of mold and river water. The smell clung to them long after the garments were delivered. Children could tell when their mothers were approaching by the scent before they saw the silhouette. There was no perfume strong enough to mask it. Poverty had its own aroma, and it was not easily washed away. Delivering the clothes was another ritual of humiliation. Washerwomen staggered through medieval streets, dripping trails of dirty water behind them, like snails marking their path. Neighbors jeered or turned away, not wanting their own shoes splashed with filth. And yet, when the garments finally reached the wealthy households, there was no gratitude waiting at the door. Payment came in coins, tossed as if feeding pigeons, often accompanied by criticism. A stain left behind? Half the wage. A missing button? An accusation of theft? And when the noble's child tugged at his mother's silk gown and demanded it be spotless, it was the washerwoman's cracked hands that bore the blame. Even the act of wringing out the clothes was an ordeal. To twist thick wool or linen until water poured from it required forearms like blacksmiths, yet these women had none of the respect granted to men who forged swords. They forged cleanliness instead, the invisible labor that allowed others to walk through life appearing refined and pure. There's something darkly funny about it. Knights marched into tournaments gleaming in pressed tunics, cheered by crowds, never once considering that their polished appearance had been wrung out of another person's pain. It was heroism built on laundry, though no one dared admit it. As the day stretched on, fatigue became more than physical. The brain grew foggy under the weight of repetition, every shirt, every cloak blending into the next. Some women swore they could recognize certain garments in the dark by their feel alone. Others whispered that clothes carried memories of their owners, that they absorbed moods and secrets. A widow's black dress clung heavily, as if mourning itself. A child's tunic felt fragile, as though tears had soaked into its threads. Whether superstition or truth, it gave the labor a ghostly edge, reminding them that the clothes they bore so painfully were not just fabric, but stories. There was also the constant dread of illness lurking within the cloth. Garments carried lice, fleas, and the sweat of fevers. Handling them meant handling disease. Women often rubbed ash or vinegar on their hands, crude attempts at protection, but these offered little defense. Many fell sick, and when they coughed into the very fabrics they washed, the cycle of contamination continued. Society saw clean clothing as a marker of health, but few realized that the process of making it clean was often what sickened the very people scrubbing it. It was a cruel paradox. Washing for survival led many straight to the grave. Still, despite the grimness, moments of defiant humor shone through. A washerwoman might joke that the Duke's undergarments required more scrubbing than his conscience. Another might quip that silk sleeves were easier to clean than a drunk husband. Laughter, sharp and sarcastic, cut through the fog of misery like a spark in the dark. It was a reminder that even in the most degrading circumstances, people cling to wit as a weapon. Perhaps that is why washerwomen often became sources of gossip and satire, feared by the nobility for the secrets they might spill as easily as water from a wrung cloth. But no amount of laughter could erase the marks left on their bodies. When garments were finally spread across bushes or ropes to dry, the women themselves collapsed nearby, their arms trembling, backs aflame with pain. And as they stared at the dripping fabrics swaying in the breeze, they understood the cruel irony. The clothes would dry in the sun faster than their bones ever could. And as the last drops of water fell from the garments, another kind of weight remained, one far heavier than linen or wool, the weight of knowing that tomorrow the same battle awaited them with no hope of escape. The hands of a washerwoman told a story before her mouth ever opened. They were maps of suffering, landscapes carved by water and stone, red lines of cracks splitting the skin as though the earth itself had decided to mark them. Fingers swelled from endless wringing, knuckles swollen like knots on old wood, nails chipped and blackened. A handshake with one of these women would have felt less like touching flesh and more like grasping rough leather. Hardened by labor, no ointment could soften. And yet these were the same hands that fed children, patched rags into clothing, and carried burdens no one else dared lift. The wounds never healed properly. Every day the skin split anew as it pressed against coarse fabric, soap made of ash and animal fat seeping into raw cuts like salt into fire. Imagine dipping an open wound into vinegar. Now imagine that sting being a daily companion. The pain was constant, but complaining was rare. Pain was part of the uniform. Some women wrapped rags around their fingers hoping to protect them, but the water soaked through within minutes. Others rubbed lard or goose fat into their palms, a primitive moisturizer that at least dulled the cracks for an hour or two. Still, the river always won. It stripped flesh as surely as it stripped dirt from linen. Children often asked their mothers why their hands looked so strange, why they did not resemble the smooth, gentle hands they saw in the paintings inside churches. The women laughed at that question, bitterly, because holiness seemed to require hands that never touched work. In some ways, their own bodies condemned them as unworthy, as though calluses and scars disqualified them from grace. But wasn't there something sacred about hands that held a family together by scrubbing until they bled? Strangely enough, no one sang hymns about that kind of sacrifice. Even the smell clung to their skin. Mixtures of damp wool, river algae, and the pungent sting of urine used as a cleaning agent lingered long after the work ended. Imagine shaking hands with someone whose palms exuded the memory of chamber pots. This was not metaphor. It was medieval laundry reality. Urine, known as lant, was valued for its ammonia, and washerwomen had no choice but to dip their cracked hands into it daily. There's something grimly funny here. Kings sat on thrones of marble, but their spotless robes smelled faintly of the same substance their servants emptied from buckets. Luxury, after all, was never as clean as it appeared. Beyond the hands, the body itself began to collapse under the strain. Kneeling for hours in dampness twisted spines, creating hunches so pronounced that women were mocked as crooked-backed by the same society that relied on their labor. To sit upright in the evenings became almost impossible, and many slept curled like question marks, permanently bent by a lifetime of laundry. Breathing grew shallow as damp air seeped into lungs, and coughs rattled through the night. Tuberculosis, pneumonia, pleurisy, words that spelled death for washerwomen who could not afford physicians. It was said you could recognize a laundress by the way she coughed, each rasp echoing the rhythm of riverside work. The community knew this, but sympathy was scarce. If a washerwoman grew too weak, another woman desperate for survival stepped into her place. The cycle of misery continued without pause. Even family members sometimes showed little compassion, seeing the labor not as cruelty but as destiny. Daughters inherited not only their mother's hands, but also their burdens. By the time a girl reached adolescence, her palms already bore tiny cracks, a cruel preview of the life awaiting her. It was as though the river claimed bloodlines, marking generation after generation with identical scars. Still, in all this pain, there were moments of reflection that bordered on the absurd. Some women joked that their hands were so rough they could grate cheese without needing a kitchen tool. Others quipped that men feared their touch, not because of passion, but because it felt like sandpaper. Humor was the only shield against despair, and if it made another woman laugh loud enough to drown the river for a moment, it was worth it. After all, if life insists on tearing your flesh apart, you might as well mock it while it does. But laughter could not hide the truth that the work aged them faster than time itself. By 30, wrinkles deepened across faces, hair thinned, and eyes dimmed. Husbands sometimes abandoned wives who could no longer carry baskets, seeking younger women who still had the strength. In a bitter twist, the same hands that once scrubbed life into clothes and coins into the household became the reason those women were cast aside. The river gave them nothing permanent but scars, and even those grew heavier with each passing season. And yet, despite everything, there was resilience in those wounds. Cracked hands still held children tightly, still kneaded dough when flour could be spared, still reached for prayer beads in moments of desperate faith. Pain did not erase tenderness, it lived alongside it. That duality, the suffering etched into skin, the love that persisted anyway, was perhaps the truest portrait of these women. Their hands bore misery, but they also carried the weight of survival, and survival itself was a strange kind of triumph, even when the body seemed determined to break apart. Because just when one thought the cruelty of the hands was the worst of it, another invisible punishment waited in the air they breathed, a poison far less visible than wounds, but far more patient in its destruction, lingering like a shadow that never left their side. The air itself betrayed them. Every breath the washerwoman took carried with it 1,000 invisible particles, rising from damp fabric, clinging to river mist, breeding in the mold that grew on anything left in a corner too long. The lungs became unwilling archives of filth, storing spores, smoke, and sickness until each inhale rattled like a broken bellows. Standing by the riverside meant standing inside a fog of decay, though no one dared call it that. They simply called it life, and life, for them, always seemed to taste faintly of mildew. It is strange how we rarely think about air until it betrays us. Today, people complain about pollution in cities, about car exhaust or cigarette smoke. Yet medieval washerwomen breathed in centuries of waste without ever having a choice. Rivers carried sewage, dead animals, and dye runoff from tanneries, and when the wind shifted, it lifted all of that into the very nostrils of the women kneeling nearby. Imagine trying to fill your lungs with hope while your chest burns with invisible rot. Some developed coughs that never left, each hack a grim metronome counting down the years. The irony is that these women often worked outdoors, under open skies, where one might expect fresh air. But the rivers they labored beside were dumping grounds, more latrine than stream, and the damp clothes themselves reeked of stale sweat and human waste. Wool held odors like secrets, refusing to release them even after hours of beating and rinsing. Linen, though lighter, still clung to the scent of its owner's body, a perfume of poverty that no river could disguise. By the time a washerwoman lifted it to her face to wring it dry, she inhaled all of it. She breathed the nobility's dirt as if it were incense, and the lungs were not the only victim. Damp air penetrated bones, making joints stiff and inflamed. Arthritis came early, especially in fingers already swollen from endless wringing. Women joked bitterly that their knuckles cracked louder than church bells, and sometimes the sound did echo in quiet evenings, a grim music of decay. Some wrapped scarves tight around their mouths, not as a shield against fashion but against the smell. It rarely worked. The stench always found a way in because poverty never respected boundaries. When illness struck, it spread like fire through the community of washwomen. Pneumonia, pleurisy, and tuberculosis thrived in their world, where wet garments hung indoors during storms, turning entire huts into humid chambers. The irony is almost cruel. In trying to dry clothes, they created the perfect breeding ground for the very diseases that would kill them. People today complain about laundry taking too long to dry in winter. Back then, slow drying meant death. And yet, the clothes of nobles still had to be delivered on time, spotless and pressed, even if the woman carrying them was coughing blood into the fabric itself. Society, of course, did not connect the dots. When a washerwoman grew pale and thin, when her cough deepened until it shook her whole body, people said she had simply worn herself out, as if it were her fault, as if exhaustion were a moral weakness rather than a natural outcome of drowning in filth day after day. Compassion was scarce, for the wealthy never imagined that their clean garments carried the stains of another's lungs. They thought of cleanliness as divine, forgetting that divinity was carried on the backs of women gasping for air. Children were not spared. Daughters joined their mothers at the river, and their smaller lungs proved even more vulnerable. A girl of 12 might already cough like an old woman, her voice raspy as if she had swallowed gravel. Some died before reaching adulthood, buried in shallow graves while their mothers went back to the river the next day. There was no mourning period long enough, because mourning did not pay for bread. Even grief was forced to be efficient. And perhaps that was the cruelest part. The cycle demanded endurance, even in the face of death. Still, amidst the coughing and wheezing, humor somehow found a way to bubble up. One washerwoman might quip that her lungs were so full of mildew she could sprout mushrooms if left in the dark. Another might laugh that her hacking sounded like the trumpets of Judgment Day, though no angel would ever come to rescue her. Laughter was a rebellion, however small, a reminder that they could mock the misery that suffocated them. If the air was determined to kill them, they could at least spit back a joke before it succeeded. And yet the laughter often dissolved into silence, broken by the sound of another woman collapsing at the riverbank, her breath finally giving out. The work did not stop for her absence. Another relative stepped in, another set of lungs offered up to the same poisoned air. The river did not pause, the laundry did not vanish, and the world remained indifferent. For each washerwoman who died coughing, there was always someone else ready to kneel in the mud, ready to breathe in the same slow poison. What makes it even more haunting is that this struggle was invisible. Clothes were returned crisp, white, and seemingly pure. Nobles wore them proudly, parading through markets and churches, admired for their refinement. No one saw the stains left behind in the lungs of the women who had cleaned them. Purity was a performance, but the price was paid in hidden breaths. And those breaths became shallower each season, until even the act of walking home with an empty basket felt heavier than carrying it full. The cruelty of air seemed impossible to surpass, yet the body is endlessly creative in inventing new forms of suffering. Just as lungs struggled with the invisible, the skin carried its own torment, absorbing every cut, every rash, every invisible parasite waiting in the cloth, making life at the riverside not only a battle for breath, but a war fought on the surface of the body itself. The skin was a battlefield. It bore the first line of attack from cold rivers, harsh soaps, and the endless friction of wet cloth dragged across stone. Rash spread across arms and chests, itching so violently that some women scratched until blood stained the very garments they were supposed to clean. Parasites thrived in the damp environment, fleas and lice nesting in hems and seams, crawling over their bodies as if washerwomen themselves were just another piece of fabric to infest. And once a bite became infected, it rarely healed. A red mark could turn into an ulcer into rot. Medieval medicine offered little more than prayers and poultices, and prayers did not disinfect wounds. The soaps themselves were poisons disguised as tools, mixtures of ash, lye, and animal fat, stripped dirt from fabric, but also stripped flesh from hands and arms. Some women dipped reeds into buckets of this caustic mixture and joked that they could dissolve a husband's temper if only he sat in the tub long enough. But the laughter was bitter because they knew the soap was dissolving them instead. Scabs covered their forearms, and when winter cracked the skin, the burning doubled. Imagine pouring bleach into a paper cut every single day. That was their reality. Yet, if they stopped, the work would pile up, and starvation waited as eagerly as infection. Even when skin seemed intact, it carried the stains of labor. Dark patches of mildew never quite faded, bruises lingered like permanent tattoos, and the smell of sweat, river slime, and sour wool clung to their pores no matter how much they rinsed themselves at the end of the day. Some whispered that washerwomen could never truly be clean, no matter how much they washed. The irony was almost cruel enough to be comedic, professional cleaners branded as permanently dirty. It was as if society enjoyed the joke at their expense. What made it worse was the constant exposure to vermin. Rats scurried along the riverbanks, attracted to the piles of damp cloth and food scraps women carried for long hours of work. Fleas leapt easily from rat to fabric to human, spreading plagues that wiped out entire communities. Washerwomen often became unwilling carriers, taking diseases from wealthy households back to their own shacks, their bodies turned into couriers of death. It is chilling to think that the same women who scrubbed noble garments spotless were also blamed when sickness spread, as if poverty itself carried contagion. Skin disease was not merely an irritation, it became a marker of identity. People could tell a washerwoman by the sores on her arms, the way she hid them under sleeves even in heat, the scratching she tried to disguise as polite gestures. Children teased one another, saying things like, "Don't touch her, she has the washer's curse." Stigma clung as stubbornly as dirt. And yet beneath that stigma was resilience. Women continued, because what choice existed? Hunger always screamed louder than pain. The body adapted in strange ways. Calluses thickened until palms felt like bark, elbows rough as stone. Some women claimed they no longer felt the soap burns after years of work, as if their skin had grown armor. But armor has cracks, and infections always found them. Abscesses swelled, pus drained, and still they bent over rivers. Some laughed about it. At least I don't need rouge. My rashes give me color. But the truth was that every mark carried the shadow of disease. What seems today like a minor rash could, in that world, mean the slow approach of death. Still, the routine never broke. They rose at dawn, carried the sores on their bodies like invisible uniforms, and knelt again at the riverbank. Each slap of cloth reopened wounds. Each wringing motion tore scabs apart, and each evening ended with the same ritual of scratching under straw mattresses until exhaustion silenced even the itch. The cycle was brutal, and yet it contained its own strange rhythm, as if misery itself had become habitual. When asked how they endured, some would shrug and say, "It's just work." Stabas. There is something darkly comic in that. How quickly humans normalize the unbearable simply because it repeats often enough. What often went unnoticed was the way these skin ailments crept into every corner of life beyond the riverside. Intimacy with husbands became painful, holding children pressed sores into tender skin, and even sleep offered no refuge as night sweats irritated rashes and reopened cracks. Pain was not confined to the workplace. It followed them home like a jealous shadow, reminding them that poverty left no room for separation between body and labor. Yet even in such misery they found sparks of defiance. Women traded remedies like secrets, herbs to soothe, oils to soften, even whispered charms meant to ward off infection. Sometimes these rituals worked, sometimes they didn't, but the act of sharing itself created solidarity. Misery, when divided, became bearable for a moment. And when laughter broke out, even at their own expense, it was sharper than any medicine, joking that one's skin resembled old leather might sting, but it gave back a sense of control. Humor was not just survival, it was rebellion, but rebellion did not stop the next layer of cruelty. For even when the skin grew rough, when the lungs wheezed, when the back bent permanently, another fate awaited, one that robbed them of time itself. Their bodies carried not just pain but a countdown. Lives cut short, not by accidents or war, but by the slow erosion of labor that gave them no future beyond the river. And that slow death was perhaps the cruelest disease of all, written not on the surface of the skin, but deep within the very span of their years. Death did not wait for old age in the life of a washerwoman. It arrived early, quietly, and often without ceremony, as if the years themselves had been stolen by the very rivers that demanded her labor. The body gave out long before the spirit did. A cough that lingered in winter became a death rattle by spring. A wound on the hand that never healed turned black, spreading sickness through veins already weakened. Life expectancy was not a matter of decades, but of endurance, of how many seasons one could bend over icy waters before lungs, skin, or bones finally surrendered. The cruel irony was that the very people who provided cleanliness to society died surrounded by filth. Their cottages, damp from drying clothes hung across rafters, smelled perpetually of mildew and smoke. Rats scurried between baskets of half-dry linens. Children slept beside piles of garments waiting to be delivered at dawn. Poverty left no room for hygiene, even for the women who spent their days scrubbing away the dirt of others. It was almost comedic in a twisted way. The people who washed garments until they gleamed were themselves judged as dirty, as if cleanliness could only ever belong to those who did not touch the river. Illness was inevitable, but medical care was a luxury reserved for nobles and clergy. Washerwomen treated themselves with poultices of herbs, or the advice of older women who had seen the same ailments 100 times before. Honey smeared on wounds, garlic hung around the neck, vinegar gargled to calm a cough, remedies that sometimes soothed but rarely cured. Physicians, when they did appear, often recommended the absurd. One might advise a woman with lung disease to avoid damp air, as if she could simply resign from her life. Another might suggest a pilgrimage, as if walking hundreds of miles with cracked feet would heal what poverty itself had inflicted. And so they carried on, half-healed, half-dying, surviving in spite of medicine rather than because of it. Children often grew up without mothers, for washerwomen rarely reached old age. A woman of 40 was already considered elderly among them, her back bent, her face hollowed by years of labor. Some joked bitterly that washerwomen were like candles, burning brighter at the start because they burned out twice as fast. The joke carried truth. By the time most reached middle age, they were shadows of themselves, their voices raspy, their eyes clouded with fatigue. In a world where youth was currency, washerwomen paid their debt too quickly and had nothing left to spend. The tragedy extended beyond the body into reputation. Death did not ennoble them. A knight who died in battle was celebrated. A washerwoman who died at the riverbank was barely noticed. Burials were simple, often rushed, with wooden markers that rotted away within years. Their names dissolved into the soil as quickly as their bodies. The nobility whose garments they had scrubbed spotless would pass by their graves without recognition. Yet the fabric of society literally had depended on those hands. It raises the uncomfortable question, how many monuments stand in honor of warriors, while the women who kept them clothed lie in unmarked pits? Even as their bodies weakened, the work did not stop. Some women continued crawling to the riverside, even when too frail to stand upright, kneeling not from duty, but from necessity. Hunger had no patience for illness. Children had no patience for grief. Bread demanded coins, and coins demanded laundry. It is almost laughable, in a bitter sense, to imagine a woman gasping for breath between wringing shirts, muttering prayers under her breath, and still forcing her body to carry on. Today, people call in sick at the first sign of a sore throat. Washerwomen carried tuberculosis in their lungs and still delivered tunics on time. That is not resilience. That is desperation dressed as duty. The weight of mortality was not only physical, but psychological. To live with the knowledge that life would likely be short forced women into a strange kind of acceptance. Some found faith, clinging to the hope of a reward beyond the riverbanks. Others grew cynical, joking that heaven had no laundry, so perhaps they would finally rest. A dark kind of humor, yes, but one born from clarity. They had already given everything to the earth. The afterlife could hardly demand more. And yet, for all the despair, there was also a quiet dignity. Their deaths, though unremarked, carried the weight of sacrifice. Each cough, each cracked hand, each short breath had been exchanged for survival, for the chance that their children might grow strong enough to escape the river's grip. Some daughters did, finding work in kitchens, weaving, or even marrying out of poverty. For those small victories, the lives of washerwomen were currency, spent completely, leaving nothing behind but stories whispered at the riverside. The cruelest twist was how quickly they were replaced. A woman who collapsed at the river in the morning might be replaced by her sister, cousin, or daughter by evening. The laundry had no pause button, no mercy. The river did not mourn. Work flowed on, indifferent to the absence of one more body. And so death itself became just another part of the cycle, absorbed into the rhythm of cloth against stone, of water rushing over wounds, of baskets carried through muddy streets. It might be tempting to imagine that such lives faded quietly into history, but their legacy lingers in ways we rarely acknowledge. The very idea of cleanliness as a sign of status was built on their bones. The obsession with spotless linen, pressed garments, and the sweet smell of fabric was purchased at the cost of lives cut short. Every white sheet fluttering in medieval courts carried, invisibly, the shadow of a woman's cough, the imprint of her cracked hands, the years she would never live. And if that is not a haunting kind of immortality, then what is? For all the suffering etched into their existence, washerwomen embodied a truth as old as labor itself. Survival often demands lives spent like coin, leaving behind silence where there should have been honor. And even as their bodies gave out too soon, the rhythm of misery ensured there was always another punishment waiting, another layer of cruelty to unfold, one that would reach beyond flesh and bone into the very soul of what it meant to be forgotten. Respectability was a strange currency in the Middle Ages, and washerwomen rarely possessed it. They were essential, yet invisible, tolerated, yet ridiculed. Society relied on them for cleanliness, yet treated them as if they were themselves the embodiment of dirt. The paradox was bitter. A noble could parade through the market in gleaming white linen, his reputation bolstered by spotless garments, while the woman who had scrubbed those very linens was whispered about as unclean, immoral, or lazy. This was the cruel trick of appearances. Respect was not tied to work or virtue, but to the illusion of purity, and washerwomen were destined to embody the opposite. Their work carried a stigma that clung more stubbornly than mold. Kneeling in rivers was associated with servitude, and servitude with shame. Passers-by often mocked them, tossing jests as casually as pebbles. "Careful, she'll scrub the virtue right out of you," or "Don't stand too close or the smell will stick." The jokes stung, but the women laughed along because not laughing only gave the mockers more satisfaction. Humor became armor, though cracked and dented. One washer quipped that nobles avoided them not because of smell, but because they feared seeing their own filth reflected back. There was truth in that barb. Nobody wants to acknowledge who carries their dirt. The church did not help matters. Preachers warned against women who spent their days among garments and riverbanks, associating them with temptation, gossip, or sin, as if bending over laundry all day left any energy for seduction. Still, sermons painted them as dangerous, a threat to morality. Some washerwomen leaned into this reputation, throwing back sharp remarks that made even priests blush. If the world already damned them, why not enjoy the performance? In this way, their stigma became a weapon, though it was a double-edged one, cutting them socially even as it gave them a voice. Reputation mattered because it affected survival. Families hesitated to let their sons marry washerwomen, fearing the union would drag them into poverty or dishonor. Many ended up with partners equally poor, creating a cycle that chained entire generations to the riverbank. In rare cases, a washerwoman's daughter caught the eye of someone higher up, perhaps a minor craftsman or a soldier, but the stain of the mother's work often followed her. The irony is glaring. Noble families flaunted spotless garments cleaned by these very women, then refused to let their sons court them because of the dirty nature of their labor. If hypocrisy were a fabric, it would never need washing. There was always plenty in circulation. Yet despite the stigma, washerwomen were repositories of information, and that gave them a peculiar kind of power. Handling garments meant handling secrets. They saw stains that betrayed affairs, pregnancies, or illnesses. They overheard gossip at riversides, stories that flowed freer than water. A noble's public reputation could be shredded with just a few whispered details about what had been found in his linens. This made washerwomen both feared and despised. They were treated as though they had no voice, yet everyone suspected they knew too much. Knowledge, in its way, was another form of currency, though it rarely paid for bread. Children inherited not just poverty, but the stigma too. Sons of washerwomen might be ridiculed in the marketplace, told they would grow up to marry the mud. Daughters were pushed into the same trade, their reputations tarnished before they even began. The shame was not individual, but hereditary, an invisible mark passed down like a family crest in reverse. It raises a haunting question. How many lives were predetermined, not by choice or merit, but by the stains of laundry carried on their mothers' backs? Still, washerwomen found ways to fight back. and sometimes that resistance came in the form of laughter sharper than any insult. They mocked nobles who strutted in garments they had nearly died cleaning, saying things like, "If only they knew their fine sleeves smelled faintly of last week's stew." They turned stigma into satire, survival into performance. In those moments, respectability lost its grip if only for a heartbeat, because the truth slipped through. The ones mocked as dirty were the very foundation of everyone else's cleanliness, and this is where the bitterness turned into something heavier. For if washerwomen were laughed at, excluded, and denied dignity in life, what dignity could they expect in death? The same cycle of invisibility that marked their reputation followed them into the grave, erasing their names even as the nobility's spotless garments outlived them in portraits and tapestries. The contrast between those remembered in stone and those forgotten in mud revealed that the cruelty of stigma did not end with life, but stretched into eternity, binding their existence in silence. The river was a stage, and the washerwomen its unwilling performers. Their audience was not paying nobles or indulgent crowds, but the passing glance of villagers, the casual mockery of men leaning on bridges, the whispers of women carrying baskets of bread. What seemed to outsiders like a simple, repetitive task was, in truth, an entire theater of human struggle, humor, and survival. The slap of wet fabric against stone was the percussion, the coughing and laughter the chorus, and the icy wind the backdrop. Yet the play was endless, without an intermission, and the actors never received applause. They worked in lines, crouched along the banks, each one absorbed in her own misery but still tethered to the rhythm of the group. Conversation was the only luxury they could afford. Stories drifted across the water, complaints about husbands who drank too much, gossip about neighbors, tales of children too ill to rise from bed. The river became not just a workplace, but a confessional, a place where secrets spilled as freely as soap suds. Ironically, many of the most scandalous stories in medieval towns likely began among washerwomen, not in castles or taverns. When you spend hours beating the dirt out of fabric, it seems only natural to beat the dirt out of people's reputations too. The camaraderie was real, but it was also fragile. Hunger had a way of turning friends into rivals. Competition for clients was fierce, and disputes sometimes broke out over who had the right to wash which noble's garments. Insults flew, fists followed, and the riverbank turned into a battleground. It's almost comical to imagine women drenched head to toe, wielding damp shirts like weapons, shouting curses while villagers pretended not to watch too closely. But beneath the comedy was desperation, for every lost client meant fewer coins, and fewer coins meant empty stomachs. Children added another layer to this chaos. Too young to be left alone, they clung to their mother's skirts or splashed dangerously near the current. Some were roped into helping, their small hands wringing out cloth twice their size. Childhood was cut short at the river, replaced by labor long before the body was ready. There is something heartbreaking in the image of a child trying to mimic the motions of her mother, her laughter mingling with the sound of stones, unaware that the game she played would one day chain her to the same fate. And then there were the accidents, the sudden moments when routine turned deadly. A slip on wet rocks, a skirt caught in the current, a child tumbling into the water while his mother's hands were too full to grab him. The river swallowed its victims without hesitation, and their absence the next morning was barely remarked upon. Work did not wait for morning. The irony is sharp. Women who spent their lives preventing filth from clinging to garments could not prevent the river from clinging to their very lives. For those who survived the hazards, the toll was still enormous. The act of carrying heavy baskets up slippery banks left spines twisted, knees ruined, and joints permanently swollen. Nights were spent groaning on straw mats, muscles too sore to stretch, and yet dawn always dragged them back to the water. Pain became so constant it no longer even counted as pain. It was simply the background noise of existence. Some women even joked that if they ever woke up without aches, they'd assume they were already dead. Humor, again, stitched itself into their suffering, because laughter was the only medicine that did not cost money. What made the scene all the more brutal was how visible it was. Washerwomen worked in public, their misery laid bare for everyone to witness. Unlike servants hidden in kitchens or behind castle walls, they toiled in open view. Villagers passed them daily, sometimes offering pitying glances, more often hurling jests. Men leaned over bridges and shouted obscenities, amused by the sight of bent backs and soaked skirts. Children pointed and laughed as if the women were curiosities rather than human beings. Invisibility might have been kinder, but their suffering was always on display and somehow still unseen. And yet, despite this public humiliation, washerwomen carried an unspoken strength. They were the silent backbone of society, invisible architects of cleanliness, protectors of dignity for people who never acknowledged them. A noble could attend mass in immaculate garments, and no one thought of the woman who had frozen her fingers to whiten them. A bride could walk down the aisle in a spotless gown, and no one imagined the hours of pounding and scrubbing that went into erasing every speck of dirt. Respectability was built on their backs, though their names never appeared in the stories. The riverbanks over time became etched with their presence. the stones smoothed by years of fabric slamming against them, the mud worn into grooves by knees pressed endlessly into the earth. Even nature bore witness to their suffering, reshaped by their labor, and when one considers how entire towns depended on them, it becomes almost absurd to think of how little value they were given. They were treated as expendable, replaceable, as though human beings were just another tool of the trade. But tools eventually break, and people eventually fade. The laughter by the river always had an edge to it, as though the women knew the joke was on them. They could laugh at nobles, at each other, at the absurdity of life, but they could not escape the truth, that they were trapped in a cycle as merciless as the current itself. And as their stories carried on the wind, mingling with the spray of the river, there was always a lingering weight that hinted at something deeper, a cruelty that extended beyond the riverbanks, into the very structures of the society that had condemned them to kneel in the mud for a lifetime. Respect was a luxury few washerwomen could ever afford. In the medieval world, the worth of a person was measured by what could be seen, not by what was endured. Clean clothes, polished shoes, and a dignified posture bought a person honor in the public square, but the women who produced those appearances remained invisible, or worse, branded as shameful. Their work was so intimate, handling undergarments, scrubbing stains from bedsheets, that society reduced them to the dirt they removed. The paradox is sharp. They gave dignity to others while being denied it themselves. The marketplace was a cruel mirror of this hierarchy. A noble woman could glide through the stalls, her silk sleeves spotless, admired by everyone she passed. Yet those same sleeves had been beaten against a rock by a woman whose own sleeves were stiff with mildew. Washerwomen walked those same streets, dripping baskets, digging into their shoulders. But instead of admiration, they received jeers. Children ran after them, mocking their smell. Shopkeepers frowned if they paused too close to their doors. It was as if carrying the visible traces of labor made them untouchable. People craved the illusion of purity, but recoiled from the reminder of how it was made. Even language betrayed them. Insults in many medieval towns included calling someone a laundress, implying not just poverty but moral looseness. To scrub clothes by the river, bent over with skirts wet and clinging to the body, was seen as indecent, exposing too much to the male gaze. Men joked about it, of course. How could they resist when women were forced into such vulnerable positions? But the laughter was at the women's expense, cementing reputations that followed them far beyond the riverbanks. It is almost laughable, in the tragic sense, that society sexualized women for doing grueling labor while condemning them for the very image it forced upon them. The church was no gentler. Priests sometimes preached that washerwomen embodied sloth or sin, claiming their laughter at the riverbank was the devil's chorus. As if joy and suffering were an offense. Women who worked with their hands were considered dangerous to morality, their gossip a potential poison to communities. And yet, ironically, clerics still demanded their garments be laundered, their vestments scrubbed until white as snow. It's hard not to see the hypocrisy. Salvation draped in fabrics washed by women labeled as sinners. If heaven required spotless robes, then surely washerwomen had a place at its gates, even if no priest would ever admit it. Marriage prospects reflected this stigma. Few men of higher trades wanted to marry washerwomen, fearing the association with dirt and poverty. Many ended up with laborers equally downtrodden, creating households that struggled to survive from one meal to the next. Daughters often inherited not just the work, but the shame, branded before they even knelt at the river. A young girl could be mocked in schoolyards simply because her mother washed laundry, as if misery itself were hereditary. And perhaps it was, not by blood, but by the chains of reputation that tied one generation to the next. Still, reputation was not only a burden, it was also a hidden weapon. Washerwomen knew things. They touched garments too personal to ignore, stains too revealing to misinterpret. A dress marked by blood at the wrong time of month told of pregnancy or illness. A nobleman's cloak reeking of perfume betrayed a lover. Knowledge was a dangerous currency, and washerwomen traded it carefully. Gossip at the riverbank could topple reputations, and sometimes it did. This fragile power gave them leverage, though it rarely improved their lives. After all, knowing a secret does not put bread on the table, but it might keep a cruel client from withholding payment. Their jokes, biting and clever, were often the only rebellion they could afford. A laundress might mutter, "Strange how the priest's robes smell of ale," or "This noble must wrestle pigs in his free time." The laughter spread among them like fire, brief but warm. Humor transformed the stigma into satire, mocking the very people who mocked them. If dignity was denied, defiance took its place. In those moments, the riverbank became more than a workplace. It became a stage for resistance, one where the powerless carved out small victories in laughter. Yet no matter how sharp their words, the world's judgment clung heavier than any wet cloth. When they walked home at night, their backs bent, their bodies sore, their reputations trailed behind them like shadows. Neighbors saw them as carriers of filth, potential temptresses, or simply failures. There was no monument to their endurance, no honor to their sacrifice. They lived and died in anonymity, while the garments they washed were paraded in churches, courts, and weddings as symbols of purity. It is almost grotesque to realize that the cleanest images of medieval society were built on the dirtiest reputations. And beneath that grotesque irony lay a deeper cruelty, for the weight of stigma did not stop at words or gossip. It seeped into opportunities, marriages, friendships, even salvation. It shaped not just how others saw them, but how they saw themselves. And when the last garment was hung, when the riverbank finally emptied, the silence that followed carried more than exhaustion. It carried the unspoken truth that the greatest burden they bore was not the basket on their backs, but the reputation that clung to them long after the clothes were gone. The graveyards of medieval towns held no grandeur for washerwomen. While nobles were laid to rest beneath carved effigies and priests beneath vaulted stone, the women who had spent their lives bent over rivers were lowered quietly into shallow pits. Wooden crosses marked their names, if their families could afford even that. Rain, rot, and time erased them quickly, so that within a season or two, no one could find where a particular woman had been buried. Death did not bring dignity, it brought invisibility, a final echo of the same anonymity they had endured in life. Funerals themselves were hurried affairs, families too poor to spare coin for candles, or priests often gathered in silence, wrapping the body in whatever cloth they could find, sometimes even in the rags their mother had washed days before. A few muttered prayers, a handful of earth, and then life marched on. Work demanded it, children still needed food, and laundry still piled up at the riverbank. In fact, some women returned to the water the very next morning after burying a friend or sister. Mourning had to fit around the rhythm of survival, as if grief were a luxury only the wealthy could afford. The absence of ritual mattered, because rituals anchor memory. Nobles passed into history through songs, inscriptions, and painted glass, but washerwomen passed only into soil. Their stories lived briefly on the lips of other women at the riverbank, fading with each season until even those whispers dissolved. It is almost comedic, in a grim way, to think that the linens they had scrubbed white might last longer than their names. Some garments were stored for generations in noble households, while the women who had cleaned them were forgotten before the cloth itself frayed. Children of washerwomen carried the heaviest grief, for they lost not only their mothers, but their childhoods in the same moment. A daughter barely tall enough to reach the stones might find herself forced into work days after her mother's burial. There was no transition, no pause, just the transfer of burden. Her grief became soaked into the garments she now had to wash, each stain a reminder of the hands no longer there to guide her. Sons, too, felt the weight, though they were often pushed into fields or workshops instead of the river. Yet the stigma remained because the shadow of a washerwoman's grave stretched across her entire family. Communities themselves rarely paused to acknowledge these deaths. At most, a neighbor might comment that another laundress had worn herself out, as if exhaustion were a crime rather than a consequence. There was little shock, for early death was expected. Washerwomen were not thought of as lives cut short, but as bodies fulfilling their natural sentence. This normalization of suffering is chilling because it reveals how entire societies can accept injustice simply by naming it destiny. And if one pauses to think, isn't that still how many dismiss the suffering of the poor today, by calling it just the way things are? Despite this anonymity, death among washerwomen carried its own quiet rebellion. Some were known to leave behind notes or whispered requests, telling their daughters not to let the river claim them. A few begged for their children to find any path other than laundry, even if it meant sweeping floors or working in kitchens. These small pleas were acts of resistance, attempts to break a cycle that felt eternal, and though most daughters still found themselves at the river, the act of wishing for escape itself showed a spark of defiance. Humor, strangely enough, crept even into funerals. Some women joked that washerwomen went to heaven faster because they were already halfway drowned on earth. Others quipped that St. Peter probably recognized them by the smell before he saw their faces. It may sound disrespectful, but laughter was a way of reclaiming control over death. If the grave robbed them of dignity, they could at least rob death of solemnity. In those moments, even grief turned into a weapon. Yet the laughter never erased the silence that followed. Graves grew weeds, names were forgotten, and the cycle of labor swallowed up memory. What remains haunting is the thought that the nobility who wore the garments washed by these women may have walked past their unmarked graves without ever knowing. The same priest who condemned them from the pulpit might have been buried in robes scrubbed spotless by their hands. Respect in death was as stratified as respect in life, and washerwomen had no ladder to climb. And still, the story does not end there, for death did not erase the impact of their lives. The very fabric of medieval cleanliness, the obsession with spotless garments as a sign of status, rested on their bent backs. Their graves may have been shallow, but their legacy was deep, stitched invisibly into the culture of the time. Every noble wedding, every church procession, every market day filled with bright garments bore their fingerprints, though history refused to write their names. That contradiction, the forgotten women whose labor defined memory, makes their story linger like a ghost, one that refuses to fade completely. Because what truly haunts us is not just the silence of their graves, but the thought of what came after. For even if their bodies lay still beneath the earth, the river kept flowing, the laundry kept piling, and other women stepped into the same misery, repeating the cycle without end. And if we listen closely, beneath the sound of water rushing over stone, perhaps we can still hear their laughter, their coughing, their whispered prayers, reminding us that history often buries the very voices we should have remembered most. Coin was the cruel master of the washerwoman's world, and it was always in short supply. Payment for hours bent over rivers, hands cracked and bleeding, backs twisted from carrying baskets, came in the form of a few copper pieces, sometimes not even that. Wages were so meager that they barely stretched to bread, and bread itself was hardly enough to keep a family alive. The irony was sharp. They provided spotless garments for nobles who feasted on roasted meats and fine wines, while they themselves often went to bed hungry, chewing on crusts so hard they could break a tooth. One wonders if the wealthy ever stopped to think that their silk robes were washed by women who couldn't afford salt to flavor their porridge. The economy of washing clothes was brutally simple. Payment was per load, not per hour, and clients could haggle shamelessly. A noble might complain that his linen shirt was not white enough, using that as an excuse to pay half. A merchant's wife could claim she found a stain still visible, demanding free work next time. Washerwomen had no leverage to argue. Refusal meant losing the client altogether. And so they nodded, bit their lips, and took the coins, already knowing it wasn't enough to cover the week's expenses. If capitalism had inventors, washerwomen were its earliest victims. Even when coins were given, they did not last. Rent for a shack, grain for bread, wood for the fire, all swallowed wages whole. Families often survived by stretching meals with watered-down soups or gathering weeds and wild roots to boil into something resembling stew. Children learned early that hunger was as much a part of life as the river. Some washerwomen tried to take in extra work, mending garments at night by candlelight, their swollen fingers clumsy with needle and thread. Yet no matter how many hours they added, the arithmetic of poverty never balanced. The math was always the same: too little in, too much out. Theft was a constant accusation, even when it was baseless. Nobles often suspected washerwomen of stealing buttons, trimming scraps of cloth, or keeping a fine piece of linen. Of course, most women would never dare, for the punishment was severe, sometimes even fatal. But desperation occasionally drove one to snip a small patch of fabric to use as a bandage, or a single piece of thread to repair her child's clothing. If caught, her reputation was ruined, and she could lose all her clients at once. It is bitterly comic, then, that nobles accused washerwomen of theft while refusing to pay them fairly in the first place. Who, truly, was stealing from whom? Money troubles extended into their homes, creating friction within families. Husbands often worked as laborers or peasants, equally underpaid, and the combined earnings still weren't enough. Arguments flared in tiny cottages, voices raised over who had failed to bring in more. Some husbands drank away their wages, leaving their wives to shoulder the burden of feeding children with what little they had. In those cases, washerwomen not only carried laundry, but entire households. And when frustration boiled over, some would laugh bitterly and say, "At least the river never drinks the beer." Humor softened the sting of resentment, though only just. Children bore the brunt of this poverty. Malnutrition stunted growth, illnesses spread quickly in cramped huts, and education was rarely an option. A few lucky boys might learn basic letters if a priest took pity, but girls, especially daughters of washerwomen, were destined for the riverbank. Childhood was less about play and more about survival, and many grew up measuring happiness not in toys or games, but in whether supper that night was more than bread soaked in water. The cycle of poverty was self-perpetuating, passed down like a curse with each generation. Yet, strangely enough, the washerwomen's misery propped up the image of wealth in others. Nobles could wear pristine garments and appear civilized precisely because someone else had absorbed the cost of keeping them clean. Respectability was, in truth, outsourced poverty. A nobleman might boast of his immaculate appearance, but his pride was built on the cracked hands of the woman who had washed his clothes. That hypocrisy was never acknowledged, but everyone at the riverbank knew it well. They joked that nobles walked taller, not because of their wealth, but because they never had to stoop by the river. Even barter sometimes replaced coin. Clients might offer scraps of food, broken tools, or old garments instead of money. A piece of cheese too hard to chew, a loaf of bread already stale, or a tunic full of holes, all presented as payment. Washerwomen accepted because refusing meant losing even that. They patched the tunics, softened the bread and soup, and fed the scraps to their children because survival demanded it. In that sense, they became masters of resourcefulness, recycling misery into sustenance. And while nobles laughed at their poverty, they themselves would have starved long ago had they been forced to live on such terms. And always, hanging above this fragile existence was the looming shadow of debt. If illness struck, if a husband lost work, if rent rose, there was no buffer. Borrowing meant entering into chains of obligation that could last for years. Debt collectors showed no mercy, stripping families of what little they owned, sometimes even taking their homes. Imagine being thrown out of a shack with children in tow, all because the money from washing 20 loads of linen wasn't enough to cover rent. The cruelty was systemic, not personal, and washerwomen understood this, though understanding did not lighten the blow. All of this points to a chilling truth. Their poverty was not accidental, but structural. It wasn't that washerwomen failed at managing money. It was that society ensured they never had enough of it. They were kept deliberately at the bottom, indispensable yet undervalued, their labor treated as natural rather than worthy of reward. And when they died young, when their children inherited the same burden, the world shrugged, as if that was simply the way of things. But behind every shrug, every coin withheld, lay a story of survival paid in advance, with interest collected in flesh rather than gold. And that price was always higher than anyone outside the riverbanks cared to admit. The washerwoman's day began before the sun even dared to rise. In the silence of dawn, when the town still slept under blankets of mist, she was already hauling baskets onto her shoulders, trudging toward the river with steps so practiced they seemed inherited rather than learned. The streets were quiet, but not for her. Every uneven stone jarred her spine. Every shadow was a reminder that her day started earlier and ended later than most. Sleep was never enough, and meals were too meager to give her strength. Still, she pressed on, because laundry never waited. In a strange way, the rooster crowed not to wake the town, but to remind her she was already late. Once at the river, the ritual began. Knees in mud, fingers in ice, back bent like a bowstring ready to snap. Hours passed in the rhythm of cloth against stone, the steady percussion of survival. There was no pause button, no coffee break, no chance to stretch and breathe deeply without risking falling behind. It is almost comic to imagine people today complaining about sitting too long at their desks, when washerwomen would have gladly traded riverbanks for office chairs, even the uncomfortable ones that squeak. At least office chairs don't steal the skin from your hands. The workload was relentless. Mountains of garments piled high, each one heavier than the last, and each client expecting perfection. A noble's cloak stained with wine, a merchant's shirt yellowed with sweat, a priest's vestments reeking of incense and mildew. Every piece carried its own stubborn defiance. Washerwomen became experts at improvisation. Vinegar for one stain, ash for another, urine for the most stubborn. Their knowledge was encyclopedic, though no one honored them as experts. It is striking to realize that medieval medicine often looked to rivers and herbs for cures, yet washerwomen wielded the same tools daily without anyone calling them healers. Perhaps healing cloth simply mattered less than healing flesh, though both were essential for appearances. The sheer repetition made time blur. Days melted into weeks, weeks into years, until the seasons themselves became measured not by harvests or festivals, but by the way the work changed. Winter meant breaking ice to dip fabric into currents. Summer meant clothes drying faster, but also the unbearable stench of sweat-soaked garments baking in the sun. Spring brought floods that swept baskets away. Autumn brought cold winds that cut straight through damp clothing. The cycle was so predictable that washerwomen could tell the month by the ache in their bones, the same way farmers judged it by crops. Their calendars were written not in ink, but in calluses. Evenings brought no relief. After returning home with coins or scraps in hand, there was still cooking to be done, children to feed, and sometimes garments to mend by firelight. Sleep, when it finally came, was shallow, interrupted by coughs or the sound of a child crying in hunger. And before her body could recover, dawn returned, dragging her back to the river. The circle repeated endlessly until the days became indistinguishable from one another. Some women joked that if they ever awoke in paradise, they'd still expect to see a pile of dirty linen waiting for them by the gates. It was dark humor, but perhaps it wasn't far from the truth. The physical exhaustion blended with mental fatigue. Minds dulled under constant strain, yet imagination still flickered. Women invented songs to keep rhythm while scrubbing, or riddles to distract children. They whispered gossip, not out of malice, but to make the hours pass. In those conversations, dreams slipped through. Dreams of leaving the river behind, of owning a small shop, of resting without guilt. Dreams that rarely came true, but still lingered like faint perfume, stubborn against the stink of reality. And maybe that's what kept them going. The ability to conjure a what if, even when what is pressed down like a stone. What made the exhaustion worse was its invisibility. Nobles saw only clean garments delivered, never the nights of aching joints or mornings of stiffened lungs. Husbands sometimes dismissed the labor as women's work, as if it required less strength than tilling fields or swinging hammers. Society itself looked down on them, labeling them dirty, even as their work provided the very image of cleanliness others relied on. It's almost absurd enough to laugh at. A man could strut through town in spotless linen admired for his appearance, while the woman who had scrubbed the dirt from his shirt walked beside him, ignored or mocked for smelling of the river. Still, humor persisted, because without it, despair would drown them faster than the current. Washerwomen teased one another about wrinkles deep enough to store secrets, about arms so strong they could wring the neck of a chicken without breaking a sweat. They laughed about their clients, too, imagining nobles staining their garments in ridiculous ways. tripping into chamber pots, spilling stew across their laps, sneezing wine through their noses. Laughter bent the back a little less, if only for a moment. And in those moments, exhaustion turned into something almost bearable. Yet the truth could not be hidden for long. Exhaustion was more than tiredness. It was erosion. Each day chipped away at flesh, at bone, at spirit, until nothing remained but a shell moving through the motions. A woman of 30 looked twice her age, her hair graying, her teeth gone, her eyes hollowed. Some collapsed at the riverbank, unable to rise again. Others faded slowly, each day carrying less of themselves home. And through it all, the work continued, as if their absence meant nothing. For the river did not pause, the laundry did not stop piling, and exhaustion itself became the most faithful companion of all. And when that companion grew too heavy, it was not the silence of sleep that waited, but something darker still, an inevitability that loomed in the background of every life by the river, promising that even exhaustion had an end, and that end would come far sooner than anyone deserved. The riverbanks were not only places of labor, but also of inheritance. Poverty was a legacy passed down as reliably as eye color or the shape of a chin. A washerwoman's daughter was almost destined to kneel where her mother had knelt, dipping her own hands into the same icy currents, carrying baskets along the same muddy paths, and inhaling the same rot that had worn down generations before her. It wasn't simply that they lacked options. It was that society had already written their story before they were even old enough to read it. Childhood became less a time of innocence and more a rehearsal for survival. Girls watched their mothers with the sharp eyes of apprentices. At first, they carried smaller buckets or wrung out lighter garments, mimicking the motions like children playing a game. But the game quickly hardened into duty. By the age of 10, their fingers were already raw, their backs sore, their laughter interrupted by coughs that sounded too old for their years. Imagine a child today still learning multiplication tables while, in another century, her counterpart was calculating how much linen could be wrung out before nightfall. That cruel arithmetic shaped entire lifetimes before they had truly begun. Mothers, though hardened by suffering, often tried to shield their daughters from the full weight of the work. They wrapped their hands in cloth to spare them from the harsh soap, told them stories to distract them from the cold, or sent them to fetch water instead of scrubbing. But poverty was relentless, and protection could only last so long. Hunger pressed on families with a logic sharper than love. By adolescence, daughters were fully part of the Riverside chorus, their laughter indistinguishable from the weary jokes of older women. Generational boundaries blurred, because exhaustion aged them all equally. Sons were not exempt from this inheritance, though their paths diverged. Many boys of washerwomen became laborers, porters, or apprentices in lowly trades. Yet the stigma followed them, for everyone in town knew their mother's profession. A boy might try to rise above, learning a craft or joining a militia, but whispers always reminded him of his origins. Respect was harder to win when your family's life had been spent kneeling in mud. In this sense, poverty was not just economic, but social. A tattoo that could not be washed away no matter how many garments your mother had scrubbed. The cruelest part of this cycle was how normal it felt to those within it. Children did not always dream of escape, because the river was all they knew. A daughter might sigh at the cold water, but she accepted it the way others accepted winter. A son might complain about hunger, but he laughed when his friends did too. Misery, when shared, can disguise itself as ordinary life. It is almost comical, in a bitter way, to think that the greatest tool of oppression was not chains or whips, but familiarity. If you repeat suffering enough times, it becomes tradition, and tradition was reinforced at every level of society. Towns relied on washerwomen, so no one encouraged them to break the cycle. Priests preached about contentment, urging the poor to accept their station with humility. Nobles expected their clothes cleaned as a right, not a service. Even neighbors, equally poor, mocked washerwomen's families to distract from their own miseries. Each voice whispered the same message. This is who you are, and this is who you will always be. Breaking free required more than strength. It required imagination, the audacity to believe in a life you had never seen. Still, small acts of rebellion sparked across generations. Some daughters refused to marry men as poor as their fathers, hoping to claw their way into kitchens or weaving workshops instead of rivers. A few sons ran away to towns, where their mother's name carried less weight, carving out new lives as soldiers or sailors. These escapes were rare, but they mattered. They proved that the cycle was not unbreakable, only mercilessly strong. And each story of escape was whispered at the riverbanks like a folk tale, half envy and half hope. The inheritance of poverty was also the inheritance of resilience. Children raised in hardship learned to endure, to adapt, to laugh in the face of suffering. They were resourceful in ways wealthier children never had to be. A daughter could make a toy from scraps of fabric. A son could build a sling from river reeds. Laughter bubbled up in moments when nothing seemed funny, because humor was the only inheritance poverty could not strip away. Some might even argue that washerwomen gave their children the only true wealth they had, strength disguised as survival. But resilience came at a cost. It bent backs early, lined faces too soon, and left little room for dreams. Children who inherited the river rarely lived long enough to see grandchildren. The cycle not only consumed their youth, but also their futures, ensuring that what was passed down was not only poverty, but shortened lifespans. In this way, the river claimed entire bloodlines, carrying names and bodies away with the same indifference it carried stains. And beneath all of this lingered a deeper truth, that inheritance was not just about work or poverty, but about invisibility. Families of washerwomen disappeared from history almost as completely as they disappeared from graveyards. Their names were not carved into stone, their stories not written in books. What they left behind was intangible, soaked into the fabric of society, but never acknowledged. It is haunting to imagine how many generations lived and died this way. Their only memorial, the crisp garments of people who never knew their names. And that silence carried its own kind of weight, one heavier than any basket, pressing down not only on the living, but on the memory of what was lost. Religion wrapped itself around every aspect of medieval life, and washerwomen were no exception. Faith was both a comfort and a weapon, offering hope, while at the same time tightening the chains of resignation. In the church's sermons, suffering was painted as holy, poverty as a test, and endurance as the path to salvation. For washerwomen, this meant their aching backs, their bleeding hands, and their shallow breaths were not just daily burdens, but supposedly part of God's design. Imagine kneeling in freezing mud all day, only to be told by a priest on Sunday that your misery was evidence of divine favor. One can almost hear the bitter laughter that must have bubbled in their throats. Favor never seemed to pay for bread. The irony was thick. Clergy members preached humility and purity, yet their vestments required constant laundering, spotless and gleaming for processions and rituals. Guess who scrubbed those garments until their knuckles cracked? The same women who were told they were dangerously close to sin simply because they gossiped while they worked. It is almost comic in its hypocrisy. Holiness draped in robes that carried the sweat and blood of women condemned for being too worldly. And yet, washerwomen still bowed their heads in church, crossing themselves, whispering prayers for health, for food, for their children. Faith was the only medicine cheaper than vinegar. At the riverside, religion took on its own flavor. Women sang hymns between loads, half in devotion, half in defiance. One might mutter a prayer over her child's fever while scrubbing a noble's sheets, bargaining with heaven as if the dirtier the laundry, the quicker God would listen. Others turned sacred rituals into jokes, quipping that baptism felt redundant when you spent half your life submerged in icy rivers. Humor softened the edges of faith, transforming sermons into something more human, more bearable. Because while priests promised salvation in the next life, washerwomen needed strength for this one. Superstition blended with faith, weaving itself into their daily routines. Some women tied charms around their wrists to ward off illness, whispered blessings over baskets before leaving home, or avoided washing on certain saints' days for fear of bad luck. Rivers themselves carried sacred meaning, seen as purifying, cleansing, sometimes even dangerous with spirits lurking beneath the surface. When a garment slipped away into the current, it wasn't just cloth lost. It was interpreted as a sign, a warning, perhaps even a punishment. These beliefs gave structure to chaos, offering explanations for accidents that otherwise felt unbearably random. Confession added another layer of complexity. Washerwomen were expected to confess sins, but what sins could they possibly name? Complaining too much about hunger? Laughing too loudly at the riverbank? Priests scolded them for envy, for gossip, for bitterness. Yet, who wouldn't feel envy when scrubbing a gown worth more than a lifetime of wages? Who wouldn't gossip when the only entertainment came from the stains on noble underwear? And bitterness, well, bitterness was practically part of the job description. Confession became less about absolution and more about performance, one more burden carried like wet cloth on their shoulders. Religion also reinforced their invisibility. Saints' lives were recorded in colorful manuscripts, their miracles sung in ballads, their images painted on church walls. But the women who washed those saintly vestments, who froze their bodies keeping churches respectable, were never mentioned. Holiness was a spectacle, and washerwomen were merely the backstage crew. They provided purity for others without being seen as pure themselves. It raises a strange question. If heaven was filled with spotless robes, how many of them had passed through washerwomen's hands before reaching the pearly gates? And yet, for all the contradictions, faith sustained them. Candles flickering on altars reminded them that light still pierced the darkness. Bells ringing across towns marked hours not only of prayer, but of survival, structuring their days in ways the river alone could not. Prayer beads, worn smooth by fingers as rough as stone, carried the weight of generations. Belief in an afterlife offered a kind of justice that this world refused them. If life was a river that drowned them slowly, then perhaps heaven was the first shore where they could finally rest. But faith also carried a dangerous edge. It pacified as much as it inspired. When told that their suffering was noble, washerwomen were less likely to rebel. When reminded that rewards awaited in heaven, they were less likely to demand fairness on earth. Religion soothed their wounds while justifying the very systems that inflicted them. And though they laughed, joked, and sang hymns with defiance, there lingered always the quiet acceptance that nothing would change until death. That tension between hope and resignation gave their lives a strange rhythm, one foot anchored in muddy rivers, the other in dreams of paradise. They scrubbed not only for coins, but for salvation, as if every garment cleaned was one step closer to redemption. And as they bent over icy waters, voices hoarse with prayer and laughter alike, they must have wondered whether heaven truly noticed, whether the God who watched sparrows fall also noticed the women who drowned slowly in plain sight. And that question, heavier than any basket, lingered with them always. If faith could not lift them from the river in life, would it at least carry them beyond it in death? Or would silence claim them once again, as it had in every other corner of their existence? If survival at the riverbank was already a slow sentence, the dangers that lurked in silence made it even harsher. Washerwomen lived under constant threat, not only from the water that could swallow them without warning, but also from the world around them, which seemed always eager to exploit their weakness. The river had no mercy. A slippery rock, a sudden current, or a gust of wind strong enough to unbalance a woman carrying a soaked bundle could mean drowning in seconds. Few people learned to swim, and even fewer cared to rescue a laundress swept downstream. Her disappearance might be marked only by a whisper at the next day's work, before baskets filled again as if nothing had happened. But it wasn't just nature conspiring against them. Human cruelty thrived along the river's edge. Men wandering by saw bent backs and wet skirts as invitations rather than evidence of grueling labor. The vulnerable posture of washerwomen made them easy targets for harassment. Jokes too crude to repeat in churches were tossed at them like stones, and sometimes the laughter turned to grabs and threats. They defended themselves with words sharper than any sword, spitting back insults, mocking men's pride, reminding them that nobility looked far less impressive with stains on their underwear. Still, fear lingered. In a world where law favored wealth and gender, washerwomen had little protection. Their labor exposed them not only to cold water, but to the constant risk of being reduced to prey. Even within their own communities, exploitation ran deep. Employers delayed payment, confident that desperation would keep the women working. Some demanded extra favors, staying late, mending torn garments, even scrubbing chamber pots, without offering a coin more. Refusal wasn't an option. Hunger left no room for dignity. A cruel irony unfolded. The cleaner a garment became, the dirtier the transaction often was. Respectability was bought with invisible stains of humiliation. The physical dangers were equally relentless. Rivers served as open sewers for towns, carrying waste from butchers, tanners, and households alike. Cuts and blisters on washerwomen's hands became portals for infection. Imagine plunging an open wound into a cocktail of urine, blood, and rot. The sting was immediate, but the sickness was slower, creeping through veins until fevers raged and strength collapsed. Women joked bitterly that they were washing both laundry and the town's sins, and that both were equally toxic. Their humor masked the truth. Many fell ill not from exhaustion alone, but from the poisoned rivers they were forced to serve. And still, they endured the elements. Winter's ice sliced through skin until fingers turned numb, leaving some unable to feel the cloth at all. Spring brought floods that swept away baskets, erasing hours of labor in seconds. Summer heat baked wet clothes so quickly that washerwomen fainted under the weight of dehydration. Autumn winds carried sickness that sank deep into their chests. There was no good season for them, only shifting varieties of torment. People today complain about the air conditioning breaking in midsummer. Washerwomen would have laughed bitterly at the thought that anyone considered climate control a necessity rather than a fantasy. The danger stretched even further into the invisible. By handling garments from every household, washerwomen were exposed to diseases that spread quietly through sweat, blood, and lice hidden in seams. Plague, fevers, rashes, all traveled with the linens they scrubbed. Some believed washerwomen were cursed, spreading illness rather than catching it, and they were shunned in outbreaks. In truth, they were the first victims. Their work connected them to every home, every sickness, every secret, leaving their bodies as silent bridges for contagion. It is chilling to think that the hands cleaning a noble's robe one day might be lowered into a grave the next, carrying the very illness she had unknowingly touched. The weight of danger did not end with their bodies. It reached into their families, into the fragile walls of their cottages. Children often played by the water while their mothers worked, and many were lost to the same currents that claimed adults. Husbands, equally burdened by poverty, sometimes turned bitter, lashing out at wives whose work could never stretch far enough to cover needs. Violence at home was another shadow, unspoken but always present. Washerwomen bore bruises from more than baskets, carrying silence as their heaviest garment. And society shrugged, because who would listen to the complaints of women already judged as dirty? Yet, despite the weight of constant danger, washerwomen carried themselves with a resilience that borders on defiance. They knew the risks, laughed at them, mocked them, and returned to the river anyway. Their jokes, however grim, revealed a strength that refused to collapse. One might laugh that she was married to the river, and the river is the worst husband of all, cold, abusive, and never satisfied. Another might quip that drowning wouldn't be so bad, as at least she wouldn't have to deliver laundry the next morning. Dark humor was their armor, allowing them to spit in the face of threats too large to defeat. What lingers most is the thought that the very society that needed them also endangered them. The nobility demanded spotless garments without ever considering the perils of producing them. The clergy wore immaculate vestments while condemning the women who washed them. Towns relied on the riverbanks as public laundries, but did nothing to make them safer. Washerwomen were left to fend for themselves in an environment that swallowed bodies, poisoned lungs, and scarred skin. They were expected to survive dangers that others never even had to notice. And through it all, the dangers became so normal that they disappeared from conversation. They were not tragedies to be mourned, but simply part of the job, part of the cycle of labor. When a woman fell sick, when another drowned, when a child was swept away, life carried on. The river swallowed the screams, and the town swallowed the memory. Yet the cycle repeated again and again, leaving behind not statues or songs, but only whispers carried on the water. And perhaps the cruelest danger of all was that silence itself, the risk not of drowning or disease, but of vanishing from history without a trace, leaving only clean garments as proof that you had ever lived. The washerwoman's life was not just a struggle against water, weight, and disease. It was also a war against silence. Her story rarely reached parchment, and when it did, it was filtered through the voices of men who mocked or dismissed her. Chroniclers filled pages with tales of kings, bishops, and merchants, but left no space for the women who bent their spines over rivers day after day. The irony was cruel. History recorded the silk gowns worn at banquets, describing their texture and embroidery in loving detail, yet not a single line was spared for the hands that had scrubbed those gowns clean. In the great theater of memory, washerwomen were cast as invisible stagehands, their names lost while the actors basked in applause. This absence shaped perception. To later generations, washerwomen seemed like background noise in paintings and manuscripts, their bent figures sketched along riverbanks as decoration rather than subjects. They appeared as symbols of toil, or worse, as comic relief in jokes told at taverns. One medieval satire mocked laundresses for gossiping so much that their tongues could wash garments faster than their hands. People laughed, forgetting, or choosing not to see, that those same tongues told the only truths the world refused to write. When humor replaces recognition, erasure becomes easier to accept. Even proverbs worked against them. Common sayings warned men to avoid marrying laundresses, claiming they were too talkative, too worldly, too rough. It is striking how language itself became a cage, locking these women into stereotypes that justified their exclusion. The public could admire spotless clothes while sneering at the women who produced them, as though the two were entirely unrelated. It is almost comic in its absurdity, praising the product while despising the producer, like admiring a feast while ridiculing the cook for smelling of onions. But invisibility was not total. Traces survived in unexpected places, small fingerprints of reality left in records that were never meant to honor them. A complaint in a court ledger about a laundress accused of damaging a nobleman's robe. A payment entry listing a handful of coins given for washing a priest's vestments. A will mentioning the woman by the river owed a debt for laundry left unpaid. These fragments reveal more than chronicles ever intended. That washerwomen were everywhere, woven into the fabric of society, even if no one thought them worthy of a proper name. And then there was art. While most depictions reduced them to background figures, some illuminated manuscripts included river scenes that unintentionally preserved their posture, their tools, their communal gatherings. In these illustrations, one sees the bent backs, the baskets, the rhythm of bodies hunched over water. Though stylized, they capture truths the text ignored. One could argue that the margins of history, the doodles, the side notes, the illustrations, hold more honesty than the grand narratives. For washerwomen, survival in the margins was the only kind of immortality they were allowed. This erasure also extended to memory within families. Daughters remembered their mothers, of course, but beyond a generation or two, names vanished. Oral traditions faded as survival consumed each new day. A child might recall her mother's laughter by the river, but her grandchildren would only remember hunger and cold, not the woman who had carried them through it. Poverty does not allow for archives, and so entire lineages dissolved into anonymity. History often celebrates kings for building monuments, but perhaps the greater feat was that of washerwomen, whose monuments were their children's survival, though even that crumbled into silence within decades. Society seemed almost determined to keep them invisible, because acknowledging them would mean confronting uncomfortable truths. To admit their importance would be to admit that respectability rested on exploited backs, that purity was manufactured by women condemned as impure. Erasure was not neglect, it was convenience. People could sleep better at night imagining their garments became clean by magic rather than by the cracked hands of women coughing by the river. It is easier to celebrate appearances when the suffering behind them is kept hidden. Yet invisibility breeds resilience of a different kind. Denied recognition, washerwomen carved space through humor, gossip, and memory passed between themselves. Their community by the river became an archive of sorts, one not bound in parchment but in stories, laughter, and curses shouted against the current. In that way, they preserved themselves where society refused to. If history would not remember them, they would remember each other. And sometimes that is stronger than ink, because stories spoken aloud echo longer than those kept locked in books no one reads. And still, the question remains, what do we lose when we allow invisibility to swallow lives whole? We gain neat, polished histories of noble courts, but lose the messy truths of survival. We remember the gowns, the feasts, the ceremonies, but forget the women who made them possible. Washerwomen remind us that history's silence is not neutral. It is selective, and it protects those who benefit from forgetting. Perhaps that is why their absence feels so loud. And in that loud absence, one feels a deeper wound because erasure itself becomes a form of danger. To be forgotten is to die twice, once in body and once in memory. Washerwomen died young, yes, but their second death, the one history inflicted, might be the crueler of the two. And it is in that silence, that deliberate void, that we begin to sense the greatest injustice of all, that the very people who carried society on their shoulders were never meant to be remembered at all, leaving behind only ghosts whispering through the rush of rivers that never stopped flowing. The river was not just a place of work, it was a stage where the whole community could watch. Washerwomen, unlike servants hidden in kitchens or seamstresses bent over work in dim workshops, carried out their labor in full view of neighbors, travelers, and strangers passing by. Their suffering became a kind of spectacle, normalized and even ridiculed. Bent backs and red hands became so common that people stopped seeing them as extraordinary, yet they were always noticed enough to be mocked. Imagine the contradiction, being both invisible as individuals and yet constantly on display, as if their misery were a public performance no one paid to see. Every passerby became a kind of audience. Men leaned on bridges, tossing crude remarks, commenting on the soaked skirts clinging to women's legs as though exhaustion were an invitation. Children shouted jokes from the banks, mimicking the motion of scrubbing with exaggerated slaps, laughing at their own impressions. Even women of higher classes glanced down their noses, their pity mingling with disdain, as though labor was a disease one might catch by staring too long. The washerwoman could not escape this gaze. Her work required exposure. She lived in the paradox of being ignored as a person, yet constantly judged as a figure. What made the spectacle sharper was that washerwomen became symbols of poverty in the public imagination. To see them hunched over rivers was to be reminded of hardship, and society preferred to laugh at hardship rather than confront. Plays and ballads often included caricatures of laundresses as loud, vulgar women, more interested in gossip than labor. Their cracked hands and tired voices were turned into punchlines, their resilience reduced to comedy. The audience roared with laughter, conveniently forgetting that the jokes were about real women freezing their skin off by the water. There is something absurdly cruel about laughing at someone who is quite literally keeping your underwear clean. The gossip that spread from the riverbank, however, gave washerwomen an odd kind of influence. Because they worked in public, they overheard everything. Merchants haggling nearby, priests passing on sermons, lovers sneaking glances on bridges. Their voices carried those stories into town, and soon everyone knew that laundresses were keepers of secrets. This made them both feared and ridiculed, their words dismissed as chatter, but listened to all the same. It is ironic, isn't it? People mocked them for gossiping, but still leaned in closer when they wanted to hear the latest scandal. The visibility of their labor also meant that their suffering could not be hidden. People saw the red skin, the hunched figures, the trembling arms, and yet, instead of sparking sympathy, this sight became normalized. If someone worked themselves to exhaustion in private, it might provoke concern. But when exhaustion is public and daily, it becomes background scenery, like a cracked wall no one bothers to repair. Washerwomen's fatigue was so constant that it became invisible in plain sight. And in that invisibility lay society's comfort. So long as the laundry was done, the suffering required to achieve it was irrelevant. Some washerwomen tried to reclaim this unwanted stage with humor. If men shouted at them from bridges, they shouted back sharper. If children laughed, they mocked them in return, pointing out dirty faces or ragged clothes. The riverbank, in those moments, turned into a verbal sparring ground, where wit became the only weapon available. Their jokes were often biting, sometimes scandalous, and always clever enough to remind the audience that they were not voiceless props, but women who saw the hypocrisy around them. In a sense, they turned their spectacle into theater of their own making, even if the tickets were paid only in laughter. The river itself added to the performance. The splash of garments, the hiss of wind, the cries of birds overhead, all combined to create a soundscape that marked washerwomen's presence. To outsiders, it was noise. To them, it was rhythm, a kind of music that dictated the tempo of their day. And yet, this rhythm was also a trap. It repeated endlessly, season after season, until lives felt like loops of the same scene played on repeat. The stage never changed, only the actors, one woman gone, another stepping into her place. This visibility carried risk too. Because they worked in public, washerwomen were always vulnerable to theft, harassment, or violence. Baskets could be snatched, wages stolen, dignity trampled. Their workplace was not protected by walls. It was exposed to whatever cruelty passed by. And still, they returned each morning, because the river was both their prison and their lifeline. The audience might jeer, but without the performance, there would be no bread on the table at night. Perhaps the most haunting part of this public existence was the way it etched itself into memory. Townspeople might not remember a washerwoman's name, but they remembered the sight of bent backs along the river. That image became a kind of collective symbol of poverty, so familiar it no longer required explanation. And when those women died young, their absence barely rippled in the current, because others quickly filled their place. The spectacle continued uninterrupted, as if the performers themselves had never mattered, only the act of performance. And in that continuity lay the greatest cruelty of all. Washerwomen were condemned not only to labor in public, but to fade in public too. Their lives played out before the eyes of their communities, yet their deaths were met with silence, their names lost, while the memory of their posture, bent, wet, weary, remained burned into the collective imagination. They had been seen every day, and yet, in truth, they were never truly seen at all. If the riverbank was their workplace, the home was their second battlefield. After hours of scrubbing, wringing, and caring, washerwomen returned to cottages that were far from restful. The dampness followed them indoors, clothes hanging from rafters, steam filling cramped spaces, and mold creeping into the corners of straw mattresses. It was as if the river itself refused to let go, haunting them long after they left its banks. The irony was bitter. Their lives revolved around cleaning, yet they lived in spaces where nothing ever felt truly clean. Poverty made sure of that. Meals were simple, and more often than not, disappointing. A pot of thin gruel, some blackened bread softened with water, perhaps a bit of cabbage or onions if luck was on their side. Meat was a rare guest at the table, and cheese an indulgence too costly for most. Children complained of hunger constantly, but parents grew used to ignoring their own stomachs so that little ones could eat. It is almost laughable, in a cruel way, to picture nobles feasting on roasted swans and spiced pies, while the very women who laundered their banquet clothes scraped burnt bits from the bottom of a pot, calling it dinner. Family life revolved around labor as much as it did around affection. Children were not just mouths to feed, but extra hands for work. From an early age, they learned to wring fabric, gather firewood, and haul water. Play was woven into chores, laughter echoing between tasks, but childhood ended far too quickly. A girl of 12 might already bear cracked hands identical to her mother's, her innocence soaked out of her skin by the same icy rivers. Sons were pushed toward labor in fields or workshops, but even they could not escape the shadow of poverty carried by their mothers. Entire families wore the badge of hardship whether they liked it or not. Marriages within this world were fragile things. Washerwomen often married laborers who faced the same struggles. Long days, low wages, and bodies worn thin by 30. Love might have sparked in youth, but by middle age, survival overshadowed romance. Quarrels broke out over money, over hunger, over exhaustion. Some husbands drank their wages away, leaving their wives to carry the heavier load. In those homes, laundry was not the only thing beaten senseless. Dignity often took blows too. And yet, not every story was bleak. Many families found ways to laugh in the dark, to tell stories by firelight, to cling to tenderness, even as the world conspired to strip it away. The household itself was a fragile structure, often one-room shacks with leaking roofs and dirt floors. Smoke from fires clung to everything, making eyes sting and lungs ache. In winter, the cold seeped through the walls, leaving families huddled together under ragged blankets, their breath visible in the air. In summer, the heat turned the huts into ovens, especially when wet laundry hung across beams to dry. Privacy was non-existent. Love, arguments, illness, and death all played out in the same small space, a constant reminder that poverty shrinks not only your choices, but also your walls. Yet, despite the suffocation, home remained the center of their emotional lives. Washerwomen, no matter how exhausted, tried to create moments of joy. A lullaby sung while rocking a child, a joke told while mending a shirt, a story whispered about saints or fairies to distract from hunger pangs. These were the small victories of family life. Laughter was currency when coins ran out, and sometimes the very absurdity of their situation provided the humor. A child might ask why they couldn't live in the manor they washed for, and a mother would reply with a smirk, because then who would wash for us? It was comedy sharpened by truth, the kind that let them survive another day. But the constant labor strained even love. Intimacy between couples often faded under exhaustion. After a day of kneeling in rivers, carrying baskets, and tending to children, many women had nothing left to give at night but silence. Husbands, too, returned home broken by their own work, their backs bent from fields or carpentry. Romance was often replaced with snoring, though some would joke that snoring was at least proof that someone was still alive beside you. Even humor in these moments masked a deeper truth. Poverty steals not only food and health, but tenderness too. Community filled some of those gaps. Families of washerwomen often banded together, sharing food when one had nothing, watching each other's children, or pooling coins for a burial. Misery was easier to endure when carried in company. The river forged bonds that extended beyond the workplace, spilling into homes. Neighbors became extensions of family, gossip, a substitute for entertainment, and collective laughter, a rebellion against despair. Society may have branded them as dirty, but among themselves they found solidarity strong enough to keep hope alive, if only in fragments. Still, the strain never lifted. The home was not a sanctuary, but an extension of labor, a place where exhaustion and hunger lived side by side. The rhythm of family life was dictated by coins, by clients, by weather. Washerwomen dreamed of something better for their children, but dreams often withered beneath the weight of survival. And yet, those very dreams whispered in the cracks of every day. A mother's wish that her daughter would escape the river, a father's hope that his son might learn a trade beyond endless toil. Dreams so fragile they seemed almost foolish, and yet so powerful they refused to die. Because even within those crumbling walls, surrounded by damp laundry and coughing children, the washerwoman carried something larger than baskets or debts. She carried the stubborn will to keep her family alive against all odds. And that stubbornness, half despair, half love, was what made her story endure, even when written on no parchment, even when erased from every record. It is in the fragile heartbeat of family, the warmth of laughter and hunger, the courage of dreaming and hopelessness, that her humanity becomes undeniable. And it was precisely that humanity, born in the smallest corners of survival, that gave her life its weight, even if history refused to see it. A washerwoman's body aged faster than time itself. By the age of 25, many already carried the posture of old age, their spines bent into permanent arches, shoulders rounded as though still bearing invisible baskets. Wrinkles carved their faces early, not the gentle lines of laughter, but the deep furrows of strain and sleeplessness. Hair turned gray before its time, thinned by malnutrition and stress. A woman in her 30s could be mistaken for someone twice her age, and society treated her as such. Discarded, invisible, her youth spent, and her usefulness counted only in shirts scrubbed and coins earned. It was not just age, it was erosion, as if the river carved away their very years with every load. Teeth were among the first to go. Poor diets, constant illness, and the acidity of crude cleaning agents corroded enamel until chewing became a painful ordeal. Laughter was often delivered through half-hidden mouths, a habit born from embarrassment as much as from decay. People today spend fortunes whitening their teeth. But back then, a washerwoman was lucky to keep enough to chew bread by middle age. And when teeth failed, the body weakened further, because how can you keep strength when every bite is agony? Yet somehow they kept going, swallowing pain as they swallowed food, because survival demanded both. Hands were another marker of premature age. Swollen knuckles twisted with arthritis, fingers stiffened, and joints cracked so loudly they became a kind of soundtrack to daily life. Some joked their hands were like old gates, creaking every time they moved, though the humor was laced with bitterness. The cracks and swelling made even small tasks difficult. Sewing, feeding children, braiding hair. Yet they pressed on, for the river was not interested in excuses. The image of a 15-year-old daughter and a 40-year-old mother kneeling side by side at the bank, their hands nearly indistinguishable in their damage, is haunting proof of how time blurred under labor. The lungs betrayed them, too. Constant dampness, mold inhaled from wet cloth, and smoke from home fires layered sickness upon sickness. Coughs grew harsher with age, echoing through small cottages at night. Tuberculosis, pneumonia, and chronic bronchitis stole breath long before death arrived. To laugh often meant doubling over in wheezes, but they laughed anyway, because what else could they do? One might even joke that her cough kept rhythm with her scrubbing, turning her sickness into yet another form of work. Dark humor, yes, but it softened the despair of knowing each breath carried the weight of an ending. The eyes dulled quickly, strained by smoke, dim candlelight, and endless focus on fine stitches by night. Many washerwomen squinted through their work by 30, nearly blind by 40. This blindness was not only physical but metaphorical. Society itself refused to see them clearly. The cruel irony is almost unbearable. The women who kept others' appearances immaculate were themselves unseen, their fading vision mirroring the world's fading recognition of their worth. And then there were the legs, swollen from endless hours standing in rivers, muscles hardened yet riddled with pain. Varicose veins twisted across their calves like dark rivers etched into skin. By middle age, many could barely walk without wincing, yet walking was unavoidable. They trudged through mud with baskets on their backs, their steps dragging but steady. Some joked that their veins looked like maps, each twist and knot marking a road they'd never travel because their world ended at the riverbank. The humor masked the truth that each step cost them dearly, and each year stole more of their mobility. Society judged these prematurely aged bodies harshly. Washerwomen were mocked as unattractive, unworthy, sometimes even monstrous. Men avoided them unless for cruelty or exploitation. The irony is sharp. The very labor that destroyed their beauty was what made men's clothing crisp and appealing. Nobles dazzled in spotless garments, while the women who washed them were ridiculed for the toll those garments exacted. This is the hypocrisy of appearances, the illusion of refinement built on the decay of those never seen. Yet, even as bodies broke down, spirits often remained sharp. Older washerwomen became sources of wisdom at the riverbank, teaching younger ones tricks for stains, herbs for wounds, jokes to lighten the air. Their bodies were ruined, but their voices carried strength. Sometimes they teased younger women about their complaints. "Wait until your knees sound like church bells, the George," they'd say with a laugh. These small moments of mentorship transformed decay into legacy, reminding everyone that even broken bodies could produce strong voices. Premature aging did not just end lives early, it distorted the entire sense of time. Childhood ended at 10, adulthood by 15, old age by 35, and death often by 40. Imagine compressing a lifetime into half the years. It meant that dreams had to be lived quickly, if at all. A daughter's first laughter, a fleeting romance, a rare feast, all became precious because tomorrow was never promised. In this way, washerwomen lived lives both shorter and sharper, every moment heavy with urgency. And within that urgency lies the most haunting truth. Premature aging was not natural, nor inevitable. It was engineered. It was the product of poverty, of exploitation, of a society that demanded spotless garments and spotless reputations, while leaving the bodies that made them broken and spent. Washerwomen did not grow old quickly because time moved faster for them, but because the world had decided their years were worth less. And when the world shortens your life by half, the tragedy is not only in the years lost, but in the silence that follows, as if you had never lived them at all. Silence was perhaps the heaviest burden a washerwoman carried, heavier even than the dripping baskets that bent her spine. She lived, she worked, she aged, and she died. Yet her name rarely appeared in the records of her time. Chronicles celebrated kings, merchants, and saints, but they did not waste ink on the women who scrubbed away the dirt of the world. Even the poorest men had a greater chance of being remembered in a tax ledger or a guild roll. Washerwomen, by contrast, floated through history like shadows, leaving behind little more than whispers at the edges of rivers that never wrote anything down. This invisibility was not accidental. To acknowledge them fully would have been to admit an uncomfortable truth, that the shining appearances of medieval society, the spotless linens of priests, the dazzling gowns of noblewomen, the ceremonial robes of kings, all were made possible by the cracked hands and bent bodies of women deemed unworthy of recognition. History prefers its heroes clean, and so it erases the cleaners. It is almost comic, in a cruel way, that you can trace the ancestry of royal horses more easily than the lives of the women who made royal weddings look pristine. Occasionally, a trace of their existence slips through like a scrap of cloth caught on a thorn. A court case might record the name of a laundress accused of damaging a noble's robe, or a will might mention a small debt owed for washing services. But these moments of survival in the archives usually present them not as people, but as problems. Accused, owed, dismissed. Their humanity had to be reconstructed between the lines, and even then, the lines were stingy. It's like trying to understand an entire life from a laundry receipt, which, in some sense, is all we're left with. This silence has consequences. Because history ignored them, generations forgot them. Children of washerwomen remembered their mothers for a time, but as poverty forced them into their own survival, memories faded. By the third or fourth generation, names vanished, faces blurred, and what was left was only the symbol, the anonymous image of women bent over rivers. When memory is reduced to posture rather than person, the individuality of a life disappears. We remember the washerwoman as a type, not as Maria or Anne or Joan. And that is how entire bloodlines vanish without ever being noticed. Yet invisibility did not mean insignificance. The very absence of their voices reveals the structures of power. Silence itself becomes evidence. When you read a medieval chronicle praising a noble's spotless attire, the missing voice of the woman who cleaned it shouts louder than the words on the page. Her absence tells you everything about who was valued and who was not. It forces us to ask who kept society running while history applauded someone else. And maybe that is the real joke here, that historians praise the order of medieval life while erasing the very people whose labor made that order possible. What lingers in this silence is a sense of injustice, but also of resilience, because invisibility is never complete. Stories survived in gossip, in songs sung by the river, in jokes passed from mother to daughter. These were oral records, not written ones, but they carried truth just the same. They may not have built libraries, but they built communities. And in those communities, their laughter and complaints preserved what parchments refused. Think about it. The archives of kings are silent to us unless we open them, but the echoes of washerwomen laughing at the river might still be heard if we stand close enough and listen to the water. It is tempting to imagine how history might have looked if they had been recorded properly. What would their diaries have said if they had the luxury of parchment and ink? Perhaps they would have written about the absurdity of washing a gown worth more than their entire home, or about the bitterness of cleaning priestly vestments while being told they were sinful. Or maybe, just maybe, they would have written about joy too, about the rare feast, the joke that made them double over, the warmth of children huddled close on a winter night. Their silence robs us not only of tragedy, but of the full spectrum of their humanity. And that, perhaps, is the cruelest part. Because by erasing them, history allowed them to die twice, once in body and once in memory. A knight's name carved in stone could echo for centuries, but a washerwoman's life dissolved as quickly as the garments she cleaned. And yet, the irony is that their labor touched more lives than any knight's sword. They kept nobles presentable, priests respectable, and towns bearable. Their fingerprints lingered on the fabric of medieval life, even if ink refused to preserve them. So the silence, heavy as it is, speaks loudly if you know how to listen. It tells us who mattered, who didn't, and who was sacrificed to maintain appearances. It reminds us that behind every spotless robe there was a woman who was never meant to be remembered. And it forces us to confront a haunting question. If we do not remember them now, centuries later, are we not complicit in the very silence that swallowed them whole? And that thought lingers, demanding reflection, because once you start listening for voices erased by history, you begin to wonder how many others have been lost in the same silence. If misery had a rhythm, it was the sound of cloth slapping against stone, repeated endlessly until it became indistinguishable from breathing. The work of washerwomen was not just hard, it was relentless, an unbroken cycle that consumed body, mind, and time. From dawn to dusk, the routine chained them to rivers and basins, reducing entire lives to the endless choreography of soaking, scrubbing, wringing, and hauling. There were no seasons of rest, no generous pauses, no holidays free from obligation. Dirt, after all, had no calendar. When nobles spilled wine or merchants sweated through their shirts, washerwomen paid the price, their days absorbed into the demands of stains that always seemed more important than the people erasing them. Monotony gnawed as deeply as exhaustion. Each garment followed the same pattern: wet, beat, rinse, wring, over and over dozens of times a day, hundreds of times a week, thousands over a lifetime. It is almost comical to think of how modern people complain about folding laundry once a week when these women lived entire lives folding someone else's. For them, there was no choice. Laundry was not an inconvenience, it was existence. And existence itself was measured in piles that never shrank, because while one load dried, another arrived, heavier, dirtier, more demanding. The cycle did not just consume the body, it swallowed identity. Washerwomen became defined entirely by the act of cleaning. Townspeople referred to them not by name, but by trade: the laundress, the woman by the river. Their humanity dissolved into their task, as if they were extensions of the basins they used or the stones they scrubbed against. When people remembered them, if they remembered them at all, it was as anonymous figures bent over water. This reduction was dehumanizing, yet it also revealed a deeper cruelty. Society preferred them as symbols of labor rather than as people with desires, opinions, or dreams. Yet even monotony found ways to twist itself into danger. Kneeling for hours led to joints stiffening until standing felt like punishment. Wrists swelled from wringing heavy fabrics, backs locked from lifting dripping baskets, and shoulders ached so constantly that numbness became a kind of mercy. And because the work was never ending, there was no time to heal. An injury simply folded itself into the cycle, ignored until it worsened, because hunger left no room for rest. The river did not care if your hand bled, it only cared that another shirt needed scrubbing. Humor became the only tool sharp enough to cut through the monotony. Women joked that they could wring the soul out of the devil himself if he ever dared to bring his cloak to the river. Others laughed that their arms were so strong they could crush walnuts without a hammer, though walnuts were a luxury most of them rarely tasted. Jokes made repetition bearable, transforming routine into performance, a defiant laugh thrown in the face of endless labor. And though the laughter was often bitter, it still echoed louder than silence. The cycle also shaped their perception of time itself. For most, time was measured by festivals, feasts, or seasons. For washerwomen, time was measured in stains. A week was not 7 days, but 2 nobles' cloaks, 6 merchant shirts, and a priest's vestments. A year was marked not by harvest, but by how many winters they survived with cracked hands still able to wring cloth. Their calendars were written in laundry loads, their birthdays forgotten under piles of linen. When your life is consumed by cycles, even the passage of time loses individuality, becoming just another repetition. The routine, however, did more than exhaust. It erased ambition. Dreams of escape, of different work, of any life beyond the river, slowly faded beneath the weight of repetition. A girl might imagine freedom at 12, By 16, resign herself to laundry, and by 20, no longer bother dreaming at all. The cycle was not just physical, but psychological, grinding down hope until even imagination felt like wasted effort. It is haunting to realize that the greatest theft was not their labor, but their ability to picture a future beyond it. And yet, despite this crushing monotony, the cycle revealed the hidden resilience of the washerwoman. Each day she returned to the river, knowing it would be the same, knowing her body would ache, knowing nothing would change, and she still did it. That persistence, however tragic, was also extraordinary. To endure monotony without surrender is its own form of courage, one that history rarely recognizes because it prefers drama over drudgery. But sometimes the real heroism lies not in spectacular moments, but in the quiet endurance of cycles no one else could bear. Still, endurance could only stretch so far before breaking. The monotony that sustained life also consumed it, leaving nothing behind but exhaustion. And in that exhaustion, one begins to see the deeper cruelty. The cycle was not simply a personal burden, but a societal design, ensuring that washerwomen remained trapped, generation after generation, in the same unending rhythm. The river flowed, the garments piled, the cycle repeated, and the women caught within it found themselves not living lives, but serving them, until even their names were washed away by the current. The washerwoman's place in medieval society was shaped not only by the work she did, but also by the hierarchy she could never escape. She existed on the lowest rungs of a ladder that stretched high above her, with nobility at the top, merchants and craftsmen in the middle, and her kind pressed into the mud at the bottom. Yet the irony was that every step of that ladder depended on her hands. Nobles could not flaunt their wealth without clean garments, priests could not perform rituals without spotless vestments, and merchants could not appear respectable without linen free of sweat and grime. Still, the women who made all this possible were treated as if they were outside the social order altogether. Necessary but unwanted, essential but despised, respectability was the currency of the age, and washerwomen could not buy it. Their labor was public, visible, and associated with dirt. Society liked its work invisible, its suffering hidden. A servant scrubbing floors inside a manor might be poor, but she was still indoors, cloaked by the respectability of her employer's walls. A washerwoman, bent by the river, had no such shield. Her poverty was on display, her labor exposed, and her reputation eroded by the simple fact that everyone could see her misery. It is almost comical, in a bitter sense, how respectability depended less on what you did and more on whether anyone had to watch you do it. This hierarchy extended even among the poor. Craftsmen's wives often looked down on washerwomen, treating them as crude or unrefined. Market vendors mocked them for smelling of damp cloth, though those same vendors gladly sold them moldy bread at full price. Even beggars sometimes positioned themselves above washerwomen, insisting at least they did not reek of wet laundry. Such judgments reveal the absurdity of human pride. Everyone was clawing at survival, but still found time to kick those beneath them. The washerwoman, always visible and always laboring, became an easy target for these small cruelties. And then there were the guilds, those powerful associations that gave craftsmen protection, rights, and sometimes even political voice. Washerwomen had no guilds, no collective bargaining, no official recognition. They were left exposed to the whims of employers and the fluctuations of need. Without guilds, they lacked both economic stability and social honor. Imagine the absurdity. Cobblers who made shoes for a handful of clients were respected members of society, while washerwomen who touched the garments of every class were denied even the dignity of organization. In a way, their exclusion was deliberate, ensuring that they remained fragmented and powerless. Religion, too, reinforced their low standing. Priests preached about humility and cleanliness, but washerwomen themselves were painted as morally suspect. Their laughter at the riverbank was called gossip, their independence was labeled immodesty, and their poverty was framed as punishment. They were needed but never celebrated, tolerated but never blessed. Even when churches employed them, it was with suspicion, as though the act of cleaning sacred garments might taint holiness rather than enable it. One wonders what those priests thought would keep their vestments white. Divine intervention? Or perhaps they simply never asked, because to ask was to acknowledge. Yet within this rigid social hierarchy, washerwomen carved out a kind of solidarity. The riverbank became its own society, separate from the structures above it. Women looked after one another's children, shared food when one had none, and defended each other against harassment from passing men. Their bonds were stronger than those of the elites, for they were forged not by wealth or status, but by survival. And within that solidarity, a different kind of respect emerged, one invisible to the rest of the world, but vital to the women themselves. Humor became a tool not just against monotony, but against hierarchy itself. Washerwomen mocked nobles for their clumsiness, merchants for their greed, and priests for their hypocrisy. They may have lacked power, but they wielded words with precision, carving insults sharper than swords. These jokes rarely left the riverbank, but within that circle they inverted the hierarchy for a moment. For a few breaths, laughter placed washerwomen above those who oppressed them, turning misery into satire. Still, the reality of hierarchy pressed hard. Opportunities for escape were rare, and even when they existed, society resisted. A washerwoman who tried to rise might be accused of arrogance, as though wanting better were itself a sin. Marriage into a slightly higher class was possible but frowned upon. Daughters of washerwomen often carried the stigma of their mothers, their reputations marked by labor they had not yet performed. Hierarchy was not just economic, it was hereditary, a brand passed silently from one generation to the next. And yet, despite the cruelty of this system, washerwomen's labor remained indispensable. Their place in society may have been low, but their function was foundational. Remove them, and the hierarchy above would collapse under the weight of its own dirt. Nobility could not parade, merchants could not sell, priests could not preach, and even peasants could not live without garments cleaned by someone's hands. That is the paradox. Society needed them desperately while pretending it did not. This contradiction, being both essential and despised, defined their existence. It shaped their identities, their reputations, and their legacies. And it leaves us with an uncomfortable truth. Hierarchies survive not by celebrating those at the bottom, but by erasing them, even as they carry the entire structure. And so the washerwoman remained, pressed into the mud by a ladder that could never have stood without her. And in that silence lies the final irony. She was too low to be seen, and yet too vital to be ignored. The image of a washerwoman was not confined to the riverbank. It leaked into the imagination of poets, artists, and storytellers, though rarely in ways that honored her reality. In popular tales, she became a stock character, loud, brash, sometimes bawdy, more often the butt of a joke than the subject of empathy. Literature of the time turned her into a symbol of gossip, her chatter exaggerated until her words were sharper than the stones she scrubbed against. To audiences, she was comic relief, a convenient caricature that distracted from the misery behind her bent posture. It is almost laughable, in the bitter sense, how men with quills turned real women into punchlines, as though a cough from the river were somehow funnier than a sermon in church. Art treated her with the same dismissive hand. In illuminated manuscripts, washerwomen appear in margins, tiny figures bent over streams, drawn less as people and more as decorative filler. Their lives became visual shorthand for poverty, their bodies reduced to gestures of labor. While nobles strutted across center pages in gold leaf, washerwomen hunched in corners like afterthoughts. One wonders if the artists themselves even noticed the cruelty of contrast. Opulent banquets painted in shimmering detail on one side, faceless women scrubbing cloth on the other. It was as if their invisibility in life demanded invisibility in art. Folklore added another twist. Washerwomen sometimes appeared as ominous figures in superstitions, spirits of rivers or ghosts of women who had drowned, forever scrubbing shrouds as omens of death. In Celtic tradition, the washer at the ford was a spectral woman cleaning bloody garments, a sign that someone would soon die. Here, the laundress was not mocked, but feared, transformed into a supernatural warning. Yet even this portrayal carried no sympathy, only symbolism. She became useful once again, not as a person, but as a metaphor for mortality. Reality was harsher still. Many washerwomen probably wished they had the luxury of haunting rather than suffering. Despite this, their presence in stories and images reveals how deeply embedded they were in medieval life. Even when erased from serious accounts, they resurfaced in satire, margins, and myth. They were too omnipresent to ignore entirely. This strange half-visibility, mocked in stories, feared in folklore, minimized in art, shows how culture simultaneously acknowledged and denied their existence. They were everywhere, and yet they were nowhere. And isn't that the cruelest kind of recognition? To be remembered not for who you were, but for what others projected onto you? Their portrayal as gossips in literature also hints at another truth. Their voices carried weight. The riverbank was a place where news spread faster than a herald could announce it. A laundress might scrub a noble's stained cloak in the morning and repeat the story behind the stain by evening. Writers exaggerated this into slander, but in reality, it was survival. Gossip was not just idle talk. It was knowledge, currency, even defense. To laugh at washerwomen for gossiping was to laugh at women for finding power in the only weapon society allowed them. But satire had consequences. When stories circulated of washerwomen as loud, immoral, or foolish, those tales hardened into stereotypes that shaped how others treated them. A merchant's wife might sneer at a laundress, not because of anything she had done, but because she knew from stories what washerwomen were like. Reputation was not earned, it was imposed. Literature created caricatures, and life forced women to wear them like permanent stains that no scrubbing could remove. Still, washerwomen found ways to flip these portrayals back on themselves. They leaned into humor, mocking the very roles assigned to them. If the town called them loud, they made their laughter louder. If they were accused of gossip, they sharpened their wit into satire. In this way, they reclaimed at least a fragment of power. It is a peculiar truth that sometimes the best rebellion is to exaggerate the insult until it loses its sting. Washerwomen were poor, yes, but they were not silent props in their own stories. They spoke, laughed and cursed loudly enough to etch themselves into memory, even when history tried to erase them. And through all of this, literature, art, folklore, the image of the washerwoman carried contradictions. She was mocked as vulgar but relied upon for respectability, erased from chronicles but drawn into margins, dismissed as gossip but feared as a supernatural omen. These portrayals reveal less about the women themselves and more about the society that shaped them, a world eager to enjoy the benefits of their labor while refusing to grant them dignity. And in that refusal, we glimpse the sharp edge of truth, that what culture chooses to laugh at often says more about its fears than its humor. And perhaps the greatest fear was admitting how much the world depended on women it pretended not to see. The washerwoman's struggle was not confined to her body, her family, or even her riverbank. It extended into the very structure of the world around her, a world where systems of power were designed to keep her where she was. Poverty was not just an accident of fate, but a deliberate arrangement. The economy thrived on her labor, yet gave her nothing in return, locking her into a cycle that passed from mother to daughter, like a curse stitched into the very fabric she scrubbed. The cruel genius of the system was that it convinced everyone, including the washerwomen themselves, that this was simply the natural order. No rebellion was needed if despair could be disguised as destiny. Take the market, for instance. Washerwomen had no control over the prices they were paid. Nobles and merchants dictated the value of their work, often reducing coins to scraps of food or dismissing payment altogether with excuses about stains not fully removed. The washerwoman had no guild, no legal recourse, and no time to chase debts. Hunger forced her back to the river regardless. Contrast that with the shoemaker or the tailor, who had protection through guilds and could even refuse clients if terms weren't met. Society gave men structure and gave women survival. One wonders what would have happened if washerwomen had formed a guild of their own, though perhaps the nobles would have fainted at the thought of being confronted by the very women who knew the secrets hidden in their laundry. Taxes and rents tightened the noose further. Landlords raised rents without mercy, and taxes collected by local officials drained even the smallest income. A washerwoman might work herself to the bone, only to hand over nearly everything she earned to men who never touched a damp cloth in their lives. It is almost comical, in a grim way, to imagine a tax collector standing in a hut filled with the smell of mildew and damp fabric, demanding payment for the privilege of poverty. And yet, this was the system. Take from those who had nothing, so those with everything could have more. The law, too, offered no shield. Women of low status had little protection from theft, harassment, or violence. If a washerwoman was assaulted, who would listen? Her reputation was already marked by dirt and gossip. Accusations of theft or immorality stuck easily to her name, while the crimes committed against her evaporated into silence. Courts listened to the wealthy, and the wealthy had no interest in defending laundresses. Justice, like clean linen, was something she produced for others but was never allowed to wear herself. Religion reinforced the system by painting poverty as virtuous. Sermons reminded washerwomen that their suffering was part of God's plan, that patience in this life meant reward in the next. To endure was holy, to complain was sinful, and to hope for better was almost rebellious. Priests wore garments they demanded be kept spotless, preaching purity while blind to the blood and sweat required to keep their robes white. Washerwomen joked that if heaven was paved with gold, they would probably be scrubbing those streets too. Behind the laughter was resignation, but also clarity. They knew the system used faith to make them accept chains with bowed heads. Even culture itself became a tool of oppression. Plays, poems, and stories mocked washerwomen, casting them as bawdy, loud, or foolish. Their struggles were turned into entertainment, their suffering into satire. By laughing at them, society kept them small. The irony, of course, is that these jokes were written by men whose spotless collars had likely passed through a laundress's hands the week before. Nothing reveals hypocrisy quite like turning your dependents into ridicule. Children born into this system inherited the same burden. Daughters learned the motions of washing before they learned their letters, if they learned letters at all. Sons carried the stain of their mother's work, treated as lesser even when they pursued other trades. Poverty was hereditary, not because of laziness or ignorance, but because the structures ensured that nothing else was possible. And yet, washerwomen still dreamed for their children. They whispered hopes that their daughters might escape the river, even as those daughters bent beside them in the same icy waters. Hope itself became an act of defiance. The system's cruelty lay in its ability to make this suffering invisible. Society relied on washerwomen, but pretended they did not exist. They were erased from records, ignored in art, and caricatured in literature. Their invisibility was not neglect, but design. By forgetting them, the world freed itself from guilt. Clean garments could be admired without anyone having to think about the hands that had made them so. That silence, heavy and deliberate, was as much a part of the system as taxes or sermons. And yet, invisibility is never complete. Traces remain in jokes that carried sharper truths than sermons, in the margins of manuscripts where they were sketched without names, in the whispers of gossip that flowed from riverbanks to towns. Washerwomen may not have written their own history, but they lived it loudly enough that fragments survived. And in those fragments, we hear not just suffering, but defiance. Their laughter, their resilience, their ability to endure what should have been unbearable. All of this was resistance, even if the world refused to call it that. The system that crushed them was powerful, but not perfect. It left cracks where humor slipped through, where hope survived, where memory clung stubbornly like a stain that no amount of scrubbing could erase. And perhaps that is the truest legacy of the washerwoman. Not just the clean garments that passed into noble halls, but the stubborn proof that even the lowest rung of society could still laugh, still love, still matter. And in that defiance, hidden beneath centuries of silence, lies a story strong enough to outlast the very systems that tried to bury it. The washerwoman's life was not only about her body breaking under the weight of labor, but also about her spirit being reshaped by what she endured. Pain, hunger, cold, humiliation. These were not passing hardships, but permanent companions that sculpted her character in ways the world rarely acknowledged. Resilience was forced upon her, not chosen, and it grew like weeds between stones, stubborn, uninvited, and almost impossible to uproot. Yet even weeds have beauty if you look closely enough, and the strength of washerwomen, though ignored by chronicles, was one of the most enduring forces of their age. Resilience began in small acts, almost invisible. A mother hiding her hunger so her children could eat first. A woman joking about her aching back instead of weeping over it. A girl humming while her fingers bled, pretending the cold water was a game. These moments were not grand or dramatic, yet they were the essence of survival. They transformed despair into something bearable, at least long enough to reach the next day. And if you think about it, isn't that how resilience usually works? Not in heroic gestures, but in the decision to keep going when everything tells you not to. Humor was a critical part of this resilience. Washerwomen laughed at nobles, at priests, at themselves. They joked that if saints were pure, it was only because laundresses kept their clothes clean. They teased that nobles owed them knighthood for wrestling stains fiercer than any battlefield. This humor was sharp, often biting, but it turned the unbearable into something momentarily absurd. And perhaps that is why humor thrives most among the poor. When the world offers no justice, laughter becomes the cheapest rebellion. You cannot tax a joke, though landlords surely would have tried if they could. Another dimension of resilience was resourcefulness. Washerwomen became experts in survival beyond the river. They mended clothes with scraps, brewed remedies from herbs, and stretched meals so thin they might qualify as miracles. A loaf of bread could feed a family for 3 days if soaked in broth, even if the broth was nothing more than hot water with a hint of onion. Children were clothed in garments pieced together from discarded rags, stitched so cleverly that they almost looked new from a distance. Poverty forced innovation, and in that sense, washerwomen were pioneers of recycling, centuries before it became fashionable. Resilience also showed itself in solidarity. The river was not just a workplace, it was a gathering place where women carried one another's burdens. If one was sick, others picked up her loads. If a child was hungry, another shared bread. The community became a shield, thin but vital, against a world that offered no protection. This collective strength meant that even when society erased them individually, they survived as a chorus. Their voices, raised together in laughter, song, or complaint, wove resilience into something larger than any one woman. It was proof that sometimes endurance is not about standing alone, but about leaning together. But resilience carried costs. To endure suffering meant to normalize it, to fold it into life until it became indistinguishable from breathing. Washerwomen often accepted pain as destiny, teaching daughters not just how to scrub garments, but how to suppress hope. Dreams shrank under the weight of necessity, and resilience, while admirable, became a prison of its own. Surviving did not always mean living. Sometimes it meant existing in cycles that felt endless. And here lies the paradox. Resilience gave them strength, but it also allowed the system to keep exploiting them. After all, a woman who refuses to break can be worked harder than one who collapses. Yet even in this paradox, there were flashes of defiance that transcended mere survival. Some women refused clients who treated them too poorly, even if it meant hunger. Others ran away to towns where their names were not yet stained by gossip, carving new paths as servants or seamstresses. A few passed stories to their children, telling them not to repeat the same fate, planting seeds of rebellion in whispers. These acts may seem small, but they were acts of resistance in a world determined to keep them silent. It's worth remembering that resilience is not just about endurance. It's about finding cracks in the wall, no matter how narrow, and slipping through them. The emotional resilience of washerwomen also cannot be ignored. To bury a child lost to disease, to watch a friend drown in the river, to see your own body betray you with illness and still wake the next morning to keep working, that required a strength beyond muscles. It demanded a kind of emotional armor that could absorb grief without shattering completely. Washerwomen carried sorrow like they carried baskets, heavy, unrelenting, but balanced carefully so it didn't topple them. Their laughter, often mistaken for frivolity, was in fact a coping mechanism for grief too large to name. And perhaps the most striking part of their resilience is that it left echoes long after their lives ended. Though history erased their names, the resilience they embodied seeped into the culture of survival. Their descendants may not have remembered individual stories, but they inherited the strength to endure poverty, to adapt, to laugh when nothing was funny. Resilience became their true legacy, passed silently through generations, even when written history refused to acknowledge it. What lingers is the haunting realization that resilience was both their salvation and their curse. It allowed them to survive in the face of crushing odds, but it also ensured that their suffering could continue, neatly absorbed into the rhythm of life. They endured so well that society could pretend nothing was wrong. And that is where the deeper reflection lies. Resilience is admirable, yes, but when a whole class of people is forced into it, perhaps the problem is not their weakness, but the cruelty of the world that demanded such strength. And the washerwoman story, echoing through rivers and silence, forces us to ask whether survival is enough, or whether true justice requires something more than resilience. It requires recognition. The washerwoman's world was not confined to rivers and basins. It extended into the broader network of medieval towns, where every class fed on the labor of those below. She was not just a worker, she was part of a fragile ecosystem of exploitation, a cog in the machinery of survival that kept the whole society polished on the surface while rotting underneath. Her story cannot be told without weaving in the web of others, the merchants who bargained with her, the nobles who ignored her, the peasants who envied or mocked her, and the townsfolk who consumed her labor without ever thinking about the hands that made it possible. Consider her relationship with merchants. On the one hand, they needed her. Their respectability in the market depended on clean shirts and crisp linen, because who would trust a man handling goods if he appeared filthy? On the other hand, merchants saw washerwomen as disposable. They haggled shamelessly, paid late, or substituted payment with scraps of food. Some even acted as though doing business with a laundress lowered their status, though they happily returned week after week. It's hard not to smirk at the hypocrisy. The same men who mocked washerwomen for being unclean relied on them to keep their public image spotless. The nobility treated her with even greater contradictions. Their garments were the most demanding, heavy fabrics, delicate embroidery, stains from feasts and hunts, and yet they viewed washerwomen as unworthy of notice. A noblewoman might scold her for a missed spot of wine or refuse payment because the garment did not look new. Washerwomen endured these insults silently because speaking back risked losing not just the client, but the fragile thread of income that kept their families alive. And yet, in whispered gossip at the river, they dismantled their employers with ruthless satire. They joked about the bishop's robes reeking of ale, or the lord who seemed to wrestle pigs in his spare time. In this way, they clawed back dignity through humor, even if only in secret. Other peasants were not always allies either. You might imagine the poor stood together, but poverty often breeds division instead of solidarity. Farmers looked down on washerwomen for working with their hands in water instead of soil, as though there were pride in mud but not in rivers. Craftsmen's wives mocked them for smelling of damp cloth, even while knowing their husbands' apprentices probably ogled the laundresses bent at the riverbank. These petty hierarchies within poverty reveal something about human nature. When survival feels precarious, people grasp at whatever scraps of superiority they can find. And washerwomen, always visible, always exposed, became easy targets. At the same time, washerwomen themselves created a hidden network of power. The riverbank doubled as a news exchange, a place where secrets passed faster than official proclamations. They knew which noble's cloak carried perfume that didn't belong to his wife, which merchant's undergarments revealed illness, which priest's vestments stank of indulgence. Knowledge was a currency, and while it didn't fill bellies, it gave them leverage. A sharp tongue could defend against an abusive client or ruin a man's reputation in whispers before market day. In this sense, washerwomen were like the unofficial scribes of the town, not recording with ink, but with memory, not publishing in parchment, but in rumor. Their position in the urban economy was also peculiar. Unlike other trades, their work required no apprenticeship, no guild, no official recognition. This lack of structure left them vulnerable, but also gave them a kind of independence rare for women of their class. They could move between clients, set their own rhythms, and occasionally refuse work if they chose. Of course, poverty rarely allowed choice, but the illusion of freedom was still significant. In a society where women were often bound to households, the washerwoman had a strange mobility, walking the town, entering different social spaces, witnessing life across classes. She was both excluded and everywhere, unseen and yet unavoidable. Their daily visibility gave them a strange cultural role as well. Children grew up watching washerwomen at the river, merchants crossed bridges where their laughter echoed, nobles glimpsed them from carriages. Their presence was woven into the fabric of town life, so ordinary that people stopped questioning it. And yet, this constant exposure carried a danger. Familiarity breeds contempt. Because everyone saw washerwomen, they became symbols rather than people, reduced to a stereotype of gossip, roughness, and endless labor. They became the background noise of society, the constant hum that no one listens to but that vanishes only at great cost. It's tempting to imagine how towns would have looked without them. Streets filled with nobles in stained garments, priests preaching in robes reeking of mildew, merchants shunned for appearing filthy at their stalls. Respectability would have collapsed overnight. Society depended on washerwomen more than it ever admitted, and yet it never rewarded them for that dependence. In truth, the washerwoman's invisibility was not an accident but a shield for the system. If society had acknowledged her importance, it would have had to admit the cruelty of keeping her in poverty. So it ignored her instead, erasing her from memory even while wearing her labor on its skin. And this is where her story forces us to pause. Because what does it say about a society when the very people who sustain it are the ones most despised? It reveals a truth that stretches far beyond rivers and medieval towns. Civilizations build their grandeur on invisible backs, and history, more often than not, chooses to celebrate the polish rather than the hands that made it shine. And in that contradiction lies the sharpest irony of all, that the washwoman, dismissed as unworthy, was in fact indispensable. Her laughter and labor woven into the heartbeat of a world that pretended not to hear her. Stories have a peculiar way of surviving, even when written history refuses to keep them. The washwoman, though erased from chronicles and dismissed in records, lived on in the stories people told, whispered at riverbanks, repeated in taverns, sung in work songs, or woven into superstitions. Oral memory became her true archive. Each tale was a fragment of resistance against silence, a reminder that even if her name never touched parchment, her life still echoed in voices that refused to die out. Children were often the first carriers of these stories. They listened to mothers and grandmothers at night, the fire dim, the cottage damp, while tales were spun to distract from hunger. Sometimes the stories were humorous, legends of washwomen strong enough to wring out a knight's armor, or clever enough to outwit priests who tried to cheat them. Other times they were somber, recounting women swept away by rivers, their spirits said to appear in moonlight, still scrubbing invisible cloth. The children absorbed these tales not just as entertainment, but as instruction. This is who we are. This is what we endure. This is what we must survive. At the river itself, storytelling was both pastime and protest. Women traded gossip about nobles and merchants, turning stains into stories that cut sharper than any official decree. A cloak ruined by wine became a comedy about a lord too clumsy to hold his goblet. A priest's vestments dirtied by spilled stew became a parable about hypocrisy. In these stories, washwomen flipped power upside down. The mighty became ridiculous, and the powerless became narrators. Storytelling gave them a fleeting sense of control in a world designed to deny them any. Songs carried their voices even further. Work songs, set to the rhythm of cloth beating against stone, created a kind of communal music. Some were laments, full of sorrow and longing, while others were playful, mocking the very misery they endured. It's easy to imagine the strange harmony, laughter mixing with tears, song blending with coughs, humor softening the ache of swollen joints. These songs were not written down, but their melodies lingered, carried by memory. Perhaps the greatest tragedy is that so few survived in form, though the impulse behind them still resonates whenever people turn labor into rhythm just to make it bearable. Folklore, too, absorbed the image of the washerwoman. In some traditions, she became the ghostly laundress of the ford, a spirit seen washing bloody garments as a sign of impending death. This eerie figure reflected the real dangers washwomen faced: drowning, disease, exhaustion, twisted into supernatural warnings. Villagers feared her apparition, forgetting that the real women at the rivers were more terrifying in their endurance than any ghost could ever be. Here lies a bitter comedy. Society ignored washwomen in life, but gave them starring roles in death, transforming their labor into omens rather than acknowledging their humanity. But oral traditions were not only about survival, they were also about legacy. Mothers told daughters what herbs soothed wounds from scrubbing, which stretches eased aching joints, which jokes made the day feel lighter. These were practical stories, woven with wisdom that formal education denied them. Knowledge was passed not through books, but through laughter, song, and whispered advice. In this way, washwomen created their own schools, their own archives, their own libraries, living ones, fragile but enduring. Even taverns played their part in keeping memory alive. Drunk men made jokes about washerwomen, true, but washerwomen themselves sometimes repeated these jokes with sharper edges, reshaping them into satire. Stories of their supposed vulgarity became performances they owned, mocking the hypocrisy of those who laughed at them. The very culture that tried to ridicule them unwittingly handed them material to resist, to laugh back. This playful defiance seeped into memory, reminding us that storytelling is not just about preservation, but about power. What makes these stories remarkable is that they were never meant to survive, and yet they did, hidden between the cracks of official history. They reveal not only the washerwoman's suffering, but also her imagination, her wit, her refusal to vanish quietly. Oral tradition was her inheritance, and though fragile, it outlived the silence of parchment. It shows us that history is never just what is written. It is also what is remembered, sung, joked about, feared, and whispered. And here lies the deeper reflection. How many other voices were preserved only in this fragile way? How many other lives, erased from documents, still linger in songs and stories we may never hear? The washerwoman's tale reminds us that silence in the record does not mean silence in reality. There is always an undercurrent of memory, flowing like the river itself, carrying with it echoes that refuse to disappear. And if we listen closely enough, perhaps we can still hear them, the laughter, the curses, the songs rising above water, telling us that even in erasure, their stories found ways to endure. The washerwoman's story does not end at the edge of the river or within the walls of her damp cottage. It stretches into the fabric of memory in the way future generations chose or refused to carry her with them. Legacy, for washerwomen, was a fragile thing. They left behind no statues, no libraries, no gilded manuscripts. Their monuments were their children, their laughter in the face of suffering, and the quiet endurance that seeped into the bones of families long after the rivers had swallowed their names. To speak of legacy here is to speak not of glory, but of survival that echoed invisibly through time. The first thread of their legacy was practical. Children learned from them not only how to work, but how to endure. Daughters inherited the rhythm of scrubbing, the recipes for stain removal, the knowledge of which herbs eased cracked skin. Sons inherited resilience too, even if they did not return to the river. They carried forward the ability to withstand hunger, to laugh bitterly when the world offered no justice, to persist when the cycle seemed unbreakable. These were lessons more enduring than parchment, for they were written in bodies, habits, and survival instincts. But there was another, quieter legacy, the shaping of culture itself. Washerwomen, by their visibility, carved themselves into the daily imagination of medieval towns. They became metaphors in jokes, characters in ballads, figures in folktales. True, these portrayals were often cruel or mocking, but they ensured washerwomen were never completely erased. In a strange way, society's ridicule preserved them, even if distorted. Their labor haunted memory because it was unavoidable. You could forget a peasant in the fields far away, but not the women bent over the river you crossed every morning. Their legacy also existed in what they revealed about hypocrisy. To study washerwomen is to peel back the polished surface of medieval respectability and expose the cracks beneath. They remind us that purity, honor, and elegance were illusions crafted by women who were never allowed to claim them. Every spotless robe in a cathedral, every gleaming gown at a feast, every polished appearance at court, bore silent testimony to the washerwoman's unseen labor. In that sense, their legacy is written into the very definition of refinement, though society pretended otherwise. What is fascinating is how this legacy resonates even now. When we speak of invisible labor today, domestic work, cleaning, caregiving, we're echoing the same silence that swallowed washerwomen. Their story forces us to confront uncomfortable parallels. People still admire the shine without thinking of the polish, still enjoy comfort without acknowledging those who sustain it. It is almost comical, if it weren't so tragic, that centuries later, the same dynamics repeat. Perhaps washerwomen's truest legacy is this haunting mirror held up across time, asking us whether we have learned anything at all. And yet, legacy is not just about what is remembered by others. It is also about what people pass down within themselves. The washerwoman's laughter, sharp and defiant, became a kind of inheritance. It was the laughter that taught children not to cry over every injustice, the laughter that turned despair into parody, the laughter that mocked priests and nobles without fear. This humor, dark, biting, relentless, was a legacy more powerful than any coin. Because humor, unlike coins, cannot be stolen by landlords, priests, or hunger. There is also a spiritual legacy to consider. Washerwomen were told their suffering was holy, that their endurance would be rewarded in the afterlife. Whether or not they believed it fully, they passed down a kind of stubborn hope, the idea that life's cruelty could not be the final word. That hope, however fragile, was an inheritance in itself, reminding their children that despair was not absolute. Even if heaven was just another promise made by men in robes, the act of believing in something better became its own form of resistance. In the end, the washerwoman's legacy is double-edged. On one side, it is the crushing silence of history, the erasure that makes her almost invisible. On the other, it is the stubborn survival of her memory through fragments, songs, jokes, gossip, folktales, and the unbreakable endurance passed down through blood. She may not be named in chronicles, but her presence shaped the very society that ignored her. She was not carved into marble, but her fingerprints remain on the garments of history itself. And that leaves us with a final reflection. Perhaps legacy is not measured by what survives in books or stone, but by what refuses to die in spirit. Washerwomen, though erased, continue to whisper through rivers, through stories, through the resilience of those who came after. Their legacy is not polished or gilded. It is raw, cracked, stained, and soaked. And maybe that is what makes it unforgettable. Because once you see the washerwoman in history's shadows, you cannot unsee her. And once you hear her laughter, even muffled by centuries, it is impossible to forget the echo. Memory, like water, is slippery. It holds on to what it wants and lets the rest drift away. For washerwomen, this meant that much of their reality dissolved with them, but not all. Fragments clung in odd places, in the margins of manuscripts, in the mutterings of priests, in folk sayings that survived long after the women themselves were gone. Their memory was never polished or official. It seeped through cracks, carried not by history's scribes, but by rumor, humor, and whispers. And perhaps that is fitting, because what better way for women defined by water to endure than to leave a memory that behaves like a river, flowing past barriers and reshaping everything in silence? One form of memory was collective, carried by communities that could not erase the sight of bent backs at riverbanks. Children who grew up watching washerwomen at work carried those images into adulthood, even if they never named them. The woman kneeling in water became a permanent mental landmark, like a church spire or a market square. She was part of the town's landscape, inseparable from the daily rhythm. Generations later, even when individuals were forgotten, the figure of the laundress at the river remained, imprinted into the communal mind like a shadow no sun could burn away. Another form of memory hid itself in language. Proverbs and sayings immortalized washerwomen, often in mocking tones. She talks like a laundress, she scrubs but never shines. These phrases were not kind, but they ensured that the figure of the washerwoman lived on in speech. Ironically, people who looked down on washerwomen ended up preserving their image more faithfully than the chronicles did. Words outlasted bodies, and insults became backhanded memorials. It is a strange twist of fate when mockery, intended to erase dignity, becomes the very thing that keeps someone remembered. Their memory also survived in superstition. People whispered about ghostly laundresses appearing by rivers at night, scrubbing invisible linens as omens of death. These tales blurred reality with myth, but they ensured washerwomen were never entirely forgotten. Even in fear, people could not erase them. They might not remember the name of the woman who drowned last winter, but they remembered the washer at the ford, forever linked to mortality itself. In this way, washerwomen became eternal reminders that survival was fragile, that death was always near. It is almost comical, in a dark way, that people feared ghostly washerwomen while ignoring the living ones coughing in daylight. And then there is memory preserved by accident. Account books listed payments for washing services, wills mentioned debts owed to women unnamed, legal records noted disputes over ruined garments. These scraps were never meant to preserve lives, yet they did. Each coin noted in ink, each complaint recorded by a scribe, became a faint echo of existence. It shows how memory can cling even when society refuses to keep it, like stains that remain no matter how hard you scrub. But perhaps the most enduring memory of washerwomen lies in the resilience of their descendants. The women who laughed while coughing, who shared bread when starving, who turned gossip into rebellion, passed down more than survival skills. They left behind a model of strength disguised as ordinary life. Their daughters and granddaughters may not have thought of themselves as heirs to a legacy, but the way they endured hardship, the way they joked in despair, the way they refused to break, these were living memories, embodied rather than spoken. When memory is carried in blood and habit, it does not need monuments. At the same time, their memory reveals the cruelty of selective remembrance. Society remembered their labor but not their names, their usefulness but not their humanity. The spotless garments of nobles, priests, and merchants were monuments to washerwomen, though no one admitted it. Every robe gleaming under candlelight, every gown admired at a feast, every collar stiffened for respectability, each was a silent memory of the woman who had touched it. Yet those memories were always indirect, belonging to the garments rather than the hands that cleaned them. History preserved the product while erasing the producer. This tension between erasure and persistence defines the memory of washerwomen. They were mocked, ignored, forgotten, yet also whispered about, feared, and immortalized in fragments. Their memory was messy, contradictory, and never fully erased. In truth, memory itself reflects society's hypocrisy. It forgets what is inconvenient and remembers what it cannot escape. Washerwomen were too vital to vanish completely, even if they were too poor to be honored openly. And here lies the unsettling reflection. Memory does not always serve justice. Sometimes it repeats cruelty by preserving stereotypes instead of truth. But sometimes, even in distorted form, it keeps alive the presence of those meant to disappear. Washerwomen may have been reduced to gossip and jokes, to ghosts and folklore, to entries and ledgers, but they remain, stubborn as stains, clinging to history in ways no amount of scrubbing could erase. And maybe that is their truest memorial. Not statues or stories of glory, but persistence itself, an echo that refuses to fade no matter how many centuries have tried to wash it away. Death, for washerwomen, was rarely dramatic. It did not come with trumpets or carved epitaphs. It came quietly, like the river that had always been beside them, sometimes swallowing them in its current, sometimes suffocating them slowly with damp lungs, sometimes slipping into their bodies through wounds that never healed. Few reached old age. Their lives, already accelerated by hardship, often ended before 40, sometimes even earlier. Death was less an interruption than a continuation of the rhythm they had always known, relentless, unnoticed, and unrecorded. What was striking was not how they died, but how little the world seemed to notice when they did. Burial was a matter of class as much as of faith. Nobles rested under stone, priests beneath carved effigies, merchants under wooden plaques. Washerwomen, if they were lucky, received shallow graves in parish cemeteries, marked perhaps by a wooden cross that rotted before the next generation passed. Many were buried in communal pits, their names spoken once by a priest, and then lost forever. The irony is sharp. The women who ensured the cleanliness of society and life were given no dignity of purity in death, swallowed instead by earth without marker or memory. If death is supposed to equalize, it clearly didn't in the Middle Ages. Funerals, too, reflected poverty. There were no processions, no hymns sung by choirs. Perhaps a neighbor whispered a prayer. Perhaps children cried, because they understood hunger more than grief. Coffins were rare. Most washerwomen were wrapped in simple cloth, carried on makeshift boards, and lowered into the ground without fanfare. It is almost comical, in the darkest way, that the very cloth used to bury them may have been the leftover scraps from garments they had washed for others. In death, as in life, their existence was recycled for the benefit of someone else. But even in these humble burials, community found ways to resist silence. Women at the river spoke of the dead, telling stories that lingered longer than wood or stone. Jokes were repeated, laughter remembered, sorrows passed along in whispers. The washerwoman might not be immortalized in marble, but she lived on in the memories of those who shared her suffering. Oral mourning became her epitaph, carried not by chisels, but by voices. And in some ways, that legacy is stronger because marble erodes, but stories, if retold, can travel centuries. The greatest tragedy, however, was how easily society accepted these deaths. Washerwomen disappeared into the ground. The town carried on as if nothing had changed. Nobles still paraded in clean garments, priests still donned spotless vestments, merchants still boasted of respectability. The system simply absorbed another life, as if women were as replaceable as the rags they washed. Their deaths revealed the cold efficiency of exploitation. There was always another bent back to take the place of the one buried yesterday, and that raises a bitter reflection. How many lives does it take for society to notice that its foundation is built on disposable people? Yet, in this very disposability lies a paradox. Death made washerwomen invisible to society, but it also exposed the hypocrisy of the structures above. Every noble funeral, every gilded coffin, every sermon delivered in starched robes carried the invisible presence of the laundresses who had prepared those garments in life. The washerwoman's absence screamed louder than her presence. She may not have had mourners, but her absence was written on the very garments that filled medieval graves with false dignity. And there were moments, however rare, when death gave washerwomen power. Folklore turned their passing into omens, spirits seen by rivers, eternal laundresses, scrubbing blood-stained shrouds that foretold mortality. In these ghostly tales, washerwomen became reminders of death itself, figures who haunted nobles and peasants alike. Society may have denied them dignity in life, but it gave them eerie power and imagination. It is ironic, almost comic, that washerwomen were feared more in death than they were respected in life. Death also exposed the resilience of their communities. When one woman fell, others absorbed her children, shared food, or told stories to keep her memory alive. Her burial may have been shallow, but her presence lingered in the bonds she'd forged. In that sense, death was not just an ending, but a redistribution of endurance. Every life lost deepened the strength of those who remained, weaving sorrow into solidarity. And in the end, their deaths confront us with an unsettling truth. History remembers battles, kings, and saints, but rarely counts the countless quiet deaths that truly shape society. Washerwomen did not die with glory, but they died, carrying the weight of a world that never admitted it needed them. Their deaths, humble and unmarked, force us to ask uncomfortable questions about how we value life and whether dignity is something granted by society or something carried stubbornly within, even into the grave. Because perhaps the final reflection is this: washerwomen died without monuments, but they also died knowing they had kept their families alive as long as they could, knowing their laughter had pierced through misery, knowing their endurance had been their final gift. And maybe, just maybe, that is a kind of monument no stone could ever match. One carved not into cemeteries, but into the stubborn persistence of humanity itself, which refuses to vanish even when buried in silence. The washerwoman's struggle was not lived in isolation. She moved through a world where men circled constantly: fathers, brothers, husbands, sons, priests, merchants, nobles, and each shaped her life in ways that were often harsh, sometimes protective, and rarely equal. The relationship between washerwomen and men was a theater of contradictions: dependence wrapped in exploitation, necessity intertwined with mockery, affection tangled with violence. To understand her existence is to examine these tensions, because no matter how much she bent over rivers, she was also bent under the weight of male expectations that soaked every part of her daily reality. At home, men were supposed to be providers, yet poverty flipped the script. Washerwomen often became the backbone of family survival, their coins feeding the household when male wages faltered. This inversion sparked resentment. Some husbands felt humiliated, lashing out with words or fists. Others turned to drink, sinking their wages into ale while their wives scrubbed harder to fill the gap. But there were also men who stood beside them, sharing burdens, carrying baskets, watching children. These men were fewer, but their presence reveals that solidarity was possible even in the bleakest corners. Still, the pattern was clear. Society celebrated male labor as dignified and female labor as degrading, even when both broke the same bodies. With clients, the relationship took another form, transactional, hierarchical, and laced with danger. Merchants bargained down payments as if laundry were a luxury rather than survival. Nobles demanded impossible perfection, treating washerwomen as if they were part of the garments themselves, to be discarded when worn out. Priests scolded them for gossip, while relying on them to keep vestments gleaming. The hypocrisy was endless. It is almost comic in a bitter sense that men who strutted in spotless robes never acknowledged the women who had literally wrung filth out of their dignity hours before. It's like admiring a painting while ridiculing the brush. The danger of harassment loomed constantly. Riversides were exposed places, and men passing by often treated washerwomen as fair game. Their bent posture, their wet skirts clinging to legs, their vulnerability, all invited crude comments, unwanted touches, and worse. Some women fought back with sharp tongues, turning insults into verbal weapons sharper than knives. They mocked men's pride, exposed their hypocrisies, laughed in their faces. It was dangerous humor, but humor nonetheless. Because when fists are not an option, words become daggers. One can imagine a washerwoman muttering, "You think I'm beneath you? You're right, because that's where your laundry always ends up." Relationships with sons added another layer. Boys grew up watching their mothers bend and suffer, often ashamed of the poverty that stained their family name. Some internalized the disdain society had for washerwomen, distancing themselves as soon as they could. Others carried the weight differently, vowing never to let their wives endure what their mothers had. The bond was complicated, tinged with love, but strained by stigma. Sons inherited not just hunger, but the burden of deciding whether to replicate or resist the cycle. And that choice shaped generations. Fathers and brothers, too, played paradoxical roles. Some offered protection, shielding women from harassment or helping with labor when possible. Others enforced the same patriarchal norms that trapped them, restricting freedom, controlling wages, demanding obedience. The washerwoman's world was filled with men who alternated between oppressors and companions, sometimes both in the same breath. Affection could coexist with violence, tenderness with control, poverty blurred lines, and survival often excused cruelty that should never have been excused. Even in literature and jokes, men shaped their image. Ballads sang of washerwomen as bawdy and unchaste. Tavern humor painted them as crude gossips, and chronicles ignored them altogether. Male voices controlled the narrative, turning real women into stereotypes. And yet, washerwomen found ways to twist these portrayals back. They laughed at the jokes, exaggerated the stereotypes, and sometimes leaned into them deliberately, claiming the space of ridicule as their own stage. If men insisted on casting them as loud and vulgar, they would be loud enough to be unforgettable. But beneath all these interactions lay the deepest contradiction. Men depended on washerwomen for survival. Without them, nobles lost respectability, priests lost purity, merchants lost credibility, and families lost bread. Yet dependence never translated into respect. This imbalance reveals a truth that stretches beyond rivers and centuries. Society often despises most of the labor it cannot live without. It is almost comedic, tragicomic really, that men could not see their own reflection in the water where washerwomen toiled. If they had, perhaps they would have realized that the stains being scrubbed away were not just on cloth, but on conscience. And in this entanglement of exploitation and reliance, washerwomen carved a peculiar kind of power. They may not have held titles or wealth, but they held knowledge. They knew who stained what and why. They knew the secrets hidden in sheets, the illnesses betrayed by undergarments, the indulgences marked by spilled wine. Men underestimated them, but in truth, the river was a confessional and the laundress its silent priest. And unlike the church, she charged no absolution, only a few coins, if she was lucky enough to get them. So the washerwoman's life with men was not simply one of submission. It was a dance of resistance and dependence, laughter and fear, invisibility and omnipresence. She was shaped by men, yes, but she also shaped them in return, through the garments she cleaned, the secrets she carried, and the jokes she whispered. And in that tension lies the heart of her existence, a reminder that the most overlooked lives are often the ones that reveal society's deepest truths, truths men preferred to ignore even as they wore them on their backs. The washerwoman's place in religion was a curious contradiction. On one hand, her labor was indispensable to the rituals of faith. Priests could not step into pulpits draped in filthy robes, and altars could not shine if linens were stained with wax and wine. Her cracked hands kept the image of holiness intact, though no one dared say it out loud. On the other hand, the church, the very institution that benefited from her, treated her with suspicion. Poverty was equated with sin, and gossip about washerwomen was framed as evidence of moral weakness. Imagine the irony: a bishop's robe gleaming like new, while the woman who washed it was scolded for being impure. Holiness, it seemed, was easier to achieve if someone else carried the dirt for you. Sermons often reinforced this hypocrisy. Washerwomen were told their suffering was noble, that patience in misery would be rewarded in heaven. They were urged to accept their place, to bow their heads, to find dignity in endurance. In a sense, religion became the detergent of the soul, scrubbing away any thoughts of rebellion with promises of salvation. Yet the promise was always distant, just out of reach, like a shirt that never quite comes clean no matter how hard you scrub. The church mastered the art of convincing the poor that their chains were blessings, and while washerwomen may have nodded during Mass, you can bet that back at the river, they laughed at the absurdity of it all. The tension between faith and reality was most visible in rituals. Baptisms, weddings, funerals, every one of them required spotless linens. Washwomen prepared these sacred textiles, often without acknowledgement. They baptized children into purity while their own hands bled from labor. They dressed brides in gowns glowing with cleanliness while their own daughters wore patched rags. They prepared shrouds for the dead, giving dignity and burial that they themselves would never receive. Religion celebrated symbols, but never the women who maintained them. It is almost comical to think about. Holiness depending on laundry, yet laundresses being denied holiness themselves. Religious festivals, too, carried this strange duality. Towns burst into color with processions, banners, and vestments, all cleaned by washerwomen in the days before. The spectacle dazzled, the crowd gasped, and priests declared divine glory. Meanwhile, the laundresses, who made it possible, were either kneeling in the back, coughing from exhaustion, or absent altogether, having collapsed after working for days without rest. The spectacle of God was literally stitched together with their pain. And yet, in whispers, they sometimes mocked these festivals, pointing out which cleric had spilled gravy on his robes, or which noble's piety was thinner than his silk shirt. Still, washerwomen were not entirely outside the spiritual sphere. Some found genuine comfort in prayer, in the rhythm of rosaries, in the belief that saints understood suffering. They lit candles for their children, hoping faith could protect them from rivers that swallowed too many. Their poverty sharpened their spirituality, making their prayers raw and urgent in ways no gilded chapel could match. There's something profoundly human about this. The idea that a woman coughing from damp lungs could still look at a flickering flame and believe her voice mattered in the great silence of heaven. But even here, contradictions thrived. Washerwomen were often accused of superstition, of using herbs, charms, or whispered prayers at the riverbank. Clerics condemned these practices as pagan remnants. Yet those same remedies often healed wounds better than holy water ever did. The line between faith and survival blurred constantly. If a woman boiled herbs to ease her child's cough, was she practicing medicine or heresy? To the church, it was heresy. To the mother, it was hope. This clash between doctrine and reality reveals how the poor created their own hybrid faith. Part religion, part tradition, part necessity. The darker side of this relationship emerged during outbreaks of disease. Washerwomen, handling garments from every household, were often among the first to fall ill. Instead of compassion, they were sometimes blamed for spreading sickness, accused of carrying curses in their baskets. The church preached against fear, yet fear always needed a scapegoat. And who better than women already marked by gossip and poverty? It is a cruel comedy of history that the very women who kept society's linens clean were accused of dirtying its soul. And yet, despite these tensions, religion could not erase them. Their presence lingered at every ritual, their labor soaked into every ceremony. Even when condemned, they remained indispensable. The church might preach about humility and holiness, but washerwomen embodied both in ways more genuine than any sermon. Their humility was not chosen, but enforced. Their holiness not celebrated, but lived in cracked skin and endless endurance. They were, in many ways, the truest saints, though no one would dare call them that. This complicated relationship with faith leaves us with an unsettling reflection. Religion offered comfort, but also reinforced chains, gave hope while demanding silence, blessed the garments while ignoring the women. And yet, through all of this, washerwomen kept showing up, scrubbing, wringing, praying, laughing bitterly at priests, while lighting candles for their children. Their faith, imperfect and contradictory, was not about doctrine, but about survival. And perhaps that is where the washerwoman's greatest spiritual truth lies, in the stubborn belief that even if the world refused to see her, heaven might still listen, if only because she had scrubbed its linens clean. The washerwoman's relationship with nature was not one of choice, but of constant negotiation. Her workplace was the river, her ceiling the sky, her clock the sun, her tormentor the weather. Unlike artisans who toiled under roofs or nobles who paraded in halls, she was exposed to every whim of the elements, with no shelter but her own endurance. Nature was both her employer and her enemy, supplying the water she needed to wash, while simultaneously threatening to drown her, freeze her, or rob her of her strength. It was a partnership that demanded respect and inflicted punishment, reminding her daily that survival was never guaranteed. Winter was the cruelest overseer. Rivers iced at the edges, and the water bit into skin like teeth. Washerwomen plunged their hands into that icy current until their fingers turned red, then purple, then numb. Frost cracked their knuckles, leaving wounds that refused to heal. Imagine trying to wring heavy sheets with hands that felt like wood, stiff and splintering, while wind sliced through wet skirts. Some laughed bitterly about it, saying at least the cold kept their husbands from expecting warmth at night. Humor softened the pain, but the truth lingered. Each winter shortened their lives, a slow erosion of health disguised as work. Summer offered no mercy either. Heat baked their backs as they bent over rivers, sweat mixing with the dampness of soaked fabrics. The smell of mildew grew stronger in the warmth, and insects gathered in swarms, biting skin already raw from soap and stone. The sun bleached their garments, but also their faces, leaving them weathered and aged beyond their years. Children splashed in rivers for fun, while their mothers toiled beside them, too exhausted to laugh. And still, the work had to be done, because stains do not wait for cooler days, and coins do not fall like summer rain. Rain was perhaps the cruelest joke of all. It turned washed garments muddy before they could dry, forcing women to start again from scratch. Baskets became heavier, dirt roads turned to sludge, and cottages filled with dampness until mold crawled over walls. Washerwomen cursed the clouds, but with a strange familiarity, as though rain were a mischievous neighbor who always overstayed its welcome. They joked that rain was God's way of demanding a free second rinse. Laughter echoed in their curses, but the exhaustion was real. Each storm doubled their work and halved their hope. Even the river itself could not be trusted. Calm on some days, treacherous on others, it swallowed women who slipped on slick stones or were pulled under by currents while hauling cloth. Drownings were whispered about in villages, often with a mix of sorrow and inevitability. The river has taken another, people said, as though it were not tragedy but routine. Washerwomen accepted the risk because they had no choice, though many taught their daughters to pray before stepping into the water, as if the river were a god that required appeasement. Perhaps, in their eyes, it was. Yet nature also offered moments of solace. Birds sang overhead as women worked, their calls breaking the monotony of scrubbing. Breezes sometimes cooled their skin, and the shimmer of sunlight on water could feel almost holy. Some found rhythm in the sounds, the splash of cloth, the rush of current, the chorus of voices, and created a kind of harmony between themselves and the world around them. It was not joy exactly, but it was a fragile peace, a reminder that even misery could carry beauty if you listened closely enough. The washerwoman's relationship with nature reveals something deeper about humanity itself. We like to believe we conquer nature, build walls against wind, roofs against rain, roads through mud. But for these women, there was no conquering, only enduring. Their daily life was a negotiation with forces larger than themselves, and every load of laundry was proof of survival against odds that never softened. It is almost comic, in a dark way, how nobles admired the order of God's creation while standing in dry halls, never realizing that creation was battering laundresses just outside. But perhaps what makes this relationship most haunting is how it mirrored their lives. Like the river, they were constantly in motion, pulled along by currents they could not control. Like the weather, they were overlooked until they disrupted the order of things. Like the earth itself, they bore weight without acknowledgement, cracked and scarred, but endlessly resilient. Their struggle with nature was not separate from their struggle with society. It was the same battle, fought on different fronts, with the same weapons, endurance, humor, and the refusal to stop moving. And in this dance with nature, one truth becomes unavoidable. Washerwomen were not just cleaners of cloth. They were mediators between humanity and the elements, translators of chaos into order, sacrificers of health so others could appear respectable. They carried rivers in their skin, winds in their coughs, winters in their bones. Their story is proof that to live so close to nature is not romantic, as poets sometimes claim, but brutal, relentless, and costly. And yet, through cracked hands and weary laughter, they made it bearable, not only for themselves, but for everyone who depended on them. And that, perhaps, is where their strength shone brightest, in the ability to survive nature's cruelty while society pretended they were invisible. If washerwomen's lives were marked by hardship, their relationships with other women provided the thread that held them together. The riverbank was not simply a workplace, it was a community, a stage, and sometimes a battlefield. Here, women of all ages bent side by side, their voices rising above the splash of cloth and water, weaving a chorus of survival. Unlike the isolation of nobles in towers or priests in cloisters, washerwomen lived and worked in plain sight of each other, and that proximity shaped bonds that were as fragile as they were unbreakable. The river created a sisterhood born out of necessity. Older women passed down knowledge to the young, how to scrub silk without tearing it, how to spot which stains belonged to wine and which to blood. how to rub salt into wounds to stop infection when hands split open. These lessons were not written in books, but carved into daily life as essential as bread. Girls learned to laugh at insults, to shout back at men, to pace their work so exhaustion didn't kill them before 30. In a sense, the river was their school, and the washerwomen themselves were both teachers and classmates, united by the curriculum of suffering. Laughter was their common language. Amid cracked skin and aching backs, they told jokes sharp enough to cut through fatigue. They teased one another about clumsy scrubbing, mocked nobles for the stains they created, and turned their own misery into comedy. One might complain about her husband's drinking, and another would answer, "At least he doesn't drink your soap water. That's more expensive than ale." The others roared, not because it was funny in itself, but because laughter was the only thing that kept despair from swallowing them whole. Humor was their rebellion, and the riverbank their stage. Yet solidarity did not erase tension. Poverty breeds not only cooperation, but competition. Women fought over clients, accused one another of stealing work, or spread gossip that could ruin reputations. A stain, not fully removed, might become a scandal, whispered until it reached the ears of merchants or nobles. Envy simmered when one woman managed to secure slightly better pay, or when her children seemed healthier. Even within the sisterhood, rivalry lurked, reminding them that solidarity had limits when survival was at stake. Still, even in conflict, they remained bound together because no quarrel could erase the shared rhythm of scrubbing side by side. Friendship also extended beyond the river. In cottages, where walls were thin and hunger thick, washerwomen helped each other survive. They shared bread, cared for sick children, and stood together at burials when yet another life ended too soon. These acts of kindness, small but essential, wove a net strong enough to catch them when despair threatened to drown them. If one woman collapsed, another picked up her work. If one was widowed, the others made sure her children were fed. Their solidarity was not a lofty ideal, but a practical necessity. Without it, none of them would have endured. What made these relationships remarkable was their honesty. Washerwomen did not have the luxury of pretending. They saw each other at their weakest, crying by the river, coughing blood, hiding bruises, or breaking under exhaustion. There was no room for masks, no space for false pride. That rawness created intimacy, sharper than anything found in noble courts or monasteries. Their friendships were not built on politeness, but on the blunt truth of survival. And perhaps that is why they lasted. Because when you've seen someone scrub until their fingers bled, you've seen them completely. But these bonds were not just about endurance. They were also about power. A chorus of washerwomen's voices could shake reputations in town, their gossip carrying more influence than a clerk's record. Together, they controlled a kind of underground network of information, exchanging secrets overheard in noble houses, hints about illnesses, whispers of affairs. It wasn't official authority, but it was influence. And in a world that denied them formal power, it mattered. Their conversations at the river may have sounded like idle chatter, but they shaped how towns perceived priests, merchants, even lords. Society dismissed them as gossips, not realizing gossip was a weapon sharper than steel. The presence of multiple generations at the river also gave a sense of continuity. Grandmothers, mothers, and daughters worked together, each one repeating the gestures of the last. This continuity was both comforting and cruel. Comforting because it created a sense of belonging, cruel because it revealed the inescapable cycle. A girl watching her grandmother's bent back knew she was looking at her own future. And yet, in that recognition, women found strength. They endured not only for themselves, but for the daughters beside them, hoping their laughter might at least soften the path ahead. Even conflicts could not fully fracture this community. Washerwomen might fight, insult, or mock each other, but when faced with outsiders' contempt, they closed ranks. An insult from a passerby was met not with one voice, but with a dozen, rising in a chorus of mockery sharp enough to send men scurrying. In those moments, their solidarity became visible, their power undeniable. They were not just individuals scrubbing cloth, they were a collective force, bound by the river and by necessity, unpolished but unbreakable. And in this sisterhood lies one of the most enduring truths of their story, that even in the harshest poverty, human connection can create meaning. Washerwomen found companionship in exhaustion, laughter in despair, and solidarity in misery. Their relationships with one another were not perfect, but they were vital, forming a fabric as strong and necessary as the garments they scrubbed. And once you see them not as isolated figures, but as a chorus, bending together in rhythm, it becomes impossible to forget the sound of their laughter echoing above the river's current. The washerwoman's children were her shadow, always nearby, shaped by her labor before they even understood it. They were born into the rhythm of wet cloth and cold rivers, and their childhoods unfolded, not with toys or books, but with baskets, basins, and scraps of fabric. Poverty meant that no moment was free from responsibility. If their mother was at the river, they were there too, sometimes splashing at the edges, sometimes dozing in the grass, but more often helping. Their small bodies enlisted into the cycle long before their bones were ready. Childhood was not a separate chapter of life. It was folded directly into work, like a shirt patched and repatched until it no longer resembled its original shape. From the earliest years, children learned through imitation. They copied the motions of scrubbing as if it were play, slapping stones with sticks, or dipping rags into puddles. What looked like a game was, in truth, an initiation. By 7 or 8, most children were already carrying water, gathering firewood, or wringing smaller garments. By 12, a girl's hands bore cracks identical to her mother's, and a boy's back bent under loads that left him groaning like an old man. Childhood ended not with a rite of passage, but with the first blister, the first cough that refused to leave, the first night spent too tired to dream. Hunger shaped them just as much as labor. Washerwomen's wages were meager, and food was always scarce. Meals consisted of thin gruel, stale bread, or vegetables boiled into oblivion. Meat was a rarity, reserved for festivals or funerals, sometimes both in the same week. Children learned to be resourceful, scraping the last crumbs, softening dry crusts with water, or pretending to be full so younger siblings could eat. Some even developed a kind of gallows humor, joking that they knew more about the smell of roasted goose than its taste. Hunger was not only physical, it was an education in disappointment, a constant reminder that life offered more want than plenty. Education, in the formal sense, was a luxury none could afford. While noble children learned Latin declensions and the art of writing, washerwomen's children learned stains and stitches. Their alphabet was written in chores, their lessons measured in survival. Girls were trained in laundry, mending and cooking, their futures mapped out as smaller versions of their mothers'. Boys sometimes had slightly broader horizons, apprenticeships in trades like carpentry or smithing, but even they carried the weight of poverty's stigma. Teachers rarely welcomed them, and many towns denied poor children any schooling at all. The result was a generation raised in silence, their intelligence sharp but unrecorded, their potential smothered before it could unfold. Illness stalked them relentlessly. Damp cottages, moldy bedding, and constant exposure to cold water left children vulnerable to fevers, coughs, and infections. Many never survived past infancy, and those who did often carried the scars of early malnutrition. A child might limp from untreated injuries or wheeze from damaged lungs before adolescence. Mothers grieved, but learned quickly to swallow their tears because mourning too long meant neglecting the children who were still alive. It sounds cruel, but it was practical, a survival tactic. Even grief had to be managed like laundry, heavy, messy, but something that could not be allowed to pile up. Yet children also carried the hope their mothers clung to. Washerwomen dreamed that their daughters might escape the river, that their sons might find trades less brutal than their own. These hopes were fragile, easily shattered by reality, but they persisted like stubborn weeds in cracked soil. A mother might whisper to her child at night, promising a better life, even if she knew the odds were slim. Sometimes, just keeping hope alive was a victory in itself, a small rebellion against the certainty of repetition. At the river, children became part of the washerwomen's society. They listened to gossip, absorbed jokes, and learned resilience through observation. They grew up knowing secrets about nobles and priests, absorbing the unspoken lessons of hypocrisy. For them, the river was both playground and prison, a place where laughter mixed with exhaustion, where they learned that survival required sharp wit as much as strong arms. It was a peculiar childhood, half innocent and half burdened, shaped by the water's rhythm as surely as stones are shaped by current. And through it all, there was love. Despite hunger, illness, and exhaustion, washerwomen fought fiercely for their children. They sacrificed food, endured humiliation, and bore endless pain to keep them alive. Their affection was rarely expressed through tenderness. There was little energy for soft words, but it was carved into every act of labor. A mother's cracked hands were love made visible, each wound a testimony that she had chosen her children over her own comfort. The fate of these children reveals the deepest tragedy of the washerwoman's life, that despite her sacrifices, most grew into the same cycle of poverty. Daughters knelt by rivers, sons bent in fields or workshops, and the wheel turned again. Yet the very act of surviving meant the mother's work had not been in vain. She had kept them alive long enough to carry her laughter, her resilience, her defiance into the future. And maybe that was the true inheritance, not wealth or freedom, but the stubborn refusal to disappear, even when the world tried its hardest to erase them. The washerwoman's relationship with food was as telling as her cracked hands and weary eyes. It revealed the raw arithmetic of poverty. Endless labor on one side of the scale, and on the other, a bowl of gruel barely enough to quiet a stomach. Meals were not moments of joy, but negotiations with hunger, and survival often depended on turning almost nothing into something that could pass for nourishment. To look at her table was to see the story of deprivation written in crumbs, broth, and scraps. Bread was the cornerstone, though calling it bread might be generous by today's standards. It was often coarse, dark, and heavy, more stone than loaf. Some pieces were so hard they had to be soaked in water before anyone dared to chew them. Washerwomen joked that their bread doubled as a weapon, hard enough to knock sense into a stubborn child, or a drunk husband. Yet despite its toughness, bread was sacred. Every crumb was guarded, every heel saved, and waste was unthinkable. Hunger sharpened respect in ways abundance never could. Vegetables, when available, came from small plots, foraging, or markets. Turnips, onions, leeks. These humble ingredients formed the backbone of stews that stretched as far as imagination allowed. The trick was to make water taste like food. A pot with one turnip and a few herbs could feed a family for days if stirred long enough. Washerwomen learned the art of stretching flavor, sometimes boiling the same bones 3 times until they dissolved into nothing but cloudy water. Children grew up thinking soup was supposed to taste like almost, a hint of what could have been. Meat was a rarity, more rumor than reality. A washerwoman's children might grow up recalling only a handful of meals with pork or beef, usually tied to festivals or funerals. Even then, the pieces were small, often fat, or offcuts the wealthy discarded. Sausages, when they appeared, were precious treasures divided carefully, each slice a taste of luxury. They joked that meat was like a miracle, appearing suddenly, disappearing quickly, and leaving only faith that it might return someday. And when it did, the smell alone could make the neighbors jealous, drifting through thin cottage walls like a reminder of everything missing. Fish sometimes provided relief, especially for those who lived near rivers or coasts. Yet even this came with risk. Laws often restricted fishing rights, reserving rivers for the wealthy. Washerwomen's families resorted to sneaking small catches, pulling minnows from shallow waters or trapping eels in the mud. Getting caught could mean fines or punishment, but hunger often outweighed fear. Here again, humor softened reality. Some women joked that fish were the saints of the poor, appearing silently, disappearing quickly, and always slipping through the hands. Drinks were as meager as food. Water, often unsafe, carried disease, but washerwomen drank it anyway because there was no alternative. Ale, weak and thin, was sometimes consumed as a safer option, especially by children, but it cost money that most could not spare. Milk was rare and precious, usually reserved for the youngest or the sick. And so, thirst often mingled with hunger, creating a dull ache that became as familiar as the sound of rivers and basins. Despite scarcity, meals were moments of community. Families gathered around bowls, sharing equally, even if equally meant everyone remained half hungry. Washerwomen sometimes gave their portions to children, pretending they had already eaten at the river. Mothers became experts at disguising sacrifice, smiling while chewing slowly to hide the emptiness in their stomachs. Children might not have understood at the time, but they carried those memories into adulthood, remembering the taste of their mother's love more than the taste of the bread itself. Markets revealed the harsh theater of inequality. Washerwomen entered stalls filled with abundance, cheeses, meats, spices, knowing most were forever out of reach. They walked past luxuries as though strolling through a museum, admiring what they could not touch. Some vendors mocked their poverty, others sold scraps at inflated prices. And yet, markets also provided stories. Women returned to the river with tales of roasted geese they could smell but never taste, of silks displayed beside sausages, of nobles haggling loudly over cheese while ignoring the laundresses at their feet. Hunger may have silenced their stomachs, but it never silenced their tongues. Holidays and festivals were rare interruptions to scarcity. On these days, the poor sometimes received charity. Bread distributed by churches, leftover meats from feasts, or communal pots filled with broth. Children's eyes widened at the sight of abundance, though the experience was fleeting. Washerwomen cherished these moments, not because they erased poverty, but because they proved what life could be if justice existed. And they joked afterward, saying saints must have smiled down at them, though perhaps the saints might have considered smiling a little more often. Food, or the lack of it, left lasting marks on their bodies. Malnutrition stunted growth, weakened bones, and left teeth rotting before their time. Washerwomen aged faster, not only from labor, but from the steady absence of nourishment. And yet, in their faces, you could still see resilience. Hunger carved hollows into their cheeks, but also sharpened their humor, making every joke a form of survival. If you laughed while hungry, it wasn't because the joke was perfect. It was because laughter filled the space, hunger left empty. And so, food was never just food. It was survival, sacrifice, community, and even resistance. Each meal told a story of scarcity endured and dignity preserved. Each crumb was an act of defiance against a world that tried to starve them into silence. And when you look at their tables, bare as they were, you realize something extraordinary. That hunger did not erase their humanity. If anything, it made their humanity louder, sharper, and more unforgettable, echoing through every bowl of thin stew and every crust of bread saved for tomorrow. Clothing, for washerwomen, was both their livelihood and their burden, a paradox that shaped every corner of their existence. They were surrounded by garments of every kind, fine silks dripping with perfume from noble courts, wool tunics stiff with sweat from merchants, rough linen stained by peasants, and yet they themselves, often dressed in rags barely holding together, their lives were a theater where they handled costumes for others while performing daily in costumes of poverty. The irony was cruel but constant. They gave respectability to everyone else's clothing, while being denied even the dignity of their own. For washerwomen, clothing was not fashion, but survival. Their garments were patched again and again until they looked more like maps of suffering than actual clothes. A dress might have belonged to her mother, worn thin by decades, stitched with fabric borrowed from neighbors or torn from discarded scraps. Shoes, if she had them, were often hand-me-downs, too large or too small, soles stuffed with straw to keep out cold and mud. In winter, layers were piled on, ragged shawls, frayed skirts, cloaks that smelled of mildew, but the cold seeped in anyway. Nobles spoke of garments as signs of wealth. Washerwomen wore theirs like shields against a world that never stopped cutting. The paradox of her work was most glaring when she held noble fabrics in her hands. Silk gowns shimmered under her labor, velvet softened, linens gleamed white. She scrubbed away feasts, hunts, and indulgences that she herself would never taste. Sometimes she joked that she knew more about noble lives than their chroniclers did, because stains told stories ink never recorded. A splash of wine betrayed gluttony, a smear of blood whispered of violence, a trace of perfume hinted at affairs. Clothing was evidence, and washerwomen were its unwilling archivists. Yet even as they decoded the secrets of fabric, they remained invisible, as though their own rags made them unworthy of the very knowledge their hands carried. Their relationship with clothing also revealed the cruelty of hierarchy. In medieval society, what you wore determined who you were. Nobles were silks and gold, merchants were wool and leather, peasants were rough cloth. Washerwomen, despite handling every level of garment, belonged to none. They could scrub a bishop's robe until it glowed, but they would never be mistaken for holy. They could bleach a noble's linen until it dazzled, but their own tunic marked them as poor before they even spoke. Clothing was supposed to transform identity, but washerwomen lived in a cruel inversion. They transformed clothing without ever transforming themselves. Yet there was a strange intimacy between washerwomen and garments. Clothes became almost alive under their care, carrying the warmth of bodies long after they were removed. A washerwoman might grumble about the weight of a cloak, but she also knew the weave, the texture, the stubbornness of its stains. In a way, she had a relationship with garments more intimate than the owners themselves. After all, a lord might wear his doublet for a week, but it was the laundress who saw its insides, its dirt, its fragility. If fabric held memory, then washerwomen were its keepers, caretakers of truths too embarrassing to admit in public. Their own clothing, humble as it was, carried meaning too. At the riverbank, women recognized each other by the state of their garments, whose hem was more frayed, whose shawl carried more patches, whose shoes had fallen apart entirely. Clothing marked stages of life. A girl's first patched skirt meant she was old enough to help at the river. A widow's black rags signaled sorrow even when words could not. Children wore whatever scraps were available, often clothes that had passed through so many hands they had forgotten their original owners. In these rags, identity was not erased, but shared, as though poverty itself was stitched into a communal uniform. But clothing also exposed vulnerability. Washerwomen knew that what they wore shaped how others treated them. Merchants sneered at their ragged skirts. Priests lectured them on modesty while ignoring that modest garments cost money they did not have. Nobles looked past them as though their rags rendered them invisible. Yet invisibility was a double-edged sword. It meant humiliation, but it also allowed freedom at times. A laundress in rags could move through a market unnoticed, overhearing gossip or slipping away without drawing attention. Poverty erased status but gave camouflage. A strange kind of survival hidden in shame. Even their tools were tied to clothing. Basins, stones, lye, soap. They existed only because fabric demanded it. Their bodies bent to the needs of cloth, their hands cracked by chemicals, their lungs damaged by dampness. The garments dictated their health, their schedules, their very posture. Washerwomen did not just work with clothing. They were consumed by it, shaped by its demands until their bodies bore the marks like second skins. In this sense, clothing was both their employer and their executioner, giving them coins while stripping away their strength. And yet, despite this harshness, clothing also offered moments of dignity. A washerwoman might save a scrap of fabric, stitch it into her child's tunic, and feel pride at seeing them dressed a little better. She might barter for a shawl at the market, not because it kept her warmer, but because it made her feel human. Even in rags, she sometimes found ways to assert identity, wrapping herself in dignity woven from defiance. If society refused to see her worth, she stitched it into her clothing anyway, one patch at a time. Clothing, then, was never just fabric. It was history, hierarchy, evidence, humiliation, and hope all at once. It carried the secrets of the wealthy, the scars of the poor, the sweat of labor, and the laughter of women who mocked their own rags as they scrubbed silk for others. And perhaps that is the greatest irony of all. The world judged washerwomen by their rags, forgetting that without them, no one else's clothing would have been clean enough to judge in the first place. The washerwoman's health was not something written in medical records or treated with care by physicians. It was written in her hands, her back, her lungs, and the cough that followed her like a second shadow. Medicine in the Middle Ages was already fragile for the wealthy. For the poor, it was almost non-existent. Washerwomen lived on the margins of health, caught between the harsh demands of their labor and the limited remedies available to them. Their bodies were their tools, their workplaces, and ultimately their prisons, breaking down long before their time while society carried on without noticing. The most obvious enemy was the cold. Kneeling by rivers in winter, hands plunged into icy water, they endured what no human body was designed to withstand. The constant dampness seeped into bones, creating what people then called the rheums: aches, stiffness, and endless chills. Today we might label it rheumatism or arthritis, but to them it was simply part of life, pain etched into joints like a signature. A washerwoman's gait often revealed her years of work long before her face did. Her steps were slow, her posture stooped, her spine curved from years of bending forward. She aged visibly in her 30s, looked elderly by 40, and rarely lived to see 50. Their lungs carried another burden. Inhaling damp air day after day, often surrounded by mold, mildew, and smoke from hearth fires, many developed chronic coughs that never left them. Some likely suffered from tuberculosis, though it was unnamed to them, only recognized as consumption. Others battled bronchitis or pneumonia, infections made deadly by malnutrition and lack of rest. Washerwomen often joked bitterly that they didn't need church bells to announce their presence. Their coughing did the job well enough. Laughter softened the truth, but every wheeze was a reminder that their bodies were betraying them, one breath at a time. Hands were another battlefield. Constant exposure to harsh lye soaps, rough fabrics, and cold water left skin cracked, bleeding and raw. Wounds invited infection, and without antibiotics, even the smallest cut could turn dangerous. Imagine a woman wringing out a heavy cloak while her palms split open, blood mingling with soap and water. Yet she kept scrubbing because coins waited at the end of the load. Pain was not a signal to stop. It was part of the job description. Washerwomen often treated their own wounds with herbs, honey, or vinegar, improvising remedies passed down from older women. Sometimes these worked, sometimes they didn't, but there was no doctor waiting to help. Physicians were for the wealthy, and washerwomen were left to make do with what grew in fields or could be bought cheaply at markets. Diet compounded their health struggles. Malnutrition left bones fragile, teeth rotting, and immune systems weak. Children often showed the signs first: thin limbs, swollen bellies, pale faces. But mothers bore the hidden toll. Their bodies burned through calories faster than they could replace them, leaving them constantly fatigued, their strength drained even before they began a day's work. Festivals might bring a rare feast, but most days, their meals barely sustained life. The cruel paradox was that they expended more physical energy than many men in society, yet received less nourishment, less recognition, and far less care. Pregnancy added yet another layer of danger. Washerwomen gave birth in poor conditions, often without skilled midwives, their bodies already weakened by labor and hunger. Many died in childbirth, and those who survived returned to work within days, infants strapped to their backs as they bent once again over rivers. The cycle of giving life while watching it slip away defined their existence. It was not unusual for a washerwoman to bury several children before reaching middle age. Grief became another illness, invisible but heavy, carried silently while her hands kept scrubbing. Mental health, though unspoken in medieval terms, weighed heavily too. The monotony of endless labor, the humiliation of poverty, and the constant presence of hunger carved deep into their minds. Despair was common, but so was resilience. Humor became their shield, gossip their therapy, solidarity their medicine. When one woman laughed at the absurdity of her cracked hands or mocked the noble's latest stain, she wasn't just joking, she was keeping despair from devouring her. If modern psychology had existed, it might have diagnosed them with depression, anxiety, or trauma. But in their world, the only treatment was laughter, shared bread, and stubborn endurance. Superstition also played a role in health. Washerwomen turned to charms, amulets, or whispered prayers to protect against illness, blending faith with folk medicine. A sprig of rosemary tied to the wrist, a whispered blessing before entering the river, or the belief that certain herbs warded off fevers. These practices were part of their healing vocabulary. The church often frowned upon such customs, labeling them pagan, but washerwomen clung to them because they offered hope where nothing else did. And hope, even in fragile form, was sometimes the strongest medicine available. Their health reveals a larger truth about medieval life. Society consumed bodies like fuel. Washerwomen were expendable, their labor cheap, their suffering unnoticed. When one fell ill or died, another stepped in, as though nothing had happened. Yet, despite this, their resilience carved out a kind of victory. Every day they rose to face rivers. Cold, hunger, and exhaustion was an act of defiance against a world that tried to erase them. Their survival was not just physical, it was emotional, communal, and spiritual. They laughed while coughing, they prayed while bleeding. They lived while dying. And this paradox of broken bodies carrying unbroken spirits forces us to reflect on what true strength looks like. It is not knights in armor or kings in thrones. It is not gilded saints in cathedrals. It is women with cracked hands and bent backs, scrubbing until their lungs rattled and still finding breath to laugh at the absurdity of it all. Their health was fragile, their lives short, but their endurance remains unforgettable. Because even in suffering, They showed a kind of power society never dared to acknowledge, one that still echoes like a cough carried on the cold air of a riverbank. The washerwoman's nights were no softer than her days. After hours bent over the river, after hauling baskets heavier than her own body, she returned to a cottage that offered little comfort beyond a roof and four walls, if she was lucky enough to have both. Sleep, for her, was not rest, but survival. A temporary pause before labor began again with the sunrise. Her nights revealed as much about her life as her work did. The narrowness of her space, the fragility of her body, the closeness of her family huddled together in rooms too small to contain all their hunger, grief, and laughter. Her home was usually a single-room cottage, often damp, its walls patched with mud or wood, its roof thatched and leaking whenever rain came. Furniture was minimal, a table made of rough planks, a stool or two, maybe a chest if fortune allowed. Beds, if they could be called that, were shared pallets stuffed with straw laid directly on the floor. Children slept beside their parents, wrapped in tattered blankets that smelled faintly of smoke and mildew. Privacy did not exist. Every cough, every sigh, every whispered word was shared. And yet, in that closeness, there was also intimacy. Families breathing together in the dark, bound by necessity more than choice. Evenings began with food, or at least the attempt at it. After work, washerwomen boiled thin stews over smoky fires, their smoke clinging to walls already blackened. A pot might contain onions, leeks, maybe a bone left over from a market purchase, stretched with water into broth. Meals were not feasts, but rituals of survival, eaten quickly and shared evenly, with mothers often pretending to be full so children could eat more. Candles were rare, so light came from the fire, flickering shadows across weary faces. Supper was less about taste than about quieting hunger before bed. Night also brought a shift in atmosphere. The river's noise was replaced by the sounds of the village, dogs barking, carts rattling home, drunken voices stumbling from taverns, church bells marking hours that mattered more to the rich than the poor. Washerwomen listened while mending garments by firelight, stitching holes until their eyes blurred. Rest did not begin when the sun set. There was always more to do. Clothes needed patching, tools needed cleaning, herbs had to be dried for medicine. Work at home was unpaid but relentless, turning nights into extensions of days. Children brought both joy and exhaustion into the evenings. Little ones cried from hunger, older ones begged for stories, and teenagers bickered over space on the straw bed. Washerwomen often told tales while working, folk stories, local gossip, or humorous exaggerations of the day's struggles. A stain on a noble's cloak might become the centerpiece of an evening's laughter, retold until even the children giggled. Storytelling softened the sharp edges of poverty, transforming misery into entertainment. It was a reminder that, even in cottages with broken roofs, imagination was a luxury no one could take away. Sleep itself was fragile. Cold nights left bodies shivering, pressed together under blankets too thin to ward off frost. Dampness crept into bones, making joints ache more by morning. In summer, insects bit relentlessly, and the heat turned small cottages into ovens. Noise from neighbors or animals kept people awake, and hunger gnawed at stomachs too empty to rest. Sleep was shallow, broken by coughing fits, crying children, or the fear of waking late and missing work. For washerwomen, sleep was not guaranteed, but stolen in fragments, patched together like the rags they wore. Intimacy with husbands or partners was equally shaped by exhaustion. Affection existed, but often it was overshadowed by fatigue, by hunger, by the sheer weight of survival. Some nights, tenderness broke through, reminding washerwomen they were more than laborers. Other nights, there was resentment, violence, or silence, each shaped by the stress of poverty. The bed became a place where love, obligation, and weariness collided, often with little room to separate one from the other. It was not romance, as minstrels sang, but something rawer, shaped by necessity rather than choice. And yet, even within these harsh conditions, nights carried moments of beauty. A child's laughter before falling asleep, the glow of embers casting warm light across weary faces, the sound of rain on a thatched roof. These details created fragile comfort. Washerwomen cherished them, even if only for a heartbeat, because they offered glimpses of humanity amid relentless hardship. They proved that joy could exist even in the poorest corners, not as abundance but as flickers of light. Nights also held the weight of fear. Fires could spread quickly in wooden cottages. Disease often worsened after sunset, and the thought of thieves or soldiers prowling the roads lingered. Washerwomen prayed before sleeping, asking for protection not just for themselves but for their families. Faith and superstition blurred here, a cross above the door, an herb hung in the rafters, a whispered blessing over children. Night was when vulnerability was most obvious, and survival felt most fragile. The washerwoman's nights remind us that her struggle was not confined to rivers or daylight. Poverty followed her into her home, into her meals, into her bed. And yet, her ability to find slivers of laughter, to create warmth in a cold room, to stitch together scraps of rest into a kind of resilience, that was her truest strength. Her days may have been written in labor, but her nights revealed her humanity. Tired, flawed, but still reaching for comfort, still whispering stories, still finding reasons to wake and endure another day. And in those quiet hours when the world forgot her, she stitched herself into memory, not with silk or parchment, but with survival itself. The washerwoman's free time, or what little existed of it, was a paradox. It was rare, fragile, and never truly free, because even her moments of rest were interrupted by hunger, worry, or the next day's preparation. Leisure in her world did not mean strolling through gardens or attending feasts. It meant catching her breath between chores, sharing laughter by the river, or stealing a few moments to tell stories by firelight. What made these scraps of time remarkable was not their length, but their intensity. When life offers you so little joy, you learn to wring every drop out of it, just as she wrung every last ounce of water from heavy cloth. At the river, free time often took the shape of conversation. While hands kept working, voices wandered into gossip, jokes, and songs. The rhythm of scrubbing created a kind of beat, and women added their voices to it, turning labor into a chorus. These were not polite discussions, but raw, unfiltered exchanges where nobles were mocked, priests were teased, and even husbands became the butt of jokes. One might say laughter was their true currency, and the riverbank their theater. If a noble had stopped to listen, he might have realized that respectability itself was being dismantled, stone by stone, in the mouths of the very women who kept his linen spotless. When the day's work ended and baskets were empty, leisure often looked like necessity disguised as relaxation. Washerwomen mended clothing, tended gardens, or prepared meals, but they did so in the company of others, weaving joy into obligation. Children played nearby, inventing games from sticks, stones, and scraps of fabric, while mothers shared bread and conversation. Sometimes they sang work songs even when not working, proof that the rhythm of labor clung to them like a second skin. These gatherings blurred the line between work and play, survival and celebration. It was a reminder that for the poor, leisure was not about escaping labor, but about transforming it into something bearable. Festivals brought rare glimpses of real celebration. Holy days meant markets filled with noise, music, and food, some of which even the poor could taste. Washerwomen attended these events not in silks or jewelry, but in patched garments that carried the dignity of effort. They danced when music played, laughed at traveling performers, and sometimes joined games or competitions. For a moment, hierarchy loosened. Nobles feasted nearby. Peasants mingled freely, and washerwomen, for once, were not bent over rivers, but standing in crowds, their laughter blending with others. These festivals offered brief but vital relief, like opening a window in a stifling room. They reminded washerwomen that life, however harsh, still held room for joy. Leisure also appeared in storytelling. In cottages after dark, women shared tales while mending clothes or rocking children. Some stories were folk tales, ghostly laundresses at the ford, saints who blessed the poor, or clever women who outwitted greedy lords. Others were personal, exaggerated into comedy for the sake of laughter. A noble's cloak ruined by wine could become the centerpiece of a dramatic tale, retold until even children begged to hear it again. Storytelling transformed suffering into art, giving washerwomen the power to frame their world not as victims, but as narrators. It was a reminder that the poor, though silenced in chronicles, kept their own archives in memory and laughter. Leisure for children meant play, though their games often mirrored the labor surrounding them. They pretended to scrub rags, carry baskets, or sell goods, imitating adulthood before they were ready for it. Yet within these games there was joy. Races along the river, songs shouted in groups, contests of balance on slippery stones. Their laughter echoed against the water, carrying a kind of defiance. Even poverty could not fully erase childhood. For mothers, hearing that laughter was leisure in itself, a brief reassurance that hope still lived within the sound of play. There were also quieter forms of rest. A washerwoman might sit in the sun for a few stolen minutes, close her eyes, and let the warmth seep into her bones. She might hum a tune remembered from childhood or watch birds swooping over the river. These moments were fleeting but precious, reminders that beauty still existed outside the weight of labor. They did not erase exhaustion, but they softened it, like cloth smoothed after wringing. And perhaps that is why such small pleasures felt so enormous, because they were reminders that life was more than suffering, even if only for a moment. Of course, leisure also carried guilt. Washerwomen sometimes scolded themselves for wasting time, even when their bodies screamed for rest. Poverty made every pause feel dangerous, every laugh a luxury, every story an indulgence. Yet they still laughed, still paused, still told stories. That, in itself, was rebellion, choosing humanity over endless toil, even if only for minutes at a time. In those choices, washerwomen claimed something society tried to deny them, the right to exist beyond labor, to be more than bent backs and cracked hands. And perhaps that is the lesson hidden in their scraps of free time, that leisure is not defined by luxury, but by presence. Washerwomen did not need banquets or gardens to carve out joy. They found it in laughter at the river, in stories told by firelight, in children's games, in the warmth of sun on tired faces. Their leisure was not grand, but it was real, and it kept them alive in ways food and shelter alone could not. Because survival is not just about enduring, it is about remembering why enduring is worth it. And washerwomen, in their laughter and their stories, reminded themselves that life, even in rags, still had moments worth carrying forward. Markets were theaters of survival, and for washwomen, they were both necessary and humiliating. Entering a medieval market was like stepping into a kaleidoscope of sound, smell, and spectacle. Merchants shouting prices, livestock bleating, spices filling the air, and coins clinking like a music reserved for hands wealthier than theirs. For washerwomen, whose wages evaporated almost as quickly as they earned them, markets were less about choice and more about calculation. Every purchase felt like a gamble. How much bread could stretch across a week? Whether onions would rot before they were eaten? Whether saving a single coin might mean starving today, but surviving tomorrow? They walked through stalls as both participants and spectators. Nobles and merchants displayed luxuries, silks, cheeses, spices, roasted meats, that washwomen could rarely touch. They smelled roasted goose, watched golden honey glisten in jars, saw bolts of fabric dyed in brilliant colors. But these items were like paintings in a museum, admired but untouchable. Instead, washerwomen made their way to the cheaper corners, where wilted vegetables and scraps of meat were sold for a fraction of the price. They became experts at stretching every coin, bargaining fiercely, and spotting deception from vendors who thought poverty meant ignorance. If a butcher tried to pass off spoiled meat, a washerwoman's tongue could be sharper than any knife at his stall. The market was also a stage for social hierarchy. Clothing and posture announced status before a word was spoken. Merchants greeted nobles with bows, peasants with indifference, and washerwomen with smirks or outright disdain. They were tolerated, not welcomed, their presence necessary because coins, however few, still added up. Yet the irony was thick. Merchants whose wives depended on washerwomen's labor still looked down on them at the stalls. One could imagine a washerwoman muttering under her breath, "Strange how the man who laughs at me buying onions forgets I washed the stains from his wife's fine linen." Poverty gave her no voice in public, but in her head she was always the sharpest commentator. Markets also offered washerwomen something their cottages and rivers never did: information. Gossip flowed as freely as goods. News of wars, famines, scandals, and even deaths passed from mouth to mouth. Washerwomen listened closely, adding their own stories from the riverbank, weaving narratives that often traveled faster than official messengers. The market became an informal archive, a place where knowledge was traded alongside bread and cloth. In this way, washerwomen gained power, not through wealth, but through information. They knew whose cloak carried the perfume of a mistress, which priest had debts, which noble's feast had ended in disgrace. Their sharp memories turned markets into libraries of whispered truths. Children, too, experienced the market differently. For them, it was both wonder and torment. They saw sweets glistening in jars, toys carved from wood, bright ribbons fluttering in the wind. But their mothers rarely had coins for luxuries, and so children learned early the art of longing. Some cried, others accepted disappointment with stoic silence, but all carried the memory of markets as places where dreams were displayed beyond reach. Washerwomen softened the blow with humor. "We don't need honey when our family is sweet enough," they joked, though hunger made the line bitter on their tongues. Yet markets also gave washerwomen the chance to barter. Not all transactions required coins. Some paid with labor, others with items of small value. A few might exchange soap, herbs, or mended garments for food. These exchanges carried dignity because they placed washerwomen not as beggars, but as negotiators, active participants in an economy that otherwise excluded them. Even in rags, a laundress could strike a deal, proving that poverty did not mean passivity. Religious influence lingered in markets as well. Many were held on church feast days, framed as opportunities for both trade and worship. Priests wandered through, blessing stalls while keeping a suspicious eye on the poor. Washerwomen often felt the weight of hypocrisy most strongly here. The church urged them to accept suffering as holy, yet the very priests who preached humility filled their baskets with goods washerwomen could never afford. It was almost comic, if tragic, to watch a man in spotless robes lecture about poverty while chewing a roasted leg of lamb bought with coins from tithes. Still, markets were more than hardship. They were spectacles that broke the monotony of labor. Washerwomen saw entertainers, musicians, jugglers, and storytellers performing for crowds. Even if they could not afford much, they could laugh, clap, and share in the collective joy. For a few hours, they were not just laundresses, but part of a community, surrounded by noise, color, and life. These moments mattered. They proved that even in poverty, people could carve out joy from spectacle, finding beauty amid the bargain bins and butcher stalls. Leaving the market often brought a mix of relief and frustration. Baskets filled with meager goods reminded washerwomen of the limits of their labor, yet the memories of laughter, gossip, and spectacle carried them home. The market mirrored their lives perfectly, crowded, noisy, filled with inequality, yet never entirely without hope. In every coin spent and every scrap bartered, washerwomen wove themselves into the pulse of the town, and though society looked past them, their presence was as essential as the bread itself, reminding us that survival is never just about work, but also about finding meaning in the spaces between hunger and endurance. Work songs were the washerwoman's orchestra, the soundtrack that rose above the splash of water and the smack of fabric against stone. They were not written down, never rehearsed, and certainly never performed for noble ears, yet they carried more truth than most hymns sung in cathedrals. These songs were born from exhaustion, stitched together with humor, sharpened by grief, and held aloft by the rhythm of labor itself. When hands bled and backs ached, voices took over, turning pain into something bearable. If silence was oppression, then song was rebellion. An invisible banner waved above the river. The songs had no single form. Some were chants, simple refrains, repeated again and again, matching the motion of wringing cloth. Others were longer, half story, half joke, weaving gossip about townsfolk into verses. One might begin with a complaint about the weather, slip into a line about a merchant's stained cloak, and end with a chorus mocking husbands who spent more time drinking than working. Washerwomen were practical poets. Their lyrics didn't need polish, they needed bite. Humor made the hardship lighter, and mockery made power less frightening. In a way, these songs were early protest anthems, though their audience was usually just the river, the birds, and each other. Their melodies were simple, often borrowed from church hymns or tavern tunes, reshaped into something raw. Imagine a hymn praising purity, reworked into a bawdy parody about the priest's secret mistress. Imagine a soldier's march turned into a rhythm for pounding stains from linen. In this way, washerwomen reclaimed music, twisting symbols of authority into tools for survival. It was comedy and defiance wrapped together. Proof that you cannot control a people who know how to laugh at you in song. Children picked up these tunes before they even understood them, humming refrains while splashing near the river. Through song, the culture of the washerwomen passed on. A daughter might learn a verse about stains before she learned to wash them, absorbing both rhythm and resilience. Music bridged generations, keeping memory alive in a world where names disappeared too quickly. Songs became the unwritten archive of lives erased elsewhere. These songs also carried grief. Some verses were laments, soft and mournful, about women drowned in the river, children lost to hunger, or friends buried too soon. Sung together, these laments became a form of mourning stronger than tears. They turned private sorrow into collective memory, giving dignity to lives that official history ignored. A stranger passing might hear only voices in harmony, but within those notes lay entire biographies of suffering. If gravestones were denied to washerwomen, their songs became the gravestones, temporary, fragile, yet unforgettable to those who heard them. But the laughter always returned. Dark humor ran through many verses. Jokes about lice dancing in hair, about soap being more expensive than a husband's worth, about nobles who stained their honor as often as their linens. The comedy was biting, but it kept despair at bay. When your life is defined by stains, mocking them becomes liberation. It's as if they collectively agreed. If we cannot escape the dirt, at least we can sing about it louder than anyone else complains. And perhaps that is why their songs still echo faintly in the imagination. They remind us that even misery can be transformed into melody. The communal nature of song gave washerwomen a kind of power. Alone, each voice was fragile, thin against the roar of the river. Together they became a chorus strong enough to drown out silence itself. Their harmonies stitched solidarity, reminding each woman she was not alone in her suffering. In a society that denied them recognition, their collective voices declared existence. The world might ignore their names, but the river carried their songs, rippling them into memory. Even today, if you listen to traditional folk songs from Europe, echoes of this spirit remain. Refrains about labor versus mocking authority, rhythms designed to match repetitive work. Many of these traditions likely owe something to women at riversides, though their contributions went uncredited. Musicologists study folk culture but rarely mention laundresses, forgetting that the rhythm of washing was one of the oldest metronomes of peasant life. It's almost comical, in hindsight, that scholars will debate the origin of a tune without realizing it probably began in the cracked lips of a woman too poor to leave a written record. And so, the washerwomen's work songs were more than noise to pass the time. They were weapons, comforts, and monuments all at once. They carved dignity into monotony, laughter into pain, solidarity into solitude. In their voices, you can hear everything society tried to silence. Their anger, their humor, their grief, their endurance. And once you imagine them, not just bent over rivers, but standing tall in chorus, you realize their story is not one of silence at all, but of music too powerful to be forgotten. Gossip was the true coin of the washerwoman's world. More valuable than silver, more enduring than cloth. At the riverbank, news flowed as steadily as water, carried on voices that scrubbed as hard as hands. It was not idle chatter, though that's how nobles and priests dismissed it. It was information, survival, entertainment, and revenge, all woven into one. Washerwomen were the unofficial chroniclers of their communities, and their archives were not parchment and ink, but memory and repetition. What was whispered at the water's edge in the morning could ripple through a town by evening, reaching ears that pretended not to care but leaned in all the same. The content of gossip ranged from the trivial to the scandalous. A merchant's wife, suspected of overfamiliarity with the tailor, a noble's cloak mysteriously stained with something that looked too red to be wine, a priest who preached against greed, yet bought far more meat than a single man could eat. Nothing escaped the laundress's attention. Stains told stories, and washerwomen knew how to read them better than any scholar. It's almost comic to imagine a nobleman's dignity unraveling because a laundress noticed lipstick smudged where it shouldn't be. In a way, they were detectives without uniforms, piecing together clues no one else thought to hide. Gossip was also a weapon. When a man mocked a washerwoman at the market, suddenly stories about his debts or his late-night tavern habits spread a little faster. When a priest scolded women for indecency, rumors of his visits to a certain widow's house multiplied. Washerwomen had no swords, no courts, no official voice, but they had words, and words could wound sharper than steel. Their power lay in circulation. What they knew, they shared, and what they shared, they shaped. This made them both feared and ridiculed. Men mocked them as chatterers, yet those same men leaned in, eager to hear what they had to say. For the washerwomen themselves, gossip was more than strategy. It was relief. While their hands labored endlessly, their tongues danced, turning monotony into theater. Stories made the hours pass faster, laughter made the weight lighter, and outrage gave energy when fatigue threatened to silence them. To gossip was to reclaim humanity in a world that treated them like tools. It was not just noise, but connection, reminding each woman that her struggles were shared. Her anger echoed, her laughter mirrored. When one voice told a story, a dozen joined in with embellishments, until gossip became a communal performance. Children overheard these exchanges, their ears soaking up more than their mothers realized. They learned which families held power, which secrets could destroy reputations, which jokes were safe, and which could draw punishment. Gossip educated as much as it entertained. A boy might learn the dangers of pride from hearing how a merchant fell into ruin, while a girl might learn caution from tales of a noble's wandering hands. In this sense, gossip was the washerwoman's school, a way of transmitting knowledge and warnings without the need for books or classrooms. But gossip also reflected inequality. The poor were punished more harshly for rumors, while nobles dismissed the same stories as idle chatter. If a washerwoman's joke about a priest reached the wrong ears, she could face fines or worse. And yet, the risk never silenced them. Humor became their shield, exaggeration their disguise. If accused, they shrugged and said, "Oh, it was only a story." In truth, every story carried a kernel of rebellion, a refusal to stay silent in a world that demanded obedience. They may have lacked parchment, but their voices were louder than ink. There's an irony here worth reflecting on. Chronicles written by men rarely mention washerwomen, yet the gossip they spread shaped reputations that influenced decisions in courts, markets, and even churches. History pretended they were voiceless, while daily life proved otherwise. Perhaps this is why gossip was so often condemned. It revealed truths that power wanted hidden. Washerwomen's laughter could strip away illusions of holiness, honor, and dignity faster than any official decree. And society, uncomfortable with such naked exposure, called their voices dangerous, which, of course, they were. Even today, if we think about it, gossip retains that dual nature. Dismissed as frivolous but secretly powerful, mocked as petty but feared for its reach. In the washwoman's world, it was survival disguised as chatter, resistance disguised as entertainment. Their gossip was not written in margins, but carried in breath, rippling outward like the river itself, impossible to stop once it began to flow. And maybe that is the final irony. The voices silenced in official history never really disappeared. They lived on in gossip, jokes, songs, and whispers. They were not saints or queens, but their tongues shaped the rhythm of daily life. If the chronicles tell us about battles and kings, gossip tells us about people, their flaws, their secrets, their humanity. And perhaps that is why the washerwoman's gossip lingers even now, because it reminds us that truth, however inconvenient, has a way of slipping through cracks, carried not by ink or authority, but by laughter on the lips of women no one thought were listening. Entertainment for washerwomen was never a matter of luxury. It was survival disguised as joy. When life pressed down with hunger, cold, and endless labor, they carved out fragments of amusement wherever they could, transforming misery into moments of laughter. Entertainment did not arrive on gilded stages or in noble courts, but on muddy riverbanks, in smoky cottages, or at crowded festivals. It was improvised, raw, and deeply human, reminding them they were not just tools of labor, but beings capable of delight. At the river, entertainment was inseparable from work. Songs rose above the splash of water, gossip unfolded like improvised theater, and jokes about noble stains became running gags repeated for weeks. A piece of laundry could spark endless comedy. A tunic too small for a portly merchant, a priest's robe smelling suspiciously of wine, a noble's gown ripped in a place no one should mention in public. With each discovery, the women's voices erupted into laughter that cut through exhaustion like sunlight. Their entertainment was found in exposing hypocrisy, mocking power, and turning humiliation into humor. They were, in a sense, comedians whose stage was the river, whose audience was each other, and whose critics were anyone too afraid of their sharp tongues. Storytelling was another source of amusement. In the evenings, washerwomen told tales that blurred fact and imagination. Folk legends about ghostly laundresses scrubbing death shrouds at midnight were retold with dramatic flair, sometimes exaggerated until even children howled with laughter instead of fear. Real events, like a noble slipping in mud or a drunk husband mistaking a pig for his wife in the dark, became embellished into epic sagas, retold again and again until they became part of communal folklore. In a world where official histories erased them, storytelling became their way of recording life. Half truth, half satire, entirely unforgettable. Festivals offered rare opportunities for spectacle. Washerwomen attended local fairs not as passive observers, but as active participants. They joined in dances, their patched skirts spinning in defiance of poverty. They clapped to music played by wandering minstrels, shouted jokes at jugglers, and sometimes even competed in contests of strength or wit. These were not moments of escape. They were acts of claiming space in a society that tried to push them aside. For a day, hierarchy loosened, and even nobles could not stop washerwomen from laughing louder than anyone else. Festivals became reminders that joy belonged to everyone, not just the wealthy. Games provided another layer of entertainment, especially among children. Stones became toys, sticks became swords, scraps of cloth became puppets. Mothers sometimes joined in, playing along in between chores, their laughter mixing with that of their children. Simple games, races to the river, contests of balance on slippery stones, turned hardship into play. There is something almost poetic in imagining children laughing while their mothers scrubbed, proving that joy could bloom even in the harshest soil. Entertainment was also found in parody. Washerwomen mimicked nobles, priests, and merchants, exaggerating their pompous mannerisms until the entire group dissolved into laughter. A woman might strut around in a stained robe, imitating a bishop's sermon, or reenact a merchant haggling over prices with absurd dramatics. These performances were not just comedy. They were satire, tiny revolts against the hierarchies pressing them down. It's telling that the people mocked most often were the ones who depended most on their labor. Washerwomen knew this irony well and milked it for every laugh it was worth. Even objects could become entertainment. A misshapen loaf of bread became a joke about a careless baker. A rag with an unusual pattern was transformed into a puppet for storytelling. A cracked basin was not just a tool, but a prop in a mock performance. Washerwomen had a gift for finding amusement in scarcity, turning scraps into symbols of resilience. Where nobles saw waste, they saw potential comedy. This ability to transform nothing into something was not just survival, it was artistry born from necessity. And beneath all the laughter was something more profound. Entertainment for washerwomen was resistance. It told them they were still alive, still capable of joy, still human despite the world's attempt to reduce them to labor and poverty. Each song, each joke, each dance was a declaration. You may own our labor, but you do not own our laughter. And perhaps that was why their humor was often sharp, biting, and unafraid. They laughed, not because life was easy, but because it wasn't, and laughter was the only weapon left to them. This is why, even centuries later, their echoes linger. Entertainment for washerwomen was never about forgetting hardship, but about reshaping it, bending pain into humor, transforming despair into song. They turned rivers into stages, cottages into theaters, and markets into arenas of satire. And in doing so, they proved that joy, however fragile, is not a luxury of the wealthy, but a right claimed by anyone stubborn enough to laugh while wringing cloth in icy water. Their laughter, carried on wind and river, became their true legacy. A defiant reminder that even in the harshest lives, humanity insists on smiling back at the world. Punishment hung over washerwomen like a permanent shadow, as if poverty itself wasn't already a sentence. Medieval justice did not strike evenly. It bent according to wealth, gender, and usefulness, and washerwomen found themselves on the brittle end of that scale. Their mistakes, real or imagined, were treated with suspicion, their words with hostility, and their defiance with swift reprisal. It is one thing to scrub filth from nobles' garments. It is another to scrub away the stains of a society that punished the weak simply for existing. The first punishments were economic. A noble dissatisfied with a garment could refuse payment, accuse the laundress of negligence, or even claim she had ruined fine cloth. Since washerwomen lacked status, their word carried little weight. Losing coins meant losing bread, and there was no appeal. Imagine working for days to restore a velvet gown, only to be told that your labor wasn't up to standard by someone who had spilled half a feast across it in the first place. The injustice bit deeper than hunger. It taught washerwomen that poverty meant you could always be blamed for the messes of the rich. Verbal punishment was just as constant. Washerwomen were mocked in the streets for their ragged clothes, jeered at by men for gossip, and lectured by priests about morality. The irony was sharp. Priests draped in spotless robes, washed by women they scolded for being impure. Insults became so common they almost lost their sting. Yet each word left a mark, just like soap. To endure them, washerwomen sharpened their tongues, replying with wit. If a man shouted that she was as dirty as her rags, she might retort, "At least my dirt comes off in water, yours sticks to your soul." Humor became her armor, though laughter didn't erase the cruelty behind the words. Physical punishment, however, cut deepest. Washerwomen accused of theft, sometimes simply for keeping scraps of discarded cloth, could face whipping, branding, or imprisonment. The line between survival and crime blurred easily when hunger gnawed at children. Stealing bread could mean humiliation in the stocks, left for the town to jeer at, her laboring hands tied for all to see. Drownings were a whispered threat, too. Women accused of witchcraft or dishonesty near the river sometimes fell in under suspicious circumstances. Water, their daily companion, could turn executioner in an instant. Gender made their punishment harsher. A man caught drunk might be scolded. A woman caught gossiping too loudly could be fined or shamed publicly. Moral standards weighed unevenly, and washerwomen bore the brunt. Their very visibility at the river made them easy targets. They were public figures without power, known to everyone, respected by none. It is almost comic, in the bitterest sense, that those who scrubbed society clean were treated as its dirtiest element. Even within households, punishment was relentless. Husbands, worn down by their own failures, sometimes directed frustration at wives with blows or curses. Washerwomen endured, not because they lacked anger, but because choices were scarce. Leaving could mean starvation, staying meant bruises. Yet even here resilience showed itself. Women mocked their husbands behind their backs at the river, deflating male authority with laughter sharper than fists. Words could not erase violence, but they offered a form of retaliation, a reminder that washerwomen refused to be silent victims. The church also wielded punishment through shame. Confession turned washerwomen's hardships into supposed sins: envy, pride, impatience. To admit despair was to risk being told to pray harder rather than being helped. Religious leaders condemned them for using herbal remedies, branding ancient wisdom as witchcraft, while turning a blind eye to noble women who indulged in similar practices with safer reputations. Faith, which should have offered comfort, often delivered judgment instead. And yet, washerwomen still knelt in pews, whispering prayers between coughs, clinging to the hope that heaven's justice might prove less biased than earth's. The most haunting punishment was invisibility. To die young from illness, to collapse by the river, to vanish without record, these were the ultimate erasures. No chronicles noted their names, no statues remembered their toil, no songs were written in their honor. Their lives were punished not only by poverty, but by history itself, which pretended they never existed. And yet, in their gossip, songs, and laughter, they carved defiance. They left echoes where silence was expected, stories where erasure was intended. Punishment, then, was not just about laws or whips. It was about the constant reminder that washerwomen stood at the bottom, that their lives could be dismissed or destroyed without notice. But what made their endurance remarkable was not the punishments themselves. It was the refusal to let them define who they were. Each joke cracked at the river, each song sung while wringing cloth, each story whispered in the dark was an act of defiance. They lived under punishment, yes, but they also lived beyond it, leaving behind lessons sharper than any lash. That dignity, even battered and bruised, cannot be washed away so easily. Charity was supposed to be the balm of medieval society, the moral bandage applied to the wounds poverty inflicted. Yet for washerwomen, charity was a double-edged gift, carrying as much humiliation as relief. It was never enough to lift them out of hardship, only enough to keep them alive for another week. The wealthy liked to imagine their alms as noble acts of compassion. But for those receiving them, charity often felt like a reminder of their place. Grateful, yet invisible, fed but still hungry, clothed but still cold. The irony was sharp. The same hands that wrung nobles' linens clean often stretched out to receive scraps from those very households. Charity flowed most visibly through the church. Washerwomen lined up for bread on feast days, clutching their children's hands while priests distributed loaves as though they were tokens of divine mercy. But the bread was often stale, the portions small, and the air thick with judgment. Almsgiving was a spectacle, more about the giver's reputation than the receiver's survival. Washerwomen whispered among themselves, joking that priests gave crumbs so God would grant them feasts in heaven. It was gallows humor, but it spoke to a truth. Charity was less about justice and more about appearances. Sometimes nobles distributed clothing, garments cast off because they were out of fashion rather than worn out. Washerwomen patched these discarded silks into something usable, turning the excess of the rich into survival for the poor. But even here, humiliation lingered. To wear the noble's second-hand cloak was to carry a visible reminder of dependence. People could recognize a garment and sneer, "Ah, that was the countess's last year's fashion." Washerwomen laughed at this too, saying, "Better to wear the countess's scraps than freeze in dignity." Their humor softened the sting, but the reality remained. Charity gave life while stripping pride. Markets also offered glimpses of charity, though often disguised as opportunism. Vendors sold scraps of meat, bruised vegetables, or stale bread at lower prices. sometimes even giving them away at the end of the day. Washerwomen hovered at the edges, waiting for those moments, weighing the shame of begging against the necessity of feeding their children. Hunger usually won. They became experts at finding value in what others threw away, proof that survival requires a sharper eye than abundance ever teaches. Charity within their own community was different. Washerwomen shared food, tools, and labor with one another, not as gifts, but as necessities of solidarity. If one woman's child was ill, the others brought herbs. If one collapsed from exhaustion, her neighbors finished her load. This was charity without spectacle, rooted in empathy rather than reputation. It was not about feeling noble, but about ensuring survival. In this sense, washerwomen practiced the purest form of charity, quiet, practical, unrecorded, but essential. Perhaps this is why their bonds endured, because they gave to each other without asking for gratitude in return. But charity also carried suspicion. Washerwomen were sometimes accused of taking advantage of alms, as though hunger were a clever trick rather than a constant reality. Officials kept lists of the poor, deciding who was deserving and who was not. A widow with too many children might be pitied, but a woman who gossiped too loudly might be deemed unworthy. Poverty was not enough to guarantee help. You had to perform your suffering correctly. Washerwomen learned to bow their heads, to appear humble, to suppress laughter during almsgiving. In a way, charity forced them to act, turning survival into theater. There was also the bitter irony that charity was often funded by money wrung from the poor themselves. Tithes collected from washerwomen's meager earnings were redistributed as alms, meaning they sometimes received back a fraction of what had been taken. It was like paying for your own scraps, dressed up as generosity. Washerwomen joked that charity was just their own money walking in circles, dressed in priestly robes. The humor stung, but it revealed a sharp awareness. They knew the system was designed less to lift them up than to keep them in place. Yet, despite humiliation and hypocrisy, washerwomen clung to charity because it kept their children alive. Pride bent beneath hunger. A mother might endure a priest's lecture or a noblewoman's condescension if it meant bread on the table. The cost was dignity, but the reward was survival. And here lies the paradox. Charity both sustained and trapped them, providing enough to endure but never enough to escape. It was a leash disguised as a gift, tying them to poverty while appearing to rescue them from it. And still, they laughed. At the river, washerwomen turned charity into satire, mocking nobles for their stingy crumbs, priests for their smug sermons, merchants for selling bruised apples at divine prices. Humor was their rebellion, proof that even when forced to bow for bread, they could still raise their voices in laughter. That laughter was not just entertainment, it was defiance, a reminder that no amount of charity could erase their sharp wit, their resilience, or their humanity. Charity, then, was not a story of generosity, but of contradiction. It revealed the hypocrisy of a society that created poverty and then congratulated itself for softening its edges. It reminded washerwomen daily that survival depended not just on labor, but on the whims of those above them. Yet in their jokes, their solidarity, and their refusal to be silenced, washerwomen transformed even charity into a stage for resilience. And perhaps that is the final irony. The powerful gave alms to assert superiority. But it was the poor who turned those crumbs into legacies of endurance, humor, and stubborn dignity. Superstition clung to the washerwoman's world as tightly as damp fabric to her hands. Living so close to rivers, weather, and illness meant her life was always on the edge of forces she could not control. And where science failed, or simply never arrived, beliefs rushed in to fill the silence. For her, the supernatural was not an abstract curiosity. It was a daily companion, woven into work, meals, and even the act of drawing breath. If rivers could take lives, if hunger could strike without warning, if a cough could become a death sentence, then charms, prayers, and rituals became tools of survival as important as basins and stones. The river itself was the stage of many fears. People whispered about spirits that lived in its depths, souls of drowned women scrubbing invisible linens under the moonlight. Washerwomen half feared, half mocked these stories, warning children not to play too close to the current. If someone slipped and vanished, it wasn't just an accident, it was the river demanding payment. This belief gave a strange logic to tragedy, making grief bearable by placing it in the hands of forces beyond control. And yet, despite the fear, washerwomen kept returning to the river day after day, as though bargaining with something far greater than themselves. Protective charms were as common as soap. A sprig of rosemary tied at the wrist, a coin sewn into a hem, or a small cross tucked into a bodice were considered defenses against misfortune. Some women whispered a prayer before stepping into the water, others spat 3 times to ward off evil spirits, and a few traced the sign of the cross over their baskets, as if blessing the clothes would bless the day's labor. The gestures might seem small, even comical, but they carried enormous weight in lives where every edge of security mattered. When your livelihood depended on a river that could drown you, a little superstition felt like a rational investment. Illnesses were explained through a mixture of folk wisdom and fear. A fever might be blamed on the evil eye cast by an envious neighbor. A persistent cough could be punishment for gossiping too loudly at the river. Washerwomen often turned to herbal remedies, guided by midwives or older women, but they also relied on rituals, tying ribbons to sacred trees, drinking water blessed at shrines, or murmuring charms while rubbing ointments into wounds. Skeptics might laugh, but consider this. When the doctor's fee equaled a month's wages and his cure was as likely to kill as to heal, superstition was not just cheaper, it was often safer. Animals, too, carried omens. A black cat crossing the path to the river might mean misfortune, while birds circling overhead could signal rain or even death. Washerwomen joked about these signs, but obeyed them all the same, because why risk angering fate when fate already seemed so eager to strike? Humor softened the fear. If a crow perched nearby, one might laugh and say, "At least he'll help wring the clothes." Beneath the laughter, however, was the recognition that even birds could feel like messengers from a world that watched them more closely than nobles ever did. The church alternated between condemning and exploiting these beliefs. Priests preached against superstition, calling it sinful, yet they themselves blessed water, distributed relics, and promised protection through rituals that looked suspiciously similar. Washerwomen noticed the contradiction, though they rarely said so aloud. Instead, they lived in a hybrid world where faith and superstition intertwined. A woman might light a candle at a saint's shrine in the morning and whisper to a river spirit at night, hedging her bets as carefully as she counted her coins at the market. It was not contradiction, it was survival. Dreams were another realm of superstition. Washerwomen often interpreted them as omens. Dreaming of muddy water might signal illness, of torn garments a quarrel, of clear-flowing rivers unexpected fortune. Children learned early to share dreams at breakfast, and mothers took them seriously, adjusting chores or avoiding certain tasks based on what had been seen in sleep. It may sound whimsical, but for people whose lives balanced constantly on the edge, dreams offered a sense of order, a feeling that the universe whispered hints about what came next. Superstition also gave washerwomen a subtle form of power. Their knowledge of herbs, charms, and omens set them apart, granting them authority within their communities. Neighbors often came to them for remedies, advice, or blessings, recognizing that survival required more than prayer alone. This authority, however, was precarious. A woman too skilled in charms risked being labeled a witch, especially if misfortune struck others. It was a cruel paradox. The same knowledge that made them valuable could also condemn them. Washerwomen lived under this tension daily, careful to share enough wisdom to help, but not enough to draw suspicion. But perhaps the most striking thing about superstition was how it transformed fear into control. By tying rosemary to a wrist, spitting into the river, or whispering to the moon, washerwomen created the illusion of agency. In a world where they had little power, these gestures gave them a sense of choice, however small. And in that sense, superstition was not ignorance, but resilience, an act of refusing to be helpless, of asserting meaning in chaos. And here lies the hidden truth. Superstition was not a distraction from reality, but a way of shaping it. For washerwomen, who scrubbed away the dirt of others while bearing the weight of poverty themselves, charms and omens were not luxuries. They were survival strategies. They stitched the supernatural into their daily lives. With the same persistence, they patched torn garments. Whether or not the spirits listened, the act of believing gave them strength. And perhaps that is why their stories linger, not because superstition solved their problems, but because it revealed how even the most powerless sought to bend fate, laughing nervously at the unknown while refusing to surrender to it. Religion, for the washerwoman, was never simply a matter of ritual or blind faith. It was stitched into every aspect of her life, woven as tightly as the threads of the garments she scrubbed. Churches loomed over her village, their bells dictating the hours of her labor, their sermons shaping the way she understood suffering. Yet while priests preached humility and patience, washerwomen interpreted religion in their own way, blending reverence with skepticism, devotion with defiance. For women who spent their lives bent at riversides, faith was not a luxury. It was a survival strategy, sometimes comforting, sometimes cruel, always inescapable. The church insisted poverty was holy, that the poor were closer to God because their suffering mirrored Christ's. Washerwomen were told their cracked hands and empty bellies earned them invisible crowns in heaven. But heavenly crowns did not feed children, and patience did not mend ragged clothes. Many listened politely in pews, then whispered jokes afterward, mocking sermons that praised hunger while priests feasted on roasted meats. Humor was their private heresy, a way of reconciling faith with the absurdity of those who claimed to represent it. If suffering is holy, one might quip, then we are saints already. Where is our feast day? The laughter that followed was as much rebellion as relief. Daily religious life still structured their routines. Washerwomen crossed themselves before stepping into rivers, muttered prayers over sick children, and lit candles in chapels for protection. Saints became personal companions, invoked like neighbors. St. Anne might be called on to guard daughters, St. Roch to cure fevers, St. Mary to ease childbirth. Shrines dotted the landscape, and washerwomen left offerings of herbs, bread, or coins so small they were more symbolic than useful. Religion was not abstract theology. It was bargaining, pleading, and negotiating with a divine presence that seemed at times compassionate and at times absent. Confession was a particularly fraught practice. Washerwomen entered dark booths carrying not only their sins but their exhaustion, only to hear lectures about envy, impatience, or gossip. The irony was bitter. Priests scolded them for speaking too freely, while the same priests depended on them to wash their linens spotless. Washerwomen left these confessions with lighter souls, perhaps, but heavier resentment. Still, they returned, because to reject confession outright was to risk being labeled irreligious, even dangerous. The balance was delicate, enough faith to remain respectable, enough wit to survive its contradictions. Religious festivals were moments of both joy and spectacle. Washerwomen attended processions, sang hymns, and decorated their cottages with whatever scraps they could muster. Yet beneath the celebration, inequality remained obvious. Nobles paraded in silks, clergy in embroidered vestments, while washerwomen stood in patched dresses, singing the same hymns, but from the muddy edges of the crowd. Still, these festivals provided genuine joy. Music filled the air, candles flickered at night, and for a few hours, even washerwomen felt part of something larger than themselves. It was faith not as hierarchy, but as community, and they clung to those moments like lifelines. Religion also shaped how washerwomen understood misfortune. A child's death was explained as God's will, a flood as divine punishment, an illness as a test of faith. These explanations often soothed grief but also bred frustration. Washerwomen sometimes muttered that God must be too busy watching kings to notice laundresses. Yet they continued to pray, because abandoning belief entirely meant confronting a universe too indifferent to bear. Faith, even when doubted, offered structure in chaos. It gave meaning to meaningless pain, even if that meaning felt at times like an insult. Superstition intertwined seamlessly with formal religion. Washerwomen saw no contradiction in lighting a candle to the Virgin Mary and tying a sprig of rosemary around a child's wrist for protection. To them, both were acts of care, both carried power, and both were worth trying. Priests condemned such practices as pagan, but washerwomen laughed and said, "Better to be safe with rosemary than sorry with prayers alone." Blending faith and superstition was less rebellion than pragmatism, a way of covering every possible base when survival was always uncertain. And there was also the quiet power religion gave them through community. The church, for all its hypocrisy, was one of the few spaces where washerwomen stood beside nobles, at least in theory equal before God. They may have entered through the side door, sat at the back, and left unnoticed, but in the collective murmur of hymns, their voices mingled with those who usually ignored them. That fleeting equality mattered. In a world obsessed with hierarchy, the illusion of standing shoulder to shoulder, even for a hymn, was its own small victory. But perhaps the most remarkable thing is how washerwomen bent religion to their will. Instead of accepting suffering as holy, they redefined holiness as endurance. Their cracked hands became relics, their laughter hymns, their gossip sermons whispered in satire. They carved their own theology, one where God was not distant but present in their resilience, their humor, and their solidarity. If priests preached that heaven rewarded patience, washerwomen lived a faith that rewarded persistence. They transformed religion from an institution that scolded them into a language that sustained them. And so, religion for washerwomen was never passive. It was a constant negotiation between faith and doubt, prayer and parody, submission and defiance. They carried rosaries in their pockets while mocking priests under their breath, lit candles in churches while trusting herbs in cottages, sang hymns while twisting their meanings into jokes. Their faith was not tidy, but it was alive, vibrant, and deeply human. And in that messy blend of reverence and rebellion lies their truest legacy. Proof that even the poorest could make faith their own, shaping it into something strong enough to endure rivers, hunger, and the weight of silence. Legacy for washerwomen was not written in books, nor carved into stone, nor even preserved in family heirlooms because they rarely had any. Their inheritance was not material but emotional, not wealth but resilience, not monuments but memory. They lived lives so ordinary by the standards of their time that they were almost invisible. Yet it is precisely in their invisibility that their importance rests. To understand them is to see how entire societies balanced on their bent backs, how generations carried forward lessons they never consciously articulated. For their children, legacy began in survival. A child who lived to adulthood did so because a washerwoman sacrificed her own hunger, her own rest, her own strength. Sons and daughters inherited more than patched garments. They inherited endurance. They learned from their mothers how to stretch bread until it seemed like a feast, how to turn work into song, how to laugh at insults sharper than any blade. Many did not escape poverty, but all carried traces of the lessons etched into them at the riverbank. Even centuries later, echoes of these lessons linger in proverbs and folk songs and the stubborn pragmatism passed down silently through generations of poor families. Legacy also lived in humor. Washerwomen joked about everything: nobles' stains, priests' hypocrisy, their own ragged clothes. That humor was not just a distraction, it was a philosophy. It taught children that laughter was a form of survival, that even in misery the human spirit could find ways to mock despair. If nobility left behind castles and crowns, washerwomen left behind punchlines so sharp they outlived the feasts they mocked. It may seem small, but in a world that constantly tried to silence them, every laugh was a statement. We were here, we saw, we endured. There was also a legacy in the social fabric they created. Washerwomen built networks of solidarity that resembled invisible safety nets. They raised each other's children, shared scraps of food, tended to one another in sickness. This culture of community survived far longer than individual names. It became part of the DNA of peasant life, proof that even the poorest could construct systems of care when institutions failed them. When later generations spoke of neighbors helping neighbors, they were unknowingly repeating the inheritance of washerwomen who learned long ago that survival was a collective effort, not a solitary struggle. Ironically, their legacy is also found in silence, in the absence of their voices in chronicles, in the missing records of their lives. This silence forces us to ask whose stories are remembered and whose are erased. By noticing what history ignored, we honor them. Their invisibility is itself a testimony to inequality, a reminder that labor which sustains society often goes unacknowledged. The fact that we must reconstruct their lives through fragments, jokes, and folklore is part of their legacy. They teach us to look harder, to listen more carefully, to value what was once dismissed. Their legacy lingers in language too. Many idioms and sayings about cleanliness, labor, or perseverance likely trace back to washerwomen's world. Expressions about airing dirty laundry or washing one's hands of guilt carry echoes of their daily routines. Even metaphors of purity and morality often rest on the literal work of laundresses who kept garments spotless while being denied moral or social respect themselves. They taught societies, silently, that labor and morality were intertwined, though not always in the ways priests and nobles imagined. The washerwoman's legacy is also spiritual. Though official religion often punished or scolded them, their faith shaped a theology of endurance. They redefined holiness not as obedience, but as persistence, not as wealth, but as survival. That unspoken theology passed down as a quiet strength in poor families who continued to see dignity, not in status, but in resilience. When later generations spoke of their grandmothers or great-grandmothers with reverence, even if they had no titles or estates, they were honoring this theology without knowing it. And beyond families, their legacy is cultural. Folk songs, fairy tales, and even ghost stories about women scrubbing riversides carry shadows of their existence. In these stories, washerwomen sometimes appear as tragic figures, sometimes as comic ones, sometimes as supernatural warnings, but they always appear. Even when erased from history books, they returned through folklore, haunting the imagination of the communities they sustained. That is legacy too, to live on, even distorted in the stories people could not stop telling. What makes their legacy profound is not grandeur, but persistence. Washerwomen did not seek immortality, yet they achieved it in the most human way, through the lives they touched, the laughter they sparked, the resilience they embodied. Their cracked hands washed away stains that were forgotten the next day, but the strength of those same hands shaped generations who remembered not the stains, but the endurance. And perhaps this is the most important reflection. Legacy is not always about what you leave behind in objects or names. Sometimes it is about the invisible marks you leave on people, the echoes of laughter, the habits of survival, the quiet defiance of dignity preserved under impossible conditions. Washerwomen left no castles, no titles, no books. But they left us reminders that strength is often silent, that resilience often wears rags, and that even those history ignores can shape the future in ways too subtle for kings to notice. Their legacy is the proof that humanity endures, not through glory, but through survival, shared in laughter, pain, and the stubborn refusal to disappear. The memory of washerwomen lives not in marble statues or gilded manuscripts, but in the ripples of rivers, in the faint echoes of songs once shouted above splashing water, in the laughter shared over stains that carried secrets of entire towns. Their world was dismissed as ordinary, their labor seen as trivial. Yet without them, society would have stunk, literally and figuratively. They were the invisible machinery of cleanliness, dignity, and order, and the fact that history nearly erased them says more about history's priorities than about their worth. To bring them back into focus is to recognize how much of the past rests on the shoulders of those who were never meant to be remembered. Imagine walking through a medieval village. You'd see stone houses, timber beams, a church tower piercing the sky. But listen closer, and you'd hear the gossip at the river, the slap of linen against stones, the cough of women whose lungs bore the damp of unending labor. The washerwomen were as much a part of the village as the church bells, yet while bells rang proudly, their voices were treated as background noise. And yet, what is memory if not the persistence of voices that refuse to be silenced? Their memory lingers, because communities cannot forget those who cleaned their messes. What makes their memory powerful is its duality. On one hand, it is tragic. Cracked hands, bent spines, early deaths. On the other, it is strangely joyful. The humor, the songs, the solidarity that turned misery into something survivable. Their memory is not just a warning of how societies exploit the vulnerable, it is also a reminder of how people carve humanity out of oppression. To remember washerwomen is to face both shame and admiration, to see how suffering and resilience can coexist in the same body. Folklore preserved fragments of them. In some regions, ghost stories told of phantom washerwomen scrubbing shrouds at midnight, omens of death. In others, songs about laundresses carried playful tones, mocking the hypocrisies of priests and nobles. These echoes matter. They prove that even when history tried to ignore them, imagination could not. People kept talking about them, half in fear, half in admiration, perhaps because the image of a woman endlessly scrubbing in the night felt too symbolic to forget. It captured both the burden of their labor and the haunting persistence of their presence. Their memory also lives in language. When we speak of airing dirty laundry or washing one's hands of guilt, we echo metaphors rooted in their world. The very act of washing became a symbol for morality, honesty, and exposure. Yet how often do we stop to think that behind those metaphors were women whose daily reality was to kneel in freezing rivers, turning dirt into metaphors while their own lives were deemed too dirty to mention? Their memory lives in our words, though most of us never notice. And here lies the irony. Nobles and priests may have wanted their names immortalized in chronicles, but who remembers those names now? Few outside historians can list the bishops of a small medieval town. But the image of washerwomen lingers because their struggle resonates universally. Everyone knows what it means to labor unseen, to carry weight without thanks, to turn necessity into resilience. Their memory survives, precisely because it mirrors our own fears and strengths. In that sense, washerwomen achieved something kings rarely did. They became timeless, not through power, but through recognition of shared humanity. We can also think of memory as inheritance. The laughter they shared, the solidarity they built, the songs they sang, these are not gone. They trickled down through generations, shaping cultures of endurance among the poor. Every grandmother who teaches her grandchild how to stretch food until it lasts the week, every worker who makes a joke while exhausted, every woman who gathers with others to share stories at the end of a long day, these are echoes of washerwomen. Their memory did not need statues. It is etched into habits of survival that still live today. And maybe that is the most profound part of their memory. It makes us reflect. It forces us to ask who in our time is being erased. Who does the invisible labor that sustains us while we look the other way? Washerwomen whisper to us across centuries, "See us. Do not make the same mistake again." Their memory is both a mirror and a warning. It shows us that history is never complete until we acknowledge those at the margins, those whose names are absent but whose hands shaped everything. So when we remember washerwomen, we do not remember individuals. Most of their names are lost. We remember their collective presence, their chorus of laughter and complaint, their cracked hands stirring rivers into history. We remember them not because history wanted us to, but because forgetting them feels impossible once you've seen the truth. Their memory lingers like the faint scent of soap carried on wind, like songs hummed long after work ends, like stains that never quite wash out no matter how hard you scrub. And perhaps that is their final gift, the realization that memory does not belong only to the powerful. It belongs to those who endured, those who laughed through misery, those who turned rivers into stages of survival. Their memory endures because it touches something universal in us, that hunger for dignity, that stubbornness to laugh when there's nothing to laugh about, that quiet insistence that even the invisible deserve to be remembered. And in that insistence, washerwomen continue to live long after the rivers have gone silent. Before diving into the story, just picture this. If you think hauling grocery bags up the stairs is tough, try dragging a mountain of soaked clothes for miles to a freezing river, cracking jokes about the gossiping priest, and still laughing at your own misery by the end of the day. That's exactly what you're about to discover. And fair warning, some parts are so harsh, you'll only get through them with a nervous laugh.